clothes made out of twine. I wish I could see this world again through those eyes. See the child in me, in my fantasy, never growing old. Will we ever feel young again? Will we ever feel young again? Will we ever feel young again? We wanna feel young. We wanna feel young again. When I was a boy, I searched for a world that's unknown. All we have is fun. Everybody run.
E3 Coliseum coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to E3's Coliseum 2017.
Day 2, we're about to go live streaming. Hello, everybody. I'm Jeff Keighley. How many of you were here yesterday? Oh, wow. All right, you guys are Coliseum Warriors. What are you excited to see today? It's all happening today. All right. Well, I heard one name that you'll see momentarily. We're going to go live streaming around the world. So let's get ready to start the Coliseum. Thank you, guys. We're excited to get going.
New realities, AR, VR, and gaming. Jeff, intro.
All right, hello everyone. Welcome to the E3 Coliseum. I'm Jeff Keighley. We are streaming around the world for day 2, and this E3 Coliseum is all about bringing content right to the fans. We got lots of fans here. You guys excited for day 2? We have an awesome day today with tons of great conversations. We've got Ed Boon here talking about Mortal Kombat. We've got the original team that made Crash Bandicoot will be reuniting from Naughty Dog. That'll be coming up a little bit later. Hideo Kojima will be here, which we're excited about. And lots of other highlights. And then later tonight, Low Roar will be performing. Mr. Kojima will be here for that, so we're excited to have that at the Coliseum. But right now, we're going to kick things off with a great conversation about virtual reality, augmented reality, and sort of where gaming is going next with some incredible panelists. I'll introduce our host who's going to tell us who we have here. Please welcome from the Foo Show, Will Smith, and an incredible panel. Will?
Hey, Jeff. Hey, everybody. Thanks for coming. So we have a great array of guests today. First, as legendary director, Ivan Reitman, director of Ghostbusters Stripes, and is also doing a fabulous Ghostbusters experience with The Void. Yeah. Ivan? Next up, Curtis. Come on out, Curtis. Curtis, sorry, I thought Jeff was doing the introductions this morning. Curtis, I'm so sorry, I've completely blanked on your last name here.
Hickman,
thank you so much. Curtis is from The Void. They do installation pieces in Utah. It's really amazing, and if you get to Utah or Manhattan or any of the other places you have installations opening later this year, you should definitely check it out. Yeah. I'm sorry. Tanya Watson. Tanya Watson. Tanya is from Squanch Tendo, who made one of my all-time favorite VR experiences, Counting with Justin Roiland and William Pugh. If you watch it and aren't easily offended, you will enjoy it. And even if you put people who are easily offended in it, it's incredible. Tanya, thank you for coming. Thank you. David Ellison. David Ellison from Skylake is next. They're doing great VR software and have made films such as Mission Impossible 5 Rogue Nation and Star Trek Beyond. Thanks, David.
Thanks, David.
And last is Brendan Latch from Stress Level Zero Games. Brendan had made Hover Junkers and has a new game that I'm sure we'll talk about in a little bit coming out later this year. So thank you all for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
So we're just over a year into the launch of desktop virtual reality, and it's been a big year. We've had hardware shortages and all sorts of interesting news come out, and I kind of am interested in what you guys are excited about, what people have gotten excited about from the first year, and what gets you up and cranked up about building VR when in the morning when you get up and come to work. And I guess let's start down at the end and work our way back, if that's okay. Ivan, what have you seen that gets you jazzed?
Look, for me, it's the curiosity of how to tell a story in VR, because the whole concept is so different that instead of playing to 300 people or 1,000 people at once, that you're really speaking to one person at a time who's in the middle of the show, who's a character either watching silently or somehow really being involved. It's been fascinating to see the psychology at work, to be a participant. Something like the VR Jon Favreau has just started, with the Gremlin. I can't remember what it's called. The Goblins.
The Weaver gnomes
Yeah.
and
And
yes.
when I played it, and you're sitting there watching this tiny little animated goblin sort of making up its mind whether to take a peach or not, and you're backing up to sort of talk him into it, and you're suddenly in a real conversation with a created character, and the psychology totally shifts because you're starting to think of it as a real thing, and that's sentient, and it's not just a mechanical thing that you're necessarily shooting down because it's attacking you. And the idea that you're engaged this way in a psychological moment, that's really exciting. And you see it in certain games, and that's really fabulous.
It's interesting because your brain kind of interprets things that you see in 3D a little bit differently than you do when you're looking through the frame of a film screen or a computer monitor.
Right.
Brendan, what's getting you cranked up?
I'm excited that I'm 3 years into this now, and I'm still lying awake in bed every night thinking about game mechanics that haven't been developed yet, that we haven't been able to fully realize yet. And I mean, traditional 3D gaming has been so well covered at this point that it's very difficult to come up with something completely original and new, whereas VR is just ripe with things. And we're a year in, and it's been out. There's hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of units out to the public, and you're still seeing many stones not even looked at yet.
The idea, a lot of game developers talk about verbs, and the idea that when you have hands in this space and a way to interact with the world that you're playing in, with so many more verbs available to you than just the things you can map to a gamepad, is incredibly exciting to me.
Yeah, particularly exciting is physics interaction. Traditionally, you have a mouse and a keyboard. A mouse is tracked in 2 dimensions, and you're using that to input physics, and you have, analog keys that you're pushing in. And then with VR, suddenly you have 3 tracked objects where you have rotation and physics. So you actually have the position of your hand, which weighs, about 1 kilogram, swinging around, so you know that. And so you're able to do such more precise physics interactions, and it's just not been explored at all yet.
David, I got to play your first VR title yesterday, Archangel, and I'm really interested to hear kind of how you ended up getting into VR and what's exciting you.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things we're incredibly proud of at Skydance is that interactive is it's always been our goal to build interactive into the third pillar of the company, and it's now on par with film and television. And we're incredibly happy to be here with all of you at our first E3 celebrating the release of Archangel. And one of the things that fascinates me so much about virtual reality is when you think about when The Wizard of Oz first came out, Technicolor allowed you to transport there. Stereo, 10 years ago took us to Pandora. And now if you're a fan of Star Wars, you no longer just get to sit up and watch it, you actually get to physically hold the lightsaber. And it's really that combination of passive and active entertainment where film and television, you sit back and you actively soak in a narrative, where when you're playing games, you actively have your hands on, you transpose your own identity onto that character. And where those 2 Venn diagrams intersect is the language we believe virtual reality was meant for. And we're just getting to touch the very tip of that with Archangel, with the narrative storytelling, with the fun of dropping into this massive 6-story war machine. And when you're 60 feet tall in virtual reality, there are a lot of fun advantages.
So, Tanya, with accounting, you guys managed to shock me, I think, for the first time in VR. I'm interested, what kind of stuff, where does that come from, I guess, is the big question.
Well, the beautiful thing about VR is that this medium is so great at creating emotion with the people that are part of it. I mean, beyond the fact that sense of scale is so powerful, the fact that we know where the player is looking at any given moment, and we can direct a character. So one of the challenges in games in general, right, with storytelling is that you don't know what the player is doing at any given moment. You could be telling a story over here, and the player goes over here to go look at something else, or, oh, hey, look at this.
Now we're in business.
Okay. Anyways, and in VR, one of the first things we did was really work on head tracking to understand where the player is looking at any given moment so that we can better tell that story with characters when they come up to you. We know when they're looking at you or when they've looked away, and we can actually have characters more naturally respond to that. And that just allows for really funny things to happen, right? Like when you go to a shopkeeper and in a typical game, right, they're on a loop. Oh, what would you like to buy? Oh, you don't want to buy anything? See you later. What would you like to buy? You don't want to buy, yada yada. But with us, like with accounting, right? We can have that character say like, "Oh, what? You don't want anything from us? Well, screw you then, right? Get out of here."
Well, and more importantly, you know that they're looking at the sausage that's on the left side of the screen,
Right.
and you can make you can trigger a sausage related line, which
Yeah.
then makes it feel like much more of a real place, which is and that's one of the amazing things.
And it sets, I mean, everyone's been talking about transcendence, right? How when we're in VR in a great experience, we're transcended to this other place, and our brains trick us and make us believe that we're really there. So for storytelling, that is so powerful, and we can create this absurd emotion, laughter, humor, right, with the stuff that we're building particularly, and that's what gets me up every single day. Super excited to be working in VR.
Curtis, you guys make The Void. It's one of the things that everybody I know that's gone comes back and absolutely raves about and says, hey, this is some... When you work in VR, you hear a lot of you've got to try this, but the level of you've got to try this with The Void is really astounding. And I don't know if... I assume most people here probably know a little bit about it, but I'm really interested about what gets you excited when you're already at the kind of high bar of what we're doing right now.
Yeah, so at The Void, we really focus on immersing you in the environment and doing anything we can to make you feel that you're in this other location, and not just see it, but really feel it, to reach out and touch it, to sense it, and to know you're there. I have a background in magic, right? And so I really do look at VR, and especially deeply immersive VR, as being this attempt to try and establish an illusion of an impossible reality. And how well can you do that, and where does that go, and how far can you take that? And so that's what gets me excited. I love trying to push that, coming up with different illusions and pushing the boundaries of what people will accept as a legitimate part of the reality that they're participating in.
Can you do a magic show in VR? Have you thought about this? This is a conversation I have with friends a lot. Is could you do a magic performance in VR when you control the entirety of the world and everything in it that's believable and convincing?
Yeah, you absolutely could. The key is to basically try and establish the rules, right? Which is, say, I've done some crazy stuff in kind of the magic career. I've gone to a magic show for the blind, right? And if you can do a magic show for the blind, surely you can do a magic show in VR.
Okay, yes, I absolutely believe you.
Yeah.
So the things that we get, the difference between storytelling in film and storytelling in games and storytelling in VR has become really apparent over the last year, at least from where I'm sitting making software, and I think where you guys are making software as well. And in film, and in games and film and TV, a lot of what we tell stories with is built over the last 100 years of cinema. There's a DP and a director framing shots and telling us what we should look at and what we should care about on the screen with a whole variety of cinematic techniques. And a lot of that goes away when we switch to virtual reality, where the player has full control over what they're seeing at any moment, or at least they should if you want to make them comfortable and have a good time. And I'm interested to kind of hear what you guys think the challenges are of trying to tell these interactive stories in this new medium without the framing of the DP and the director and the cinematographer and all the things that come with traditional 2D medium. I guess let's start with David, and we'll give Ivan a second to think. And yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's as you said, filmmaking, every single frame and every moment the audience sees is exactly what the filmmaker wants in regards to the way the shot is set up, staged, performed, acted. And now you have a world to where if you have something really interesting ongoing here, the player can go, wait, I missed that. And so really being able to control the narrative and focus the audience as to what they should be looking at. Archangel opens with a 6-minute long cinematic where we tackled some of these problems and actually shot in motion capture to drive a CG character. But the opportunity of it is so much greater. Again, going back to what I was talking about earlier, technology has constantly progressed storytelling and narrative to be more immersive and more like the way we interpret real life. Again, when we took the leap from black and white to color, we got there, and we took the leap from 2D to 3D, we got there, and now we actually get to step foot into these worlds exactly the way we perceive the world around us. So what I think the promise of VR is when you can get something that is as fun to play as Call of Duty or Halo, whatever your favorite interactive title is, with all of the emotional resonance of the best film out there. And it is really the combination of those two mediums and finding exactly what that balance is, how you solve the locomotion problems to accomplish that, where the user looks, are all the things that are incredibly exciting to be solving and experimenting in right now.
So Ivan, when you're sitting down to tell a story in VR, how do you approach it differently than you have with film?
Well, it's really frustrating, and you have to sort of think about things totally different than. I've been making movies for 40 years, so I'm really immersed in a kind of a historical way of telling a story, and even both the iconography and the language. You're used to going to a close-up at this moment because you want to emphasize a point, and it's all about directorial control and a writing control. But at the same time, I started mostly in comedies, and so I do believe in improvisation. That sometimes the loss of control and the feeling of that in an audience where there's an instinct that this has just happened, this magical one time, and if you can impart that in the storytelling. Look, we're at the point of we're awed because we suddenly see a train coming at us on a black and white screen, and suddenly there's a cut to a close-up, and you just are in awe of it. And that's where we are with VR, and it's the next generation of sort of filmmakers that are going to be open enough to create language. But when you see something like Resident Evil, which is a game, but suddenly, you're locked in handcuffs, and there's this digital character trying to cut you open and free you before this horrible woman is going to chop you down, and she doesn't, the character doesn't make it. That's as effective as being stuck, in a room like in Psycho or something, where you have a masterful filmmaker really manipulating every moment. There's still manipulation going on, but we have to shift the way we do it, and we're clearly voyeuristic opportunities are huge in VR, and that's the sort of most obvious. And that's why I think kind of horror-based storytelling seems to be so popular. And of course the action stuff because of the gaming aspect of it. But finding sort of ways to tell different kinds of genres will be really interesting. And there has to be a consequence. In other words, if you're creating this story and you really want people to look over here to camera right or sort of really concentrate as opposed to be checking out everything that's behind them. If they're doing that, there's ways of focusing the attention in the storytelling so that they're going to be looking at the right place when you really need them to.
Well, it's about using subtle cues and kind of encouraging them with gentle nudges more than saying, hey, look at this.
Or teaching them a lesson when they fuck up and they don't look in the right place.
Yeah. What the horror games? I love horror movies, and I can't play horror games at all. They're just like Resident Evil. I didn't see another human being before I punched out of that, and was like, no, I'm probably done with this. This is too much for me. And I'm interested to hear if there's stuff that you guys have found is super compelling, or maybe more than you want to deal with. And let's go, Brendan, on this one.
With Duck Season, we approached, Duck Season's the new game that we developed, and it's a departure from Hover Junkers, which was a multiplayer title, and being much more narrative-based. And this isn't too much of a spoiler, but essentially the game starts out, the general premise is that you have, your mom's rented you for a one-day rental, this title called Duck Season, and you have carte blanche to play it all day long. And as you play it, you realize that your cartridge is cursed. And the more you play it, the more the animatronic dog character is able to get out, sort of almost a la Five Nights at Freddy's, and come after you and sort of after you instigate violence on them. And so we sort of dealt with this very storytelling question of how do we drive people from beat to beat. And quickly we felt like we had a good fit for VR, and then we also felt that we had to trust that the player, set the rules up with the player, that they're going to have to be on top of things a little bit more. We're not going to hold their hands. The games industry in general has gone towards being very much, you can't mess this up. You get instant retries. You can go, and traditional games were much more, if you go back 20 years, were much more unforgiving. And thankfully, the price point of VR, while there's many negatives of the price point of VR, one good thing is that the players that are playing right now tend to be a little bit older. And so one, we can go for more mature content, and two, we know that they do remember their childhood of playing these games, which were more demanding of them. And so sticking with that demanding nature, I think it's a good transition to ask the players to be a little bit more on top of things and okay with missing things, etc.
So I think we have a question actually from the floor. Andrea Renee is down there, and if we can roll the clip, that would be awesome.
Oh, cool.
From London, UK, Afaf, what is your question about virtual reality?
My question is, now that VR is into the gaming space, how is it going to become more immersive and how will it evolve into the future?
So the question again was, now that VR is in the gaming space, how is it going to become more immersive and how do you think it's going to evolve into the future? And I kind of feel like Curtis and Tanya, I'd love to hear what you all think about this.
Well, for us, I mean, this is one of the more exciting things that we get. The problems we get to solve right now is the proper merging of the two things and the types of things that are the most interesting, experiments to do in virtual reality. We talk a lot about how there's a lot of great games that are being ported to VR and how those, really interestingly, how are those experiences going to transcend the experience for the player, because we know those are the best ones in VR. And whether or not, is that a good thing or is that a bad thing, or like how do you approach basic mechanics like moving around the world and interacting with objects, because it's so much more natural because we have different kinds of interaction mechanisms, right? Like the controllers with the Vive or the touch controllers with the Rift or the touch controllers on PSVR allows you to be able to do things that you wouldn't otherwise be able to do with just a controller. Or your mom or your sister or your brother, whoever doesn't normally play games, who can interact with those experiences. So I think for us, figuring out all of those challenges that come along with that is really interesting. I think some of the more interesting explorations we've done, like we're talking about the gaze, knowing where the player is looking so that we can create more compelling narrative experiences, directing people to look around. Sound is a really huge thing in games. It's always been really important, right? But knowing that people have headsets with the 3D spatial audio means that we can play a sound behind them and immediately get them to look behind, which creates a really immersive experience. Sense of scale. Like, we saw the Shadow of Colossus remaster. And I was like, oh my God, I just want to play this in VR, right? If there was a way to be able to experience that sense of scale in VR, that would just be huge. Yeah.
Literally. Actually.
Yeah, literally, yes.
Well, and Curtis, I think social is a huge part of this too, because when you have people in shared space that aren't in the same physical space, it's a really or in the same physical space. Either one, it's something new for most people to experience, at least right now.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Some of my favorite things to do in VR right now. In fact, all of my favorite things to do just at home in VR right now are all social things.
Bridge Crew,
absolutely. Like, you guys get on Bridge Crew, I'm there. I'm already there playing it. It looks like I'm here right now, but I'm probably playing it right now. But I love it, not because it's this really wide, deep, amazing, crazy universe that you're flowing through, but just because you're turning to the guy next to you and you're, saying engage, and you're actually like living in that universe and sort of living out this fantasy that that I've had, since I was young, right? And doing it in a social kind of an environment where you're playing with other people. I grew up in a D&D household, right? My father was sort of this, and is still sort of this legend of D&D, and was very much involved in making that sort of the phenomenon that it was in the day. And a lot of people obviously still play it, and they do because it's such an engaging way to use. Frankly, adults have amazing imaginations. Like, we have an amazing ability to play that we just don't engage in anymore. Because of social constructs or because of whatever, and the screen and the controller allow us to do a little bit of that in sort of a safe way. But I really look forward to these environments where people are playing together again, and they're and really acting out parts and living in worlds and using these amazing, wonderful imaginations that we all have to bring things to life. It can't just be the work of the artists and the people creating the VR worlds to do this. It's a shared universe. It's a story that the people are telling, not just us.
But it's one of the things that's the trickiest about VR, because it almost is positioned to be isolationist. You've got all this stuff over your ears, over your eyes. You can't really see what's around you. It's what I really enjoyed about our Void experience. I worked with Curtis because Ghostbusters was kind of the initial storytelling that we used in our first thing we did in New York. And what's nice about it is at least 4 people go through it together, and we're loaded down with all this stuff, but you actually see at least an avatar of each of the other people that are in the room, and you can hear well enough their real voices as well as what's going on in your earphones. And you keep going through spaces that shift in scale, and that's really part of the real power of it. You know, you're actually in New York. It's in Madame Tussauds of all places, and you know, it doesn't seem like a very large place, but after about, you take an elevator up someplace with a little ghost right in front of you that you can kneel down and talk to, and it's looking right in your eyes, and it's a conversation because you've got 3 other people crowded in to this elevator with you, and suddenly you have a ghost creature, you know, right there with you. There's wonderful things going on when you get to share that kind of thing, and you step out of it, and now you're on a cityscape overlooking all of Manhattan, and there's flying creatures coming at you, and you know your intelligence tells you, well, I'm in this building somewhere on 42nd Street, and now I'm, you know, in this whole other situation, and so the suspension of disbelief, you know, comes really easily.
It's Bridge Crew is a great example of this, because Bridge Crew, it bills itself as a video game, but it's more kind of like a structured LARPing experience than anything else. And there are game mechanics there, but they're very, very light and very accessible to almost everyone. And it's the comparison I kind of like to make, which may or may not be an apt comparison, is to something like Wii Bowling, when literally anybody can pick that Wiimote up, throw the bowling controller. Now, of course, the fidelity that we get is much better. The motion control is 1-to-1. It's like having an optical mouse that works in 3 dimensions, and it's an overall better experience. But you don't need to make Call of Duty or Fallout 4, which is a terrible example, to have a great VR experience. And I'm interested to talk to some of the folks that have done more traditional games, because David, you and Brendan have both made what I would say are more on the traditional gaming end of video games with Archangel and Hover Junkers, and kind of how you see that social thing and interacting with the mechanical games.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I grew up basically in love with console games. I mean, that was really my first passion, from literally Mike Tyson's Punch-Out on NES to spending more time in Hang 'em High with 2 Xboxes laying together in high school than I should probably ever admit. And it's really that trip. I think what VR offers is the ability to transpose that AAA gameplay, but to fully immerse you into the world of it. And the way that that's going to get more immersive is, look, locomotion is still a huge problem that has to be solved. And when you're in virtual reality, I yearn for the day where you can literally reach and touch and interact with absolutely everything, as opposed to the limitation that game mechanics put on you now. And to be able to freely move around a map and not actually have something that's guiding you or prompting you, or that is one of the biggest challenges currently facing virtual reality that we're currently in the process of trying to solve, as are others. And then also you have to think about the technology and where it sits. We're literally looking at first generation headsets, as absolutely wonderful as they are. But if you flash back 10 years ago to what the first iPhone is versus to what it is now, and how fast that progresses forward, how fast can we get the wires off of our heads so that when you actually freely move around, you don't have that. Yes, the headsets are big and cumbersome now, much like plasma televisions were. Like, it took 3 people to load it into your house because you could barely carry it. Now the television that cost $5,000 is $250. So you're going to constantly see the technology catch up exponentially to where not only does it become more mass medium, but it becomes more socially driven. The mechanics get better, and when you start thinking to what that offers years from now, it's to me it's the most revolutionary medium since we took the quantum leap from 2D to kind of real-time 3D rendering when Nintendo 64 came out. And it really is, because everything since then, all of the new PlayStations, all of the Xboxes have been an evolution of that and a progressive step. And this is the quantum leap. It's finally here, and the possibilities are endless.
Well, so when people are sitting at home and thinking, hey, should I buy a VR? Is it time for me to buy a VR headset? That's when I talk to normal people, that's the number one question I get about VR is, hey, should I get a PSVR? Should I get a Vive? Should I get a Rift? Should I get a Daydream for my phone? Whatever it happens to be. And you know, you mentioned this is first generation hardware. It seems like the first generation hardware for VR is going to hang around a lot longer than we've come to expect from phones and televisions and everything else. And I'm kind of curious how you all feel as developers, people who are building software for these platforms, how you feel about the state of the market and you know, whether you think what we have now is sustainable and whether it's going to continue growing or if we're going to hit a cliff at some point. I don't. Whoever wants to go. Yeah, Brendan, David. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I think the hardware now is fantastic. I don't want to be interpreted anything other than that. But, I mean, look, we've seen some really encouraging numbers come out recently to where the hardware growth is 70% to where the quarter was this time last year. I also think, think back to the arcades. And what I think is so incredibly exciting about what they're building at the Void is, yes, there are going to be early adopters and people who bring the headsets into the home, and we now have millions of high-end headsets in the home. But one of the first places where people are going to be able to experience VR is in these location-based centers. And and the thing that's so exciting about virtual reality is everybody who puts on a headset says the same thing when they came out. That is the coolest thing I have ever done. So yes, we believe the time for VR is now.
Nicholas Miller, who's watching at home, says he's torn on VR going forward with games. He says it still feels way too gimmicky, which is the thing that everybody thinks, I think, until they put on the headset for the first time and they reach out and they use Tilt Brush and do some drawing or get assaulted by accounting or whatever it happens to be.
I like that you said assaulted.
I mean, it's a verbal assault. I felt like Justin was yelling at me and very upset with me when I played your game.
He was, in fact, a few times, I think.
So I mean, what are the experiences that you got? What's the stuff that you guys have tried? What's the difference between an experience and a game, and which of the things that you've played and seen have you felt most excited about?
I'll jump in. I want to get philosophical for a second.
Please.
So if you'll get your peanuts now if you don't want to hear this. But Hitchcock once said that there were three kinds of characters. That there were witnesses, there were victims, and there were killers. Okay, and that's what you've got. And I look at entertainment the same way. That you can go to an experience. You go to like a haunted house and you can be a witness. You can go to the movies, and a victim, I should say. You're like a witness and you're a victim. You go to the movies and you're pretty much a witness, or you go home and you play a really deep video game and you're a killer, right? And I don't necessarily mean that literally, but like you play a video game, and it can affect the outcome of that game in a very significant way. Like Skyrim or something, where the story can actually change.
You're the hero,
yeah. And I feel like, to me, having those buckets or those categories, VR can explore those things in really significant ways and is doing that now. And while I think some of the things that come out are gimmicky, I'm sure people would say, well, the Void's gimmicky, until you go do it and realize that all these little gimmicks that seem...
being able to hand somebody something that's a physical object.
Being able to hand somebody something. Having something yell in your face and actually feeling the breath. From the outside, it looks ridiculous, right? I mean, entertainingly so, granted, but it looks kind of ridiculous.
Curtis, everybody looks cool when they're in VR.
Okay, sorry, I meant...
There's a 100% awesome. Rule.
I'm not watching you laughing. You look great. No, but for real, so it looks... But then when you're inside of it, you're part of that. You're either that witness at moments, or you're that victim when something like startles you, or you're actually changing the world through your decisions, and it feels real and you're part of it. And so, yeah, I mean, I guess I'm saying in a very... long way of saying it, but I totally agree with you. You have to try it and see what everyone's doing, especially people on this panel and everyone out there that's actually, in a very real and thoughtful way, trying to bring VR to a place that, while you're inside of it, is meaningful and in some ways life-altering.
I was just going to say, like, something we talk a lot about is how, in order to truly have a transcendent experience, to be in VR, like everyone says, like you're in it, right? Everything you're doing, it's a game. It's the way you experience the world. It's how you talk to the characters. It's the responses you get back from them. That's what puts you in it. And you can't recreate that without basically building a game, a 3D world, a space that you're exploring. And we talked about with accounting, is it a game or is it an experience? Because
it's a little of both.
It's both. And I would say that, it was really interesting to see people who don't play games played accounting and thankfully had very sick sense of humors, which is important to play accounting, that had no problems exploring the puzzly mechanics that are in there, but that made them even more immersed. That took them to the next level. So, I think that just with time, you'll see that the feeling of gimmickness definitely go by the wayside. But I think the true future is in the merging of games and virtual reality, that they are one and the same.
I mean, the burden is on the content developers because for the first time they're asked to create completely new things, and there's not a lot of things to draw analogy to when you're creating in the VR space. The hardware is in a way that path is much easier. That's going to exponentially improve. The hardware we have today is the minimum viable product, and it's going to look very, not good in 10 years, and more so than any other hardware has ever looked not good before, which is very exciting because it's going to get better and better. And that's guaranteed to happen. But the content creators have to come up with what they're going to create, what works well in the VR medium. From what we've seen, when people choose the right stories to tell, the right things for the VR medium, accounting being a very good example, it works wonderfully. When people come up with an idea that may make a better movie or may make a better traditional game or something else and try to shoehorn it into VR, that's where the gimmicky nature starts to come out, because you see these features being thrown in where it's like, oh, well, I guess you sip the soda instead of tapping on the UI or something like that. So it's really just choosing the correct medium for the story that you're trying to tell.
So one of the things as VR developers and people who have VR headsets in their houses, you end up doing a lot of demos, and this happens, I'm sure, to folks at home too that have a Vive or a Rift or a PSVR. And I love to ask people what they demo when somebody comes over and says, "Hey, I want to see VR." What do you show people for the first time? Ivan,
I don't have VR at home.
Oh no! Oh, this is a
Sorry,
dead question.
everybody. You're talking to the oldest guy on the panel right here. My son has always been a gamer and has everything, and it was really wonderful to sort of experience it through him. But when I started to get involved with the Void because of the Ghostbusters connection, for me, what really hit me was the psychological power of it. And I think the first thing that, not being a gamer, sort of shooting things down, even though there's a lot of shooting in Ghostbusters in the Void experience, it's just being in these rooms, is being out, really getting involved in that sort of deep way. I know I'm speaking very simplistically, but I do think that's where the power is. And if you could tell a story that is really experiential, that sort of moves us, that it would move you if you watch it in a standard film, I think the depth of involvement from the person experiencing it will be exponentially higher. To me, as a storyteller, lifelong, that's the interesting part. And the great challenge is what are those new rules? It's what you're saying. I think it's really smart, which is some stories really aren't meant to be told in VR, and you're just taking advantage of a gimmick. Then it really does become a gimmick. But when you get lost into something where, like you were saying, I got to take the headset off. This is way too hard for me right now. Well, that's an extraordinary moment for you as a viewer, and it's a really addictive. So, yeah, I think there's extraordinary storytelling, but we're just figuring that out now.
Do you think Great Train Robbery, or are we to Citizen Kane yet?
No, we're nowhere near Citizen Kane. I think much closer to the train robbery.
I like to take people into Google Earth and put them in the headset, and whatever current events are going on, go visit the location from those current events, and then go through the story, pull up the pictures, try to find things. Go to Berlin, go look at where the Hitler's march was or something, and you really get the sense of, you can see the potential and the power of VR when suddenly you can spatialize. Oh, this is where the JFK assassination was, and you can find all the different locations, and it starts to make sense in a way that no history book has ever captured. Nothing else can really give you that sense of where you are. And I always think that's a very powerful experience for someone, whether they're a gamer or not, within VR.
Google Earth is incredibly, I was really emotional the first time I tried Google Earth, and you could see the whole. It's the barest hint of what it must be like to be an astronaut and be sitting on ISS looking down all day. David?
Yeah, it's by the way. Yes, Google is going to take me. Raw data is one that I love putting people into, and then and I know this is now kind of a little bit old, but one of the ones for when people haven't been in VR for a while is Oculus really did an amazing job with Henry, and especially putting people in such an easy experience versus like the complicated mechanics that you get in some of the other titles. And it's always an amazing thing to see somebody. I mean, probably the closest I can equate it to was I was an aerobatic pilot for years, and you take somebody up, and they'd always have an amazing time. The only time I've seen their look on their faces again is when they get out of the headset. So it's really
when the
special.
balloon animals fly around your head, everybody, no, you can't not smile when the balloon animals
It's
are
just
flying around.
fantastic.
Tanya?
I'm really biased here. I always put them in accounting.
I mean, I was going to say accounting, so.
Yeah, I mean, the best part for me with accounting is because for those who haven't played it, there are so many things that happen in there that are unexpected and surprising. And so just to witness their reactions, there's a point, in the very beginning, it's not super spoilery, where you have to where you realize you have to stab somebody with a knife. And you're on the Vive, right? And to see, it's like a social experiment to see who just does it.
I've had people just not do it. They just refuse.
Yes, exactly. Like my mother-in-law, she looked at the knife. She was like, no, I can't do this. And then she threw it at him, and of course, it didn't really work. But it was really funny. But if it's not accounting, I love, for gamers, Space Pirate Trainer. It's definitely good standby, super fun, fave. And then Tilt Brush, of course, just the 3D experience of being able to paint in 3D and be in your design and experience some of the things other people have created. It's magical.
Curtis, do you take people down to the shop and just run them through the void once? Or?
I mean, yeah, right? Like when you have a void just down the street, it's really convenient to say, hey, you want to see the coolest thing in VR? Follow me. So that's nice.
Besides accounting.
Yeah. I think accounting in the void is something that we should talk about, because that could be dangerous.
Adults only, though.
Yeah, totally.
Sorry, only for adults.
Yeah. Ghostbusters was, I should say, by the way, it was amazing work with Ivan, who immediately understood the void, which was awesome, because there's a lot of people that come into the void and they go through it and they start spitting out these ideas, and most of them are just sort of VR ideas, right? Like, oh, well, you could do this with it. And it's like, well, yeah, I mean, you could do that at home in your underwear with VR, But Ivan came out and really understood, I think, what we were trying to do. It's really not just about telling stories, right? It's about getting people to kind of live these stories so that they can come out and tell their own about what they did and what happened. And I think that's what makes virtual reality so powerful.
Well, thank you all so much. This has been a wonderful 45 minutes chatting with you, and enjoy the rest of E3, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up next, Sea of Thieves. The team from Rare will be here to take you inside the development of that game. And then still to come, we've got Ed Boon on stage celebrating Mortal Kombat. The original team behind Crash Bandicoot reuniting for the first time ever to discuss development of that game. Later this afternoon, Hideo Kojima, interviewed by Jordan Vogt Roberts, and many more conversations and panels here at the E3 Coliseum. We'll see you in just a minute for Sea of Thieves Community Spirit. Welcome back to the E3 Coliseum. Right now, please welcome the team from Rare for Sea of Thieves Community Spirit.
Hello everyone, I am Adam, I'm from Rare with the Sea of Thieves team, and I'm going to bring out my crew for today, one by one. So starting off with our executive producer, it's Joe Neat.
Thanks everyone, great to be here.
Next up we have our live campaign producer, it's Christina Parker. Woo!
Hey everyone.
And finally, our design director, it's Mike Chapman.
Thank you, everyone.
So, it's quite early for us as pirates, so I am going to start by having my breakfast, if that's okay with you guys.
Absolutely, Adam.
So this is... No, you're going to have to fill.
Are you enjoying that? Was it good? No?
I think you should
Nutritious?
explain what's just happened.
No.
No, I'll explain. So,
Thank you, Mike.
Should we go?
Sorry? Yeah.
Should we explain it? Yeah. So just so you know, there's a meme doing the rounds on the internet at the moment. So in Sea of Thieves, banana gives you health. It gives you health, sorry. So, but in our game, you eat the banana whole. So this is kind of like caught people's imagination. So it's like doing the rounds on the internet. So yeah.
And I can attest it is foul. That is disgusting. I'm regretting that.
I'm actually impressed how quick you got it down.
It's still there. So I'm going to go through everybody, and we're going to start by getting a fun fact. And it's up to you to judge whether these are true or false. I'm assured they're all true. But we're going to start with Joe. Can you give us the most fun fact that exists about you, please?
Thanks. Yes, I can, Adam. Yeah. So once I tried to go cage diving with great white sharks, and on the boat out, I got so sick that I basically just got so seasick that I couldn't even stand up properly. So when I tried to put the wetsuit on with the sharks circling the boat, all I could do was go to the edge of the boat and be sick onto great white sharks. So yeah, that's the fun fact about my seafaring fun fact.
So that's executive producer Joe Neat, everyone, being sick on great white sharks. Yeah. So Christina, you're up.
Okay, mine's not nearly as riveting as that, but my fun fact is that I can touch my tongue to my nose.
Tongue to nose?
Yeah.
I think we should definitely see it.
Come on.
I should have known it was
Stand
gonna
up for
happen.
this as well.
Okay,
This is a big
Make
moment.
A big thing.
Very good.
Yeah, it gets quite up there.
That was there'll be a meme of that.
Oh no.
And then finally, Mike.
So, contrary to rumour, I'm in fact not related to John Oliver.
Or is he?
Well.
So with that, we best get started, I think. So, Joe, Mike, take it
I'll
away.
I'm going to stand up for this. Cool. So, there we go. So, we believe that Sea of Thieves is the pirate game that you've always wanted. So when you think about the world of pirates, being a pirate in a pirate world, it's this pirate fantasy. But kind of the allure of pirates, like where does that come from? It's such an important part of our culture and it appeals to so many people. And I think for many people it starts with maybe Treasure Island, that fantasy of following a map to X that mark to spot. Not just being in a pirate ship, but exploring mysterious islands and lost pirate caves. If you grew up in the 80s like I did, maybe even the Goonies, a group of friends who are united behind a common goal to find pirate treasure. Maybe the thrill and the excitement of the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, a movie where nautical legends could come to life. And of course, recently, with the culmination of the series, the drama and the excitement of Black Sails, a TV series. But who can forget something that we capture, I think, really well in Sea of Thieves? A classic, if you're old enough, but the charm, the humour, and that sense of character of the Monkey Island series. We believe that we capture that spirit of pirates, that romance of the pirate world. We believe that Sea of Thieves captures all of that. But it's not just that. Sea of Thieves is more than that. We believe we are building a really special experience that's doing something really new, really fresh, and really ambitious. So what is Sea of Thieves? So, as I said, Sea of Thieves allows players to live the pirate life. You're going to enter this pirate world, and you're going to be able to craft your pirate legend.
you were on a quest to become a legendary pirate. So this rich pirate world is going to offer all these different play styles, and you're going to have to build your reputation on your path to become a pirate legend. But the cool thing is that you get to share it with your friends. There's this wonderful pirate world. You get to crew up together and have these epic adventures. The world will challenge you. There'll be all these wonderful dynamic elements that ensure that your experience remains fresh and exciting every time you play. But the true magic of Sea of Thieves, the thing that makes it so different, so fresh, is the fact that you're doing it in a shared world. You're out there, you're having these epic adventures with your friends, but when you see a sail on the horizon, that is another crew of real players. They're just doing their thing. They're crafting their own legends. So just think for a moment the explosion of possibilities that can happen when crews meet each other in the world. It truly is a magical experience. It is so fresh, it's so exciting, it never gets old. It plays differently each time. That's what's so wonderful about our game. So I'm going to show you a gameplay video now to show some examples of a potential voyage for a crew.
Play a gameplay video.
Roll the clip, please.
Ah, the joy of a new voyage far across the Sea of Thieves. Just you, the wide open world, and oh, but it's not just you, she's here too. Oh, and this guy's here. But the point is, this is a shared world.
So this is actually a trailer that you've already seen at the E3 show. Sorry about that. Well, we can watch a little bit of it.
The world of Sea of Thieves.
I think we'll move on.
Seethes.
How about that?
Skulking above and
I'm
below
sure
the
everyone
reef.
in the audience has freeze framed this video anyway. So
I may have uploaded that at like 1:30 in the morning when I just got back from a
Yeah.
particularly strenuous night's work.
Good job, Joe.
Yeah.
Round of applause.
The panel remains surprising and delighting, just like our game itself. Okay, let's move on. So yes, as I said,
I'm really looking forward to seeing what the next video is that was going to be showing. Like.
Oh gosh. You know the water slide from the end of the Goonies. It's probably
The
going
team
to be
is
that.
doing a really amazing job with the way.
Not next video. Joke.
These guys are
Go
good.
back.
There we go. Cool. Okay, we'll move on. So, yeah, as I said, Sea of Thieves is ambitious new IP. It's doing things different in terms of the gameplay, the fact that it's shared world, the fact that we're creating this set of tools, players can crew up with their friends, and they're in this immersive pirate world. It was important to develop it in a new way. This is a new IP. So we wanted to kind of get it into players' hands early. That was a key thing for us. We wanted to build the affinity for this IP early, build a growing community who can come in and test their game and give us feedback. We can share our insights with them and essentially build the game along with them. And then executive producer Joe is going to go into a bit more detail on that.
Yeah, and it can only get better from here, I think. Cheers, Mike. Thanks very much. So, cool. So yeah, I want to talk about how a notoriously secret developer, so Software, 32 years of history that we've got as a studio, and they're notorious in the past for really kind of keeping everything hidden in this sort of kind of countryside retreat, which is basically our office. And we wanted to turn that on its head for this game because we really, like Mike said, it's about building it's a new IP. We need to raise awareness in a new way. We need to build a community around this, and that's what this panel is about. We want to talk about how we've been doing that. I can see some members of our community here in the audience, which is super cool, and how we're going to continue doing that. So we have something called the Insider Program, and so since December, we've had this open to people to sign up to, and I think we're at just over 200,000. I think I've spoiled one of your slides in a bit, sorry about that. And we basically give them tons and tons of insights into the development on the studio. So like every month, we basically give them a report on how things are going on the project, what we've learned, what features we've been testing. We also... Hold on, where are we? There's a wider range of things in terms of kind of the videos that we do, the emails we send out, and everything else. And so, yeah, weekly insider updates we get out to everybody. And so this is just an insight into development. At the studio, we'll send out clips of work in progress features and just kind of special insights into what's going on, so everybody understands the journey we're taking on this title. Mike also loves writing walls of text in terms of we're basically massive design kind of explanations about what we're building and why we're building it, and everybody seems to really kind of appreciate this. We also do a day in the life of a developer. So this is on our insider forums. So this is just insights into like what people do and what their jobs are. So our community video manager, John, loves including GIFs in his. So John liking explosions, liking himself around the studio. And yeah, thanks very much for joining us, John. Bye-bye. Yeah, and also though, what's really important that during the Insider program, we're running our technical alpha phase, and it means people are coming in, they're testing the game, they're getting to play it, they're getting to give us feedback on features and everything, but also we're testing stuff ourselves, right? So we're testing that the game works, that we can scale our audience, because we started with 1,000 people at the start in December. We're now up to about 75,000 people that are invited into the alpha phase, but things go wrong, right? And so we have to kind of update everybody in our community of, hey, we tried testing this, there were matchmaking issues, some people didn't get to play, and we let them know, and everybody seems to appreciate the kind of openness, the transparency of how we're trying to fix it. And now I think we're going to be having to write another one today, because we were actually running a technical alpha playtest yesterday where we had some issues, because we were getting the new build out that everyone's been playing at E3 to all of our insiders, and there were some issues, and it happens, right? But by being open, by being transparent, everybody just learns to trust us and to understand that we have the best of intentions, and we don't always get it right, hence the video in the slides. But yeah, so alongside that, we also run regular surveys with our players. So whenever they play the game, we ask them, you know, what do they think about it? And we go through, through the forums, and we go for their opinions. We look at the data, the telemetry, and we really do change our approach to the game. We tune features, and we also look at our roadmap and what we want to bring in based on what players are saying. And this is actually an example of a survey we sent to our PC players before they even actually got to play the game. And this was us just going, hey, these are the kind of specific PC features we believe are most important, but what order do you think is most important to you of how we should deliver them to players? And we changed our roadmap a little bit as a result of these surveys. And it's just really great to actually be able to work with our players, work with our community to build the pirate game that they've always wanted and the PC game that they've always wanted. So now we are going to play the community video. So yeah, I will. This is just a highlight reel of all the type of videos we're releasing to our community. So play video, please.
The team is doing a really amazing job with the way you're bringing the community along the journey. I mean, things you do like this. Games are one of the few art forms out there where you can bring the community along. Mojang with Minecraft, which get to manage with a great community. And I think we're on a journey with Sea of Thieves in the way that Rare has engaged their community and grown it.
Hey, look, that person on the front. They're boarding us.
To go like that? Yeah. What, and then put it there? Yeah. That's awesome. Concertina we have. So the concertina we had. Amazing. Yeah.
Right, everyone on cannons. Everyone on cannons. Give them a broadside.
As long as we're not sinking, are we okay, Emma?
We're okay. Ankle deep water.
I feel really cool,
I've been
by the
killed.
way.
Oh!
They've come on board!
Someone's on board!
They're all on board. Who's on board?
Oh no,
It's the same crew as well. They've completely f***ing done us again. I don't believe it.
I've been at Xbox for 10 years now, right? And I've obviously seen a lot of games launched. But, you know, always at the heart for me is that, you know, it comes back to our audience. And that's why, you know, Sea of Thieves particularly fascinates me. And you know, the way that you're working with your community and engaging them through your social channels, etc. It's brilliant.
We should have a look at it. Here it is. Wow, amazing. You should look surprised. Okay. So here it is. Imagine.
I need a TP for my bunghole. No?
I don't know what that means.
We come bearing gifts. Hello, kind sir. Hello. You look so good on the wheel. Don't borrow my ship. Leave it, let's get out of here. Have it. Drop it and let's go. It's yours, yes, it's yours.
Oh, the man, they just left us alone now, they've got it.
This pirate crew has bonded together, going on an adventure together.
Yeah, with these set of tools that you can all work together, you can all cooperate and collaborate together.
With this goal of treasure in mind.
Yeah, exactly.
we'll always look at things that have inspired us and things that we have great respect for and great love for, right? And figure out ways to get nods to them in the game and everything else. And and the same will apply to our player base, as well, right? And the activities that they go on and what they do and stuff. We'll always be looking for those kind of things to inspire us and see what we can do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That might be quite funny.
Don't put that in.
Cool. Really grateful that was the right video. But that's just a highlight reel of all of the videos that we've been putting out for over the last year, really, since last year's E3. Wide stuff across gameplay kind of looks and insights, but also insights into how we're developing the game. And when we get our visitors to the studio, like Graham Boyd or Phil Spencer, we rope them into the tavern that we've built at our studio because we're really serious about this pirate thing. And we just get them to talk about what we're doing and how we're doing it. And it's really great to see how supportive everybody is, the whole Xbox organization, about this really unique and different way that we're bringing this game to market. So, trying to remember. Yeah, okay. So also, something else I wanted to talk about around the Insider program. So, at the I think before E3, we had about 175,000 people signed up to it. I think we've had another 35,000 had signed up by kind of yesterday, which was like about 1 every 5 seconds, I think, since E3 kind of started, which is cool. But what we're announcing today, right, is a couple of things, actually. So for those insiders, anybody that signs up as an insider kind of before the game is fully out, they will all get a chance to play prior to release. And so at the moment, because we've been inviting people from the Insider program into the technical alpha, and like I said, there's over 200,000 now in the Insider, and we've got about 75,000 people playing. But we will, if you sign up for the Insider program, you will get a chance to play this game early prior to release. And we haven't said that before. And alongside that, every insider will receive exclusive rewards which carry over to the full game. So, as an incentive for people who want to get involved early, they want to come in and they want to help us develop this and make the pirate game that they've always wanted. We're also going to be giving them some exclusive rewards which will carry over. Cool, so I'm just going to hand back to Mike now, because he's going to talk a little bit about some of the things that we've learnt during our technical alpha phase, because it's all been about how do we get these features out there, how do we test them with real players, and what can we learn and improve and make the game better. So I'm going to hand over to Mike.
Thanks, Joe. Cool, so as Joe says, what's so cool is the kind of the position we have right now. We've got this luxurious position where we already have an audience. We've already got players in Sea of Thieves having a great time, and they're falling in love with it. But just to show you a cool infographic, and these kind of stats were correct when we left Rare and we came into E3, but we've had kind of the key stat there, 174,000, almost 175,000 insiders. I think we're getting up to 210,000 insiders since we've been at E3, so if anyone's got a mobile device in the audience, please make our numbers look better and sign up and tick us over the edge. Cool stat there, Deathfire, who earned the most gold in the Tech Alpha. Also see that he was also the player that stole the most chests. Funny that. Cool, but it's not only that. It's not just kind of looking at the data and see how players are playing. It's actually, we've got this great opportunity to use our players to make our experience even better. So, this kind of diagram here kind of reflects the view distance of a ship. So as I kind of mentioned, that magic of seeing a ship on the horizon and then reacting to it and not knowing what that player's intents are, not knowing what the crew want to do, that's what's so cool about our experience. So we'd chosen 1.7 kilometers, so that's how far you can see to the horizon. We chose that for aesthetic reasons, but we want to validate it. So this is something we could only test with a real audience. The frequency that ships meet each other in the world. How often do they see each other? Even if it doesn't turn into a combat scenario or ones where they actually interact, just seeing another ship is part of the magic as well, knowing that there's other players in that world. So the ship has a heartbeat. So every so often the ship would kind of almost like send out a sonar in data, and we'd see if any other ships were nearby. So we ran the numbers to 1.7 kilometers, and what we found was that view distance equaled a ship sighting every 25 minutes to 45. So that felt pretty good in terms of having some time to bond with your crew, but it felt too long. We want some variance there so players can still be surprised, but that still felt too long. So what we actually did was, there you go, there was a ship that you wouldn't have seen. But we pushed back that view distance to 2.5. And then we ran the data again, and what we found was that led to players having the chance to see a ship every 15 minutes to 25 minutes. So players can come into the world, they can form a crew, They've got a chance to kind of pick the type of voyage they want to go on, make some progress before then you've got that chance to have that magical moment of seeing a ship. That was really important to kind of bond the crew. But that reflects something that we feel good about now with our feature set. But as we continue our Insider program, getting more players in, adding to that feature set, we're going to continually evaluate this. So when we've got more features in there, maybe we want to push that out again. Maybe we want to ensure that players have a little bit longer because there's more things to kind of occupy them on the way. Another thing that we've changed is the skeleton balancing. So the first time we turned these on for our Insiders, I'm not kidding you, they were literal Terminators. They were absolutely ruthless killing machines. And they would spawn all the time. So you'd set foot on an island, they'd burst out of the ground, and it was great the first time, but then they'd dispatch you. And the first time we turned it on, you couldn't even heal. So they were absolutely decimating players. So now we've added the banana, which obviously Adam showed off at the start. But yeah, we've now tweaked this. So they actually feel more like skeletons. They're kind of bumbling around on the islands, and we've changed their reload animation to make them feel a bit more clumsy. So tonally, they just feel a lot better in the game now. But kind of the accuracy that they have with the weapons and how frequently they spawn, that's as a direct result to the kind of the feedback we've got from our real players. So it's a great position that we're in. Another example is the sword combat. Obviously, a great pirate trope. Sea of Thieves has to have sword combat. It's a great thing that we expect. We showed it off in the trailer on the E3 briefing. But the way we implemented this in the tech alpha for our Insiders was that we first added the ability to just slash with a sword. So you had the basic ability to use a sword in the game. And then we had the ability to block, so you could kind of deflect incoming blows. But then the ability to knock back. So when you do a combo, you knock players off, and you can knock them off the ship, and you can knock them around on the islands. It feels fantastic. But we deliberately implemented it in stages. So we could get it in, we could get feedback, we could kind of iterate it and perfect it. And that's ongoing now. We're still doing that with sword combat, especially with the balance between swords and guns. That was something that we really want to get right. So there's a reason to use a sword. Every tool has a reason to use it, and it has its place in the game. And of course, voice chat. I mean, voice chat is the way to play Sea of Thieves, right? It's a great way to communicate with your crew. I mean, the things you see here, this is something that we added to our main menu to kind of encourage players to kind of set up their mic, so to kind of highlight that it was the optimal way to play. At the same time, we went in there with a set of assumptions that you would expect that the people who play the most would be, in this order, the people who all talk on a crew, then probably crews where some people are talking, and then crews where nobody talks at all. You'd kind of expect it in that order in terms of how long they play. We were actually genuinely surprised that the people that all talk play a long amount of time, but it's the people who don't talk at all kind of second. Whereas you've got mixed crews, they're the people who play the least. So as a result of seeing that data, we've actually, when we always wanted to do a non-verbal communication system, we've actually brought that up in our roadmap. We've prioritized that based on seeing that data from our players, and we couldn't have done that without them. And we also, a key part of this journey that we're on is building a welcome, positive community. So on our forums, we have a set of deckhands. So we call them our deckhands. These are our most active forum members, and they're there to kind of welcome people to the Sea of Thieves forums, make sure topics are moving smoothly, keeping everyone on the subject, making sure that this is a welcoming place for our players. And as you can see there, they've already moderated Joe twice for bad language. So the deckhands are doing an amazing job keeping Joe's potty mouth in check. But yeah, they're doing an absolutely incredible job. But we're building a fantastic, positive community. Joe mentioned it earlier as well. We've got these hot topics with our community where we'll put a certain subject, like griefing, for example. How has griefing affected you in other experiences? And we'll get kind of feedback from players in our forum. But one of the upcoming hot topics is the Pirate's Code. So one of the things that we want to do is allow the community to create this Pirate's Code. What is the rules of how you should interact with your crew? What are the rules of engagement when you see another ship or another crew on an island exploring? We want to build this pirate code with our community, and that's all part of making it this welcoming place where we're building this immersive pirate world, and it can be a really welcoming place for players to come in, get lost, and have these great adventures. I'm going to hand over to Joe to go into a bit more detail on how we're reacting to our players.
Cheers, Mike. So the Sea of Thieves world, obviously it has a lore to it, it has a history to it that we've built into this. But it's a game that's going to be constantly growing and evolving. And players have been playing this since December. They're going to be playing it throughout until early 2018, and they're going to be playing it beyond that. And when in our technical alpha phase, we were looking at the first time that players had actually played the game. So the very first time we had 1,000 players come in and play the game, we were sat in our boardroom. And we had all the data and the stats on the screen about kind of what was going on. And after about 4 minutes, somebody, like the first player ever in Sea of Thieves, died. And we were like, oh, that's quite a momentous occasion, right? Like, we should do something to reward that. And it was a guy called Hallower1980 was his gamer tag. And so when you die, you actually go to something that we call the Ferry of the Damned. So this is kind of a doorway on the ghost ship. Oh, look, lovely. Does it work up there? Yeah, it does. So we've got Hallower's name here, Hallower, and then 1980 in Roman numerals. I think we got it right. But it's scratched here because he was the first person to visit this place, this ghost ship, this Ferry of the Damned. And because he was on his own, because he was the first person in our lore, in our heads, right? Then he just scratched his name like people do when they go to really nice landmarks and ruin it for everyone else. But yeah, so he is now a permanent fixture in our game forevermore. And we decided that this is something that we want to do throughout the kind of experience. So throughout our technical alpha phase and then throughout the game, we're going to be building the lore of the world and growing the lore of the world based on player activities. So got some other examples here. So Fizzy Foxy, in one of our early tests, just basically annihilated everyone and got about 37 kills in a session or something. And so we decided to kind of, in one of the taverns in the world, get a wanted poster. Again, it will be there forevermore, because that's her gamer tag. That's her story. And Sea of Thieves is going to be all about player stories. It's all going to be about the amazing adventures players go on. And so this one, there's a guy called the Aaron Lee. And so at last year's San Diego Comic-Con, he actually came up to me and he gave me this. Which was he'd basically crafted his own Sea of Thieves coin, put it in this lovely pouch, and gave it to us as a present for the team. And so his gamer tag and the little coin itself is now here, stuck in a barrel in the world. And it was just a great way to reward things that our community do, things that our community make us feel special and make us kind of have these memorable moments too. And so there's a series of these. This guy, Guts, he killed tons and tons of skeletons when we first put them in. So again, he's got this memorial in the world. This is, So Amir, who's here, and I'm going to shine it. Oh, sorry, just killed someone. But hopefully I didn't find you, did I? No, all right. But yeah, so Amir, who is Ione Falcon here, when we first put full damage into the game, he actually basically, how many times did you die? It was something like 40 or 45 times. Amir died, yeah. So we decided to reward him in the game because we just looked at the stats and we're like, what was he doing? But great. So again, and when we put these in, they're a surprise to our community and they discover them in the world when they play in the game. And I remember, Amir, you sent us an email, didn't you? Kind of really thanking us, and it made us feel like knowing that we can do this to for our players and reward them for taking part and have permanent memento in the game. I think it's a really special thing that we can do, and it's in our power to do it. And why shouldn't we? Captain Jack was a really legendary member of our community that went missing for a few months, and she basically she messaged us, the team, and said, look, I'm going to be going missing for a while, I've got loads of studies to do and everything else. But everyone on the forums was like, where is she? What's happened? They were really worried about her. So again, we kind of commemorated that. And this one's super cool, actually. So a couple of members of our community, guys called Xbox Addict and Geordie Tommy, actually created this book, which inside of it has a custom controller and a letter, a message to our team about how much they love the game and how much they appreciate what we're doing. And they sent this to the studio. And so this was such an amazing thing. So again, we've actually built that and we've put it into the game itself with their names on the side. And this one was a surprise. So Xbox Addict was at the FanFest on Monday, and I had my laptop with me, and I showed him this, and it blew his mind because it's such a special thing, I think. And then finally, so this one I don't know if everyone's seen in the community, but we've got a guy called Clumsy George who has. When he first came to our community, he posted about how he's been trying to get into multiplayer games, trying to join online communities, and he's found them really toxic, found them a real challenge to kind of bond with people and make friends, and he kind of was on the verge of giving up, and he saw our game, and he kind of thought, that looks interesting, maybe it's worth another try. So he came to our community, and like Mike talked to, how positive and welcoming our community are, not just the deckhands, but everybody else in there. We have an incredible online community, and they welcome him into the game, and he's always got these crazy stories and everything else, but one of them always involves a broom, basically. And so So we took kind of inspiration from British pubs, the Georgian Dragon, where someone's always fighting the dragon, and replaced it with the Georgian Kraken, more on theme to our game. But that's our little nod to George. And he is, sometimes when he posts about the game, he posts about the amazing experience he's had playing with others. We send it around the team in the studio because they're just so long, heartfelt kind of letters of love to the experience that we're building, but also that the community are supporting. And so we're going to continue to do this stuff. We're going to continue to, like, as the game evolves, even when we lift the NDA, we allow players to share videos. We know we're going to see such amazing stories, such amazing moments that we're going to want to change things in the world. And it's within our power to do anything we want, right? You know, we're making the game. We can rename parts of the world. We can change parts of the world. We can do anything we want to reflect the stories. And I think for a game like this that is all about those unique player stories, I think it's a really important promise that we're making to our players and to our community. We're going to continue to do that. I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting that, but yeah, thanks. Cool. So this is our goal, right? And it's quite a bold statement, but we truly and honestly believe in it, right? That it's about creating the most fun, welcoming multiplayer experience ever. And when we talk to like the Pirates code that Mike talked to in terms of, you know, like having a set of behaviors that players are going to respond to, and we're going to moderate and we're going to make sure that they do behave in the ways that our community wants them to in game and everything else. You know, we want people to come to the game. Sure, they can have fun. Sure, it's a pirate game. Sure, you can steal stuff off other people, but it's got to be done in the right way. It's got to be done in the right spirit. And so, you know, this is our goal. This is what we're committed to. And all of those things we've just talked about, kind of, and the way we're interacting with our community, we're rewarding them and we're working with them to make this experience. Like, that's why we're doing it. So I think that's it, really. I think it's now time for some Q&A. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. So I think we're actually going to start with a question via Facebook. I believe we've got a video. So prep yourselves. Or a clip. But it's from Facebook, so let's have a look.
Hi, I'm here with Jacob from South Carolina. Jacob, what is your Sea of Thieves question?
I was just wondering if you could elaborate on the progression in the game, if there would be any type of gear system, if it was anything similar to like Ark Survival Evolved or 7 Days to Die, or if there's any type of leveling system.
So Mike,
yes,
would you like to elaborate on will there be progression in their game?
Yes, so I touched on it earlier, but a world like Sea of Thieves, it's going to support a whole range of play styles because players will want to play in a different way, whether that's being known for being a legendary explorer, a legendary treasure hunter, someone who goes out there and takes bounties out on legendary creatures. There's going to be a whole range of ways to progress in their game. Ultimately, players are on that quest to become a pirate legend. How you get there is kind of up to you. You know, if you think back to, you know, what would it mean to be a legendary pirate captain? You know, you'd be a great navigator, you'd be good with a pistol, good with a blade, you'd be a great treasure hunter, you'd be great at sailing the ship, but it's up to players where they build their reputation. So the goal is that players' names can precede them. How you make your name in the game is up to you. It's not some linear path. You progress in your own way. And the cool thing is that because players are taking their own path to become a pirate legend, the weapons they have, the way their pirate looks, their clothing, the voyages they have, like everyone will have their own voyages, the types of adventures they can have, that will be a reflection of that reputation. So when you see someone in the world, you can have that cool moment where you break the ice and say, you know, where did you get that cool jacket from? Where did you get that voyage from? I mean, that's kind of a great thing that crews can share and bond over. But yeah, it's ultimately, you're on this quest to become a pirate legend, but it's kind of player choice to decide how you get there.
Fantastic, thank you. Any questions from anyone in the room? There we go, the fella there with the yellow top on. Hold on, there's a mic en route. Brace.
Okay, great. So on the topic of bringing new people into this great community, yesterday I was playing out the demo, and a friend of mine was playing with 2 kids, and the 2 kids bail halfway through, and which was a big bummer because 2 people can't run the thing in a highly collaborative game. And I realize now that 2 people from your community eventually jumped in and salvaged the session. It was a ton of fun. So the question is, how will you account for that past the alpha when you're introducing new people into this great community?
Yeah, I can take that. I mean, that's a great question, by the way. I mean, we've made a lot of really intentful design choices. I mean, right from the start, we never wanted to have very specific player roles. Like, because this world is going to challenge you, you'll be challenged by the fact that you're reacting to those incredible moments when you meet other players out there. We've made intentful design decisions to ensure that players have that freedom on the ship, but also how you progress is shared. So when you come to a ship and you choose the voyage you want to go on, the rewards, as you saw in the trailer, like the chest is a physical object, and you all benefit from that. So when you get that back to an outpost, the gold is shared amongst the crew. And we also made it so you can imagine how that bonds players together. For when they get that gold, they then use that on their own individual progression. So there's real strong, compelling reasons why you want to cooperate with your crew. You can't. You need them to sail the ship with you. You need them to kind of work with you to get the rewards from the voyages. But at the same time, we made a decision, like quite early on in development, I'd say, that you can't hurt each other when you're in a crew. Because if you put that there in place, it's too much fun to resist. You will hurt each other. I mean, why wouldn't you? We've made very intentful decisions to ensure that people bond together and they work together. And we're already, like you say, we're seeing that in the alpha. But that Pirates Code, how we allow crews to manage their sessions, there will be a way for crews to ensure that if there are people disruptive there, they've got a way to deal with that. So that's something we're working on right now.
Just to jump in, I think the key is that the reason we're in our technical alpha is to discover things like this and to test it and then to kind of iron out those things, right? Because in a multiplayer game like this, a shared world, like we put mechanics in and then we can't be 100% sure how players are going to react to them and how they interact with them, right? And so like you talk about the crew management side of things, or even the non-verbal communication system. Let's get it in, let's test it, let's see how players use it, what they don't, and let's make it better. And that's how we're going to do it. That's how we're going to succeed with this.
So, a couple of more questions from Facebook. Firstly, David Payne asks whether our T-shirts are a nightmare to iron. Yes, David. Yes, they are.
I don't think any one of us has washed any of them yet, because we know it's just going to disintegrate, basically.
Live the pirate life.
Live in the pirate life, yeah.
We
don't wash.
Christina has to clarify. Yeah, we've got more than one each, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you?
We
no
haven't
one
washed them.
Maybe
but if
you
we
do,
extend their
Christina.
stay, we're going to be in trouble.
And then Adam Whitehead was asking on Facebook, is it multiplayer only, or can I play as a single player?
Yeah, so the freedom of the pirate life. In 2018, when we throw the world open to players, it's important that players have that freedom to choose who they want to play with and who they play, like how they play, how they progress in the game. So you will be able to sail in a small ship. But the cool thing is that it's solo play in a shared world. Even though you're going to be on this smaller ship that's optimized for smaller crews and single players, you're still going to have the chance to see other crews out there. Because that's the magic of our game. But yes, there will be the option to do that.
Any more questions from in the room? Yes, the gentleman over there with the white or grey. I can't tell from here. What's your colour shirt? Light coloured shirt.
Hi, so one of the important things about being a pirate is being notorious in the area that you're at. So we know that you guys rewarded a lot of the community based on milestones in the forums and things like that. But how will other players know how notorious you are? Or how will newer players that come in say, hey, that's Blackbeard, or that is somebody who made an impact in the world?
Very good question. So yeah, I touched on it earlier, of your name preceding you, the idea that you've made your name in a reputation. So there will be titles. So players will be able to unlock titles that they'll be able to unlock, and that is a reflection of their reputation. I am notorious for leaks, actually, so I probably should get Master Leaker as a title. But yeah, the idea that, the goal there is that, when you do form that crew, that judgment is a reflection of, what title have they chosen? That the deception is kind of interesting as well. Like, you've made your reputation in a certain area, but maybe you don't want to represent yourself that way. Maybe you don't want to dress as a legendary pirate hunter and have the title that reflects that. Maybe you're just there dressing in pirate rags and calling yourself something else. Like, that deception's really interesting as well. But yeah, the kind of key visual things that can spark conversation.
Thank you. One more question from the room and then we're probably done. This dashing gentleman wearing a Sea of Thieves t-shirt, I think. Chad. I was pretending I didn't know you, but it looks like we've planted you.
Never seen him before in my life.
Yeah, so one of the things that's been really great about the technical alpha as it's been ongoing, and you touched on it here, was how the community feedback has driven some of the direction of the game. Now that you've got a release window of early 2018, have there been discussions about continuing to evolve the game post-release?
Yeah, so I'll take that one. Or do you want it, Christina? Like, I don't know.
Let's see what you say first.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so absolutely. Like this, like, it's kind of, I think we started off saying this in like some of our interviews. It's almost like it's the start of the journey then, but it's not, because the journey started in December, right, last year. But the journey will continue, and we can, and like back at the studio, we've got a roadmap to like the end of 2019, and that's just because I can't think any further than that, basically. But like as we move forward, we'll continue to grow, and we'll continue to be looking that far in the future, because the ambition for this game is to basically operate in exactly the same way. Once we've, you know, just because we've like charged for the game and we've got people in and there's a big wide audience, we still want to operate it in the same way, because it's the right way to operate this type of game, this type of experience. And like in terms of kind of campaigns, which is Christina's area, like you can talk to a little bit about just our plans for that and our plans for kind of supporting.
Well, I think there was recently a hot topic on the forum about the appeal of in-game events and operating as a game as a service. That is something that we're going to continue throughout the development and beyond of Sea of Thieves. Is we're going to have these special, exclusive, time-limited, fun things that make you interact with the world in a new and unique way, or interact with other players in a new and a unique way, but will also potentially give you exclusive stuff, as I said, on the forums. So yeah, it's continuing forever.
I think that's all we've got time for. So thank you ever so much, everyone, for coming along. And we'll see you soon. Good night, LA.
Thank you.
Or good morning, LA.
Coming up, Gaming Evolved, new voices, new visions, find out how the gaming industry is expanding to include more creators. And then this afternoon, we've got an incredible lineup. We'll walk you through that right now. We've got the Crash Bandicoot reunion, the original team. 9 people made the original Crash Bandicoot back in 1996. We'll hear from many of them live on stage at noon. Then Ed Boon is here at 12:45 for Mortal Kombat, celebrating 25 years. We'll get a new look at Far Cry 5 from the team at Ubisoft Montreal at 1:30. Then at 2 o'clock, Afrojack hosts a look at Call of Duty World War II with Sledgehammer Games. At 2:30, Stories Across Screens, a look at narrative in games with creators from Naughty Dog, Bethesda Game Studios, the executive producer of Better Call Saul, the director of 10 Cloverfield Lane, and more. Then at 3:15, Hideo Kojima in conversation with Jordan Vogt-Roberts. At 4:15, a look at the independent game revolution. Middle-earth, Shadow at War, a behind-the-scenes look at 5 o'clock. Then a presentation from Square Enix. And finally, at 6 p.m., a conversation with director Neil Blomkamp and a performance by Low Roar. Thank you again for joining us at the E3 Coliseum. We'll be back in just a few minutes with Gaming Evolved. Hello, everybody. You guys having a good day at the Coliseum? All right. Well, we've got a great day ahead for you, and now I want to bring out our panelists for our next panel on Gaming Evolved. Please welcome Katie Stone Perez from Xbox, Sarah Schachner, the composer who's worked on games like Call of Duty and Assassin's Creed, and Jenny Kong, who is at That Game Company, working as a writer on a project we can't talk about. All right. Well, this is a really important panel, I think, to have at E3, because the video game industry is something I've been in since I was a little kid, playing games, and this is my 20th E3. And one of the great things that I've seen over the years is that the game industry has really started to evolve. 20 years ago, we were looking at a lot of, very similar looking games, and now there's so many independent games, there's so many great games you walk around E3 made by a really diverse group of creators. So this panel is really about looking at how the industry has evolved and where it needs to go in the future to make the gaming industry grow, because we all love games and we want more people to play games. And when I was growing up, it was always frustrating because not everyone was playing games, and I think we all know the immersive power of games, and we want more people to experience them. So these three folks have really interesting perspectives and I think unique points of view on the industry and what it's going to take to encourage a more diverse group of people to make games, which hopefully leads to even more diverse games that we get to play. So before we start, wanted to have them all tell you a little bit about their background, starting with you, Katie.
Yeah, so I actually joined the game industry 16 years ago at Xbox. I grew up playing games, so a lot of my childhood memories are actually playing games with my little brother and playing games with all my neighbors and friends during sleepovers. So I've been a gamer my entire life. And funny enough, my background is actually in psychology, and I spent a lot of time focusing on child psychology. And I just happened to run into a recruiter for Microsoft right before Xbox was launching. And they actually talked to me about coming over and working at Xbox. And initially I was like, oh gosh, what when I get there, if everyone's super hardcore and I play these really different types of games, I'm not a first-person shooter fan, is that really going to be accepted there? And one of the things I really found as I landed in the industry, and especially at Xbox, was although I had a very different perspective and voice, that voice was really valued and listened to. And I felt like I could bring a lot of different questions to the table and have us look at our content really differently. So over the last 16 years, while I've worked at, helping create Xbox Live Arcade and helping invent Kinect and HoloLens and ID at Xbox, I really feel like I've been able to help bring that additional perspective to the table and been lucky enough to be in a company that really wanted to listen.
Absolutely, and ID at Xbox is an incredible slate of creators making games. We'll talk more about that. Sarah, you have worked on some incredible games the past couple of years. I think a lot of folks want to know your history and how you got into this amazing position of working on these incredible games.
Yeah, I grew up playing games as well, but more of the first-person shooters. And but even though I played them, it didn't occur to me that writing music for games was something I could do. I know you could write music for films and TV, and I was kind of on that path. But then when I got to LA, I had the chance to do some additional music for a composer that was doing video games, and I just fell in love with it right away, and I pursued it from that point on. And now I'm here. I don't know how I got here, but
I'm working on other secret games we can't talk about.
Yes.
All right, but we know what you've done. Jenny, we've known each other for a long time, having worked together when you were at PlayStation and other places, but tell us a bit about how you got to this unique position now to be at That Game Company and working as a writer in a studio that, of course, you guys know have made some incredible games over the years.
Yeah, I think, like many of us, I actually was very blessed to be raised in a family full of gamers. I have 3 brothers. My uncle had bought all the game systems. I was very much exposed to the gaming world when I was growing up. But when I actually came to the point of studying at university, I actually studied writing, directing, media production, because back then there was no game development, course or, degree that I could take. So that was the path that I took. But when I graduated, what I found in London at the time was that there was actually a much more thriving industry in the video game community. So, you know, on the doorstep of, you know, where I took a couple of my internships, the development community was, you know, really growing, the publishing community was really growing, and I ended up landing my feet at Sony PlayStation. I was there for a number of years working on the publishing side, as well as Worldwide Studios on the development side. And, you know, I was very lucky to have worked on a lot of the big titles from, you know, Naughty Dog, Guerrilla Games, Polyphony, Team Eco. But I think what was interesting about working with Sony, as we've seen over the years, is that they've been able to take those risks and back independent developers, basically, with their PSN network. So it's been really interesting just to see it from that side. And over the last 5 years, I've been focusing a lot more on creativity and, you know, writing again. And so having known Genova and Kelly through Flower and Journey, they invited me back to the studio to maybe help them kind of carve out what the story world could look like for the next project. So.
Now, you know, I think you all talked about kind of growing up, you know, being interested in the video game industry. When I was growing up, you know, me and my brother were in Canada always playing video games that sort of connect us in a way. But my younger sister, she read books, never played video games, and always kind of never quite understood, like, the fascination I had with that. And I think back now, like, you know, with the amount of games out there and on phones, other ways, I feel like more and more people are playing games. And I always wonder now, like, hey, would my sister have been playing games back then if there were more games? And that leads into a question I wanted to ask you about the idea of a more diverse slate of games. Do you think it's important as the industry continues to grow and tries to make games for more people, do we need a more diverse set of people creating those games in order to kind of create that diverse content?
I mean, I definitely think yes. So many of my favorite games have been really unique experiences that have come from amazingly diverse creators. And I think especially as a creative industry, we need to remember the fact of how powerful it is for someone when they feel that a character can represent who they are. You know, there's amazing video out there on YouTube of a little girl with a prosthetic who ends up getting an American Girl doll who has a prosthetic. And she just bursts into tears, and then the first words you hear her say are, "It looks like me." And I think we forget as people, you know, even for me as a woman growing up playing games, and I always had to be a boy character, that, you know, I was always frustrated by that I didn't get to play a female in a lead role, right? And so as we've seen more diversity, that's really empowered me more and brought me and connected me into a lot of content. And so I think as an industry, we have to think about how we can connect people better into our content and be more representative within our content. And I think a great way to do that is to make sure that we're having those voices within our teams and our studios. And I know at Xbox, we're always working and striving to have that increased diversity.
Sarah, what about you? I mean, you're in a field where a lot of male composers out there, and you were playing first-person shooters back in the day, so you were playing the hardcore games.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree that there needs to be more diversity and content created to include everybody and not just single out boys or certain types of interests. But I mean, from my perspective, I grew up playing Halo and Call of Duty and all that stuff, and I was a huge tomboy, so it didn't bother me at the time, but now I'm like, okay, there needs to be stuff for girls and stuff for just people that don't have that mainstream interest, for sure.
I think a huge piece of it, too, talking about your sister, right, is that there's so much content out there today, and I think people don't know how to find it, right? And so they see the marketing for these other experiences and
that represents the whole industry.
They don't understand, right? We even as an industry, I think, limit who we talk about even as a gamer, right? And so I think that ties into...
It's a great point, because I look at, you know, the Game Awards, we do, like, category games for impact, and there are all these, you know, 4 or 5 titles get nominated every year, and people come to the show and tell me, it's like, I'd never heard of these games. I didn't know they existed out there. And that's one thing I think you're right, as the industry, we need to do a better job of sort of evangelizing that content and getting it out in front of more people. Jenny, you know, Genova and I have had a lot of great chats over the years about, you know, his vision, I think, for, you know, games, and actually I've talked to him a lot about, you know, how he wants games that will sort of bring people together and invite someone else to be part of sort of the experience. And even, you know, Journey, great example, right, of sort of, you know, connecting people in a way where you don't even know who you're playing against, right? It could be anyone. Tell me about that sort of philosophy of growing the base of gamers. I think it's something that really drives a lot of, you know, that game company and how you approach design for all your titles, and that they're games that gamers really appreciate, but I also think there's an artistry and accessibility that makes them potentially appeal to a wider group of people.
Yeah, I think, if you guys have played, Flower or Flow and a couple of the other games, I think the goal when we started the studio, over 10 years ago now, was to look at games in terms of how can we make gaming more accessible so that it's not just the select few that know how to, grab a controller and play the game. How can we make it more intuitive so that you can get, quick into the gaming experience very quickly? And, just as importantly, it's like, well, can gaming be something more than just a competitive kind of player scenario? So 2 players competing against each other, high score. Could you imagine if Journey was a race to the mountaintop rather than, the kind of slow progression of players meeting each other as they go along? And I think the one thing that certainly with Journey that we focused on was how can we look at emotion as part of the video game design now? I think that's a very kind of new thing that we've been seeing in game development recently. How can we actually, make more meaningful experiences, touch people emotionally a lot more? And with Journey, we focus very much on what the human connection can be between 2 players. And I think that's certainly the philosophy that we try to kind of work around is, how can we create new emotions in video games that you haven't seen in other games before? So if you think about maybe, with film and TV, hey, there's, the action, adventure genre, there's the horror genre, there's, all like sports genre that you're so used to, but what about the other elements of, where is the comedy, where is the drama, where is the indie film, where is the, foreign film, and convert that into games, where are those emotions coming from? So it's, it's something that we're feeling out, and I think some of the other indie creators are certainly, grabbing hold of that opportunity.
Speaking of emotion, Sarah, one of the things I love about video games is the music. There's, such emotional resonance, I feel, to a lot of these scores. Even though they're, big action games like Call of Duty, it's like, there are those magical story moments. I wanted to ask you about, working on games like Call of Duty, Assassins. How do you feel like you can't, I guess more question is, do you feel like your voice can be inserted into those games through the music? And how did you sort of imbue those games with sort of some emotional resonance through the music that you were writing?
Yeah, absolutely. Call of Duty, the new one in particular, was really special to me because I did get to infuse more of myself than I would have thought for a game like that. They really wanted this game to be more emotional than past entries. When you think about Call of Duty, you're not really thinking about, oh, that like really emotional score. But so it did take place in space, but the musical focus was more on the burdens of leading a war and the losses and the loneliness that you would feel isolated, having to save humanity and small little things like that. Yeah. But so there really was a place to inject more emotion and more of myself into it. And with Assassin's Creed, it's a little different because that's much more based on the geographical location in the region. And with that, I never want to do an exact imitation of the ancient music of the time because I don't really see how that totally serves the game. I think if you can do a hybrid of take what you like from the historical era and then infuse it with your own voice. So I'm always trying to put as much as I can of my own voice into it, and then it creates some new sound that is new to me too. So keeps it fun.
What can the industry be doing to encourage more of that diversity? Katie, you sort of talked a little bit about it, about maybe we need to do a better job exposing some of these games. We all think, as gamers, we need to share these with people. But are there other things that, the industry should be doing more active? I feel like a lot of creators now have even something like diversity of the characters, like female characters. I find a lot of creators are, I think, sort of thinking more about that and saying, there could be more emotion in this story. That could be more appealing. What are some of the other things you think that creators and even game publishers should be doing to sort of encourage that?
I think there's a couple different things. I think, if you look at our industry, we started with these coin-op days where we would kill people because we needed you to put another quarter in the game, right? And yet so much of our game experience is still very defeatist towards players, and there's certain people that appeals to, and there's certain that it doesn't, right? I think, a great example is the journey experience, right? And so I think there's, within a content standpoint and how we engage our players and talk to our players, I think there's so much we can do. I also think, as a platform, there's a lot that we've been doing at Xbox to try and just remove the barriers so that we can create opportunities for these developers to have success. Getting to look and work with one-person studios in small, remote places around the world, and looking at removing the barriers of rating systems and all of the work that they need to do to get onto the platforms, and giving them a path to success and helping their voices shine by shining that spotlight on them. That's one of the proudest things about, the ID at Xbox program that I love, is that, even for our events and things like our PAX events and things like that, we let anybody within the program actually submit their game to be shown at those events. It's not a who happens to be our BFF and live right next door to us. And we've had amazing diversity in our events because of that, and we get to shine that spotlight on those creators. And I think that's really powerful because we need to find those voices and then rise them up.
Over the last few years, there's been really a democratization of dev tools, right? So hopefully, if you're an aspiring game creator, you've grown up with computers, games, everything, you can have access to Unreal or Unity and actually learn how to make games and riff on ideas with your friend. You can just do this from your bedroom. I mean, that is the reality now. I would love to see publishers take maybe more of a risk and bankroll some of these, indie projects. I mean, that's kind of where I stand on it.
Yeah, I would also like to see more risk as well with hiring, because I feel very lucky that in the gaming industry, I've had a couple instances where an executive has done a blind listen to our demos. And I don't know if I would have gotten hired if they had preconceived notions based on being, I don't know, gender or whatever reason, not the right credits, or but I've seen a change in the game industry versus any other, like film, TV.
So you think it's more progressive than
more
film,
progressive,
TV?
way more progressive, way more open, way more willing to take risks, and that I think that's helped me to get where I am, and I'm really thankful for it, and it makes me happy and proud to be in the gaming industry.
All right, here for that. That's good to hear. So as the industry moves forward, we talked about this sort of proactive approach to thinking of wider diversity. It's not just gender. I think it's many different dimensions of this industry, trying to make even games just more accessible to people to play, right? Disabilities or other things. I think the industry is trying to think progressively about this, and there have been some signs. Like I know here at USC in LA, they often tell me that the undergraduate gaming program, which Jenny, as you said, didn't exist when we went to school. Now I think it's something like close to half the applicants are women, and people from all walks of life are applying with this interest in gaming. So as we think forward about the sort of the education around games, I'd love to get some thoughts from you guys. Even Sarah, a lot of people going to school to sort of learn how to compose, and as you said, in traditional sort of film, TV worlds, those doors were closed. How important is sort of the education piece of this, and what's happening in sort of high school and college programs to open up the possibility of more people entering gaming?
Yeah, I think they absolutely should just be more open with how they teach things. If, like we were talking backstage, if kids are learning coding at an early age, they're going to be 10 steps ahead of anyone else trying to get into the gaming industry. Same goes for music. If getting kids involved with the technology that's so good now, I mean, it's the best time ever to be creating. If they get familiar with the technology and learn how to use Pro Tools as a kid, they can probably figure out their passions
Were you
earlier.
using Pro Tools when you were a kid?
No.
Okay, I was gonna say that's pretty bad.
I used Reason, which I don't
Okay.
use anymore. I use like an 8-track tape machine.
Okay.
But yeah, I just think that introducing it as early as possible, and like what you were saying with the games that can teach empathy, and they're not all about shooting and blowing things up. I think because kids learn differently, and a lot of the kids might learn better from a game than from a teacher standing in front of the class.
I think USC is a model to really look to. I unfortunately don't think that we see that same statistic, throughout the world in game programs today. And I do a lot of work with high school girls and things like that, and we don't see high school girls choosing to take computer science classes. And I have a lot of girls that talk to me and they say, "Well, I tried coding once, but I wasn't very good at it." Because I think as society, we also have this perception that we put out there that we're perfect and we just got to these places within our jobs instantly, and we never had failures, and we never had moments where we woke up absolutely terrified and didn't know how we were going to get through the day. But that's the reality. We all have those moments, and we all have those growth and learning pieces, but that's not what comes across. And so I think we need to do a lot better job to make sure that education is open to everyone, and I think in inspiring them. And I think that's where, as an industry today, we also have so much opportunity to inspire people and let them feel included in our gameplay. One of the coolest features that has come out recently for my family is actually the Xbox co-pilot mode. And if you're not familiar with it, you can actually connect two controllers together so that you can actually help someone who's either has a disability or is not as familiar with gaming or is younger. And like my 5-year-old can now sit there and play games with us in family game night, and she's laughing hysterically and saying, "This is awesome." And it's totally changed her connection to gaming because of this feature that lets us kind of have her back when she needs it, but not take the controller from her to say, "You're not good enough to do that yet." And so I think there's so much that as an industry we have to create those moments of success and inspiration, but then we also have to look at how we're going out and convincing people, and then once they get into those programs, how do we help them feel that they have a voice? The majority of women who start in a computer science class, do not complete computer science at the end of that first year of school. And so we need to change those perceptions.
We have a few minutes left. I want to open up to audience questions. If you guys have anything, just raise your hand and we can get some questions in. I think we have a mic going around, maybe right here. I think the microphone's coming. There you go.
Hey, how you doing? I'm actually not really a avid gamer. I'm more of a casual gamer, but more importantly, I am a teacher. I've been trying to, over the past few years, bring game-based learning to my own students. It's been difficult, but what do you guys see in relation to games being introduced more into the education K-12 realm, and how you think that is going to look moving into the future?
Yeah, so question, game-based learning, how do we use games? Going to Minecraft, obviously, a lot going on
Yeah,
there.
Minecraft's Education Edition, and that's not only to teach the coding fundamentals, it's really about helping teachers teach other principles as well. When you think about what video games do, there's this principle in education called scaffolding, where you don't want to give the player the answer, you want to give them enough visibility into what's happening so that they can figure it out for themselves, because it's that self-learning, that moment of, "Ooh, I figured out how to do it," that's so powerful. And that's that same principle in education. And so video games can do so much to help provide that scaffolding. I also think just in the next generation, there's so much, like coding literacy is going to be required for so many careers out there. If you look at the statistics, we don't have nearly enough kids going into computer science. And so it's not a lot of people are like, "Ooh, I just did my first string table." But it's a lot more interesting when you're like, "Ooh, look, I created a character and I learned how to animate it and I just made it jump." That's really rewarding and fulfilling. And so I actually think games can be an incredibly powerful tool from an educational standpoint, and I think there's a lot of opportunity there.
Games everywhere.
Google had the other day, every day there's like a game.
Right,
and it was
on the Google homepage, yeah.
It was a coding thing, and I was like, "Oh, okay, I'll try it." And it was really hard, and I was like, "I'm bad, I can't do this." I couldn't get through. And I felt stupid.
But Pro Tools. And I
The
don't know Pro
Minecraft
Tools.
Hour of Code, if you haven't done it, is, I think, an amazing experience to teach in your kids' classrooms. So.
This is a very different take, actually, to your question, but I'm really interested in how VR is going to play in education in terms of learning. I'm seeing videos with classrooms where, they're putting on the headset, they're transported to Egypt to learn about the history there, and we never had that growing up. So how can that teach a much more kind of macro level about the world around us and society? I think that's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, I think VR and mobile has been such a huge opportunity too. I think because most kids now have a phone at some point and are playing something, and it's like, there can be fun games to learn from, but I think is that emotional resonance when you start to have those games when it's like, you're reading your first books, but then to have these games that then become, and grow from there and become interactive and, tell stories, you said, that aren't just about blowing things up. I think there's huge opportunities in mobile too, because games are more accessible than ever before.
I think though, as an industry, we have to be careful then how we approach these fields, right? Like video games, if you think about the early commercials and the early presentation of video games, it was families playing together, right? And then it wasn't until the video game crashed and you have video games come back onto the toy aisle, which at that point was gendered. So you saw them choose the boy aisle, and then you saw all of the heavy boy-focused marketing campaigns that video games started to heavily sway towards that male experience. So I think as an industry, we're at this critical point with VR and AR, where we have to really be conscious about the UI experiences and our treatments and the content we present, and make sure that more voices feel included than how we did that early within our own industry.
Great point. One more question. Let's go to you right there.
Hey there. I actually have a question for all three of y'all. For what goes in the planning process for each of your field? For like example, Sarah, do they give you a video that you look at prior to constructing or writing for a script? And for Jen, do they give you maybe like a storyboard, an overview, kind of detail analysis of like what you need to go on to create or write for the game?
Yeah, I've gotten storyboards, and usually just get like 100 videos that are sample gameplay for each kind of general situation. You never know what the player's going to do, but you know what situation they're going to be in. So I just take that, and that's enough inspiration to do the music for each part of the game.
Cool.
I think from my side, we focus on emotion and the player experience as being number one. So everything like design, story, art, and music that we're known for at that game company has to serve what that emotional experience for the player is. We don't talk enough about playtesting and iteration. So before you guys get to experience a game like Journey, we playtest it and fail many times before we get there. So that's the kind of the process that we go through.
Cool. All right. Well, thank you all so much for your questions. Thanks to you guys for being on the panel, and have a great E3.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Awesome.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Katie, Sarah, and Jenny. Coming up, the Crash Bandicoot reunion in just a few minutes. Stick around here at the E3 Coliseum. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the E3 Coliseum. I'm Jeff Keighley, and this is something really special. You guys remember Crash Bandicoot? I remember it very well. I was at E3 in 1996, my second E3, and I got to walk up to the PlayStation booth, and I played this game, Crash Bandicoot, and I just instantly fell in love with it. And right now, this is something that has never happened before. I'm not sure it'll happen again, but we have a lot of the key people that built Crash Bandicoot with us. That game was made by, believe it or not, a team of 9 people made that game over 2 years back in 1996. So let's bring them all out, and we'll have the whole team here. Andy and Jason, the co-founders of Naughty Dog, Bob, Connie, and Mark. Great to have all you guys with us. So, 20 years ago, we're going to turn back the clock and talk about the making of the original Crash. For me, I first met Jason and Andy when you guys were working on a 3DO game, Way of the Warrior, for Universal. And, Naughty Dog, obviously today, many of us play and love Naughty Dog games. And, tribute to you guys that you not only started the company, but I think set it up for great success, over the years, now with Evan leading it. But let me ask about, the two of you guys. How, we know that you met, when you were kids, 12 years old, when we're building games all throughout, late teen years and your 20s. But tell us about, Naughty Dog coming out to LA and then your interest in this PlayStation platform. Because I met you guys, you were doing a 3DO game, and then there was this new system coming out, PlayStation. Why did Naughty Dog decide, hey, maybe we should make a game for this PlayStation?
Sure. Well, we ended up coming out to California after Way of the Warrior, because Way of the Warrior was published by Universal Studios, and they were starting a new games team and offered us space on the lot, and we couldn't turn that down. So we were driving out to California and had this idea for a new game, which was kind of to take platform action games like Mario or Yoshi's Island or Donkey Kong Country and put them into 3D. We didn't know the specifics, but it was sort of shaping out to be the gameplay that came to be Crash. And at that time we were looking at both the Saturn and this new, I think it was even unnamed system that Sony had. And basically it just, on paper, it just looked a lot better. So we kind of contrived to get one. It just turned out to be really great.
Crash is here.
Yeah, we had been pretty.
Get a seat, Crash.
We had been pretty successful with Way of the Warrior, figuring out fighting games worked. Here's a system in the 3DO that doesn't have a fighting game. That was successful. So we thought, let's do a character action game. They're very well loved.
He wants to learn about his creation too.
And let's find a system that doesn't have a character action game on it. So that was kind of our interest in the PlayStation. I remember Mark simultaneously was debating where we should be putting our efforts and came up with the PlayStation as his first choice too. And that was probably a different discussion, a different decision matrix.
Because Mark, at the time, you were president of Universal Interactive?
Vice president.
Vice president, sorry. All right. So you were at Universal Interactive
Yes.
and interfaced with Jason and Andy pretty early on there.
Yeah, so when I joined Universal Studios to start off game development, it was like, great news, we signed the Way of the Warrior guys. And, Way of the Warrior was nice. And so, we met, this was before E3, we met in Chicago, CES, 1994. And then what the heck are we going to do? Character action was looking good to me, too, because I was just coming off of a couple things like Sonic the Hedgehog. And PlayStation, I don't know, there was something special about it. That Ken Kutaragi dinosaur demo is pretty amazing. So I think we were all heading in the same direction.
Yeah, and we said, look, there's not going to be a mascot for this system because they don't have Mario, they don't have Sonic. We'll make the mascot. And of course, we didn't tell Sony that we were out to do that, right? We just set out to do it and got to alpha without Sony knowing anything we were working on, really.
I mean, it was fun times. It was strange times, though, because, right, your team, you're just getting going. You've got like 3 people when you walk in the door, and I think 8 the day the game shipped. And your mighty publishing organization, which was Universal Interactive Studios, had almost exactly the same numbers in it as we're all sort of trying to get in and break a big product.
Yeah, and we outsourced design to like Joe Pearson and Charles Zembalis, and we had Universal's music group do the sound effects, Mike Gollum, and Josh Mansell from Music Mutato did the music. So there was a little more than the 8 of us that were integrally working on it, or 9 of us with you, Mark, but it was a tiny team.
Now, Connie, how does PlayStation get involved? You have done so much for PlayStation over the years, so many incredible PlayStation games Connie's been involved in. How did, they were interested in the PlayStation platform, but then Sony took a keen interest, obviously, in this game and this team. How did that come about?
There was so much excitement at Sony around this project, and I actually was not the first person to get involved. I was assigned as the producer as the deal went forward. I was a member of the producing team. We had a large number of people at Sony who were interested in the project, and people around the world who were assigned to help guide the release of the product globally. Some of us are still working together today. Shu Yoshida was our
She was in Japan,
producer
right?
in Japan, yes, and obviously we're still working together today. It was a great team effort. I was the day-to-day contact since I was in North America with Universal and Naughty Dog. I was the person who called Andy at 2 in the morning with crash bugs. Sorry, Andy. But it was really a team effort.
No, and an incredible team. Let's talk about the creation of the character, Bob, and the team coming together around that, because you guys said you wanted to do a character action game, but, as I think people know that have read the history, it wasn't always Crash Bandicoot, right? There were many other names and ideas, and I know, Mark, you were working with... Sorry?
Wuzzles, the Wombat.
Wuzzles, right? Wuzzles, the Wombat.
Willie the Wombat.
Willie the Wombat. All right.
Well, we found a book on Tasmanian animals, and there was, hedgehogs and Tasmanian tigers and everything else in there. Tasmanian devil was in there, and we were like, this is obviously where characters come from. They come from Australia and Tasmania. So we'll take one that isn't taken, the wombat, because that sounded like a cool word. So we started with the wombat.
We're going to own that animal.
We're going to own Wombat.
Own one.
That was exactly it. It was like when you think Tasmanian Devil or you think of the Roadrunner, you think of the Warner Brothers characters. So we're going to own the Wombat. That is a great name, and we're going to own that. And so, we got Charles and Joe to start doing character sketches with Bob, and part of the way through it, we had a character that was named the Pinstripe Bandicoot in the game. And we were trying to name this character, and Wuzzles Wombat was the suggestion from somebody at Universal. We hated that. Willy Wombat was a name that we knew by that time wasn't going to work. There was a game eventually that came out with it. It was taken, yeah, and it didn't do that well. So we started to love this word Bandicoot. And I think between Dave Baggett and Taylor Kurosaki, somehow we threw Crash Bandicoot together as the name.
I think it might have been Kip, Dave's wife, who came up with Crash.
Right.
So it just kind of stuck. It just felt good.
I think the crash part specifically came from the fact that he was always like crashing and smashing through the boxes. And so that was one of his sort of fundamental activities.
Yeah, and the boxes are a great story. We were going to E3 to show the game for the first time, and I was playing it, and it was boring because you would kill the turtles, and we only could get so many polygons on screen, so you could only have so many turtles on screen. And then there had to be a long distance before the next turtles because you couldn't have too many turtles close to each other. So you were spending a huge amount of time just kind of wandering through these levels to find sparse jumps and sparse creatures. So we had to find something to do, and we came up with this idea of boxes because they're low poly, and put boxes in. And I remember Mark came in and said, we're going to this show. What the hell are you adding things last minute? And it ended up being Crash's thing, the box.
Jason and I did it all on a Saturday. We snuck in and added them basically.
Mark's
Because if
like,
you
"What are
imagine
these
the
bo-"
levels, imagine Crash 1 levels and just take all the boxes out.
Were you against the boxes, Mark?
I love the boxes. I don't know where this is coming from.
Exactly.
They were 1 meter tall.
They were meter boxes? Can't recall. Yes.
It was a
12,
scary
12
time.
polygons, is that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, the thing that was so amazing about Crash at the time was this idea of doing a 3D character action game, as you guys said, Sonic's ass. You were sort of calling it because you were going to sort of look at it from a different perspective. At least
He
for some
came
of
up
the
with that.
Sonic's ass,
Correct.
right there. Jason Rubin
In Illinois, I think. Maybe Nebraska.
And that was, at the time, was a very revolutionary idea. But this, you got to remember back in 1996, Mario 64. We're starting to see that. That was more of a, an open, expansive world. You still had this kind of, controlled camera on sort of dollying through a level. And that restriction, again, we got to remember back in 1996, as you were saying, Jason, it's like the number of polygons on screen really, you had to make choices about what you were going to do. And that idea of sort of restricting the camera view in some ways, that allowed you, I think, to push the graphic fidelity of what you were doing in a really interesting way. Can you talk a bit about sort of, that decision?
It was 3,000 polygons, give or take.
So on the screen, at any point, you could only have 3,000 triangles. Wow.
Including Crash. Crash was like 500 some odd polys himself,
wow.
Which is why the turtles had to be so low poly. But we hadn't seen Mario at all. Mario 64 didn't get announced until very close to when we were going to E3 to show Crash. They first got shown next to each other on the show floor. So as we were trying to design this game, the question is, how do you do a 3D character action game? We started with the side-scrolling, but that's just more of what you used to do. Why does 3D make it any better? When we started thinking about going in and out, we realized you would be looking at the character's back the whole time, and that's where the Sonic's ass thing came from, because Sonic's backside isn't that attractive, which is why Crash starts looking at you on the first level, so you actually know who you're playing.
Right.
Goes through a couple of moves, and then turns around. And then from that, everything kind of flowed. There's another very small nuance that radically changed Crash from Mario 64. We only had a digital stick. We didn't have an analog stick on PlayStation 1.
Right.
So up, down, left, right was the best controls. Therefore, our game is in, out, left, right. Mario had an analog stick. Mario 64 is more free roaming. And so the hardware drove our decisions.
We also started on some early level designs with more open levels, and we were trying to emulate the sort of fast-paced, very rhythmic gameplay of classic 16-bit 2D platform games, where it's like jump, 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 attack, jump, 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 attack, and in the big field, you could just run around creatures. And so we focused it in deliberately in order to both save on the graphics and make them higher fidelity, and to sort of focus the gameplay so that the challenges came at you head on.
So, I remember trying to get the title out there, get some good press, was just brutal. We had one interview where the reporter says, first question, is Crash a real 3D game like Mario 64? And there's some, song and dance about, this is all happening in 3D, and it adds a lot to the gameplay. Next question from the reporter, since Crash is not a real 3D game like Mario. And I think it's amazing that it became, the top brand for PlayStation 1, because it was certainly an uphill battle. It's amazing that there's this level of nostalgia for it 21 years later. It just blows me away.
Yeah, sales did not take off on Crash 1. We did well out of the gate, but it was an ever-expanding kind of user base. And part of the reason for that is we were not well received by the press. There were, the internet wasn't there for people to get independent reviews, so it was all game magazines. That's where you were getting your reviews. And the game magazine's attitude was somewhat, how dare you take on Mario? How dare you even be saying that you're a mascot character? And we got reviews that literally knocked us a point because it's not Mario, right? And by the time we got to Crash 2, that had all passed. And then it was, oh, you're the Crash, Naughty Dog, Crash, Naughty Dog, Crash. And it just kind of had built on itself in that first year of sales.
And Connie, on the PlayStation side, Crash did sort of become a mascot. The ads. I remember, it started with Polygon Man, but then all of a sudden Crash became this hero character. And tell us about that evolution of this relationship with Universal and Naughty Dog for this game, because it sounds like no one quite knew where it was going to go.
Well, the first time we saw the product, it was playable. And I'll never forget that moment when we saw Crash turn around and go into the screen. It looked beautiful, he was adorable, but it was a jaw-dropper to me that he went into the screen. And I think for me, it's interesting to remember that we were still trying to prove the PlayStation 1 back then, and we had to prove that there was a reason for a console to have 3D capability. And for me and for us, that was an absolute no-brainer. And Jason, I remember we were crushed when those reviews came out. What I remember most is that some of the press called us derivative, which I just couldn't understand, because the word we use now is disruptive. We didn't use that then. But we thought we were doing something wholly original, and I still feel that way very strongly.
Yeah, we kind of retrenched as a group, because the first reviews of Crash were very negative. And Crash went on to outsell Mario. All three of the main titles outsold the Mario titles.
And
Vertical.
Jeff,
Take that,
Jeff,
plumber
you,
man.
Jeff, you asked about the marketing effort, and that was kind of dazzling to me. I had been with Sony for a while at that point, and this was our first big consumer product I had been part of. And we had people like Andy House was running our marketing team in North America then. Amy Blair was our product manager. I think she's here today. Amy, are you here? I won't put her on the spot. But it was a spectacular team, and they were really aggressive, and we loved the ads. Those were actually filmed in our parking lot.
Oh, really?
And, yes, and the character looked just like you, Crash.
Crash doesn't have his megaphone, though, so. Or maybe not, I don't know.
And a risk and aggressive. I mean, for your first ad for this character that's completely unknown, to have the character standing in Nintendo's, what was supposed to be Nintendo's parking lot, yelling up, "Hey, Mustache Man, I'm Crash Bandicoot, I'm here," effectively, and this is available online if you want to see it. That was a big risk, and Amy and Andy, I mean, that knocked it out of the park. That ad really changed the way people perceived Crash. That was huge part of its success, as was the marketing effort in Japan, which changed Crash for Japan.
The dance.
I guess the joke's on me because up until this point, I actually thought that was Nintendo's parking lot.
Okay, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Maybe it's
Don't believe what you see on TV, Mark.
TV trickery. Another thing that, was really special about Crash was the animation system. And, a lot of you guys know Mark now, and he's on stage talking about, PlayStation platforms. Back in the day, Mark, you wrote a Vertex animation system for Crash in assembly, is that right?
Yeah, that's actually just pinch programming because the lead programmer was like hooked up to an IV at the hospital 3 days before E3, and I had to jump in and do something for the game.
Okay.
I mean, there was a little coding there, but mostly I was trying to chip in on the design and layout levels and things.
Well, but still, I mean, to be able to, go into assembly, put this system together. But I mean, Bob, maybe you could tell us a bit about that. The idea of this animation of the character, and using colored polygons versus textured polygons. I mean, all this stuff that again, today developers don't necessarily have to think about because they're not unlimited, but lots of resources. Back then, I mean, to get that look and feel of the character when you're dealing with 500 polygons. Tell us about bringing Crash to life.
Yeah, that was really the magic for me. It was using Silicon Graphic machines at the time, and I think Jason lured me to the company. He's like, "Oh, Jurassic Park, they use Silicon Graphic machines, so you should work with us." I was like, "Yeah, that sounds like a good idea." So we were doing soft body animations, which is very commonplace today, and that just blew me away as an artist who was traditionally trained, and that's one of the things that made the game really special. Was for the first time, it's pretty standard now. You would be crazy to make a game concept without professional concept art, but we had professional designers, like Jason said, Joe and Charles, to really help us craft this organic look, which has become the foundation of Naughty Dog's games going forward until today. They are known for really pushing every system by doing these organic environments, which at the time were really difficult to do, like that whole pesky polygon limit was a huge problem. And to do organic animation with every vertex having a deformation to it was something incredibly special, and just inspired me and the rest of the team on the art side, a very small, pirate team that we had, to do some amazing things. And it was one of those moments where there was nothing we couldn't do. It's like, why not blow up the character and make him giant blowfish like we did with Crash? Anything was possible, and that's what made it special.
The reason it was so important is everybody else was using bone animation, so everything was very strict. And then the face would be, ice. It wouldn't move at all because you had to have a bone to get it to smile, and a bone to move the nose, a bone to move the ears. The processor just couldn't handle too many bones. But by storing vertices, we had complete control over the character. We used bones to animate it on the computer, but then baked out the vertices. And very quickly, it started animating by just grabbing the vertices and moving them around. And that's where all the death animations came from. I mean, when you see Crash's shoes, when he dies and he disappears and leaves just his shoes, the whole character is there, shoved into a single vertice inside the shoe, because I could control every vertice. So I could do any magic I could do with the vertices on every frame. And that allowed us to do things. You look at the squash and stretch, you look at the facial animations, you look at the death poses, everything. It allowed us to do things that no one had really done before. Certainly in 2D, because it was all pixel-based, but in 3D, they were still using bones. And so that was all these little nuances became vital parts of the success of the project.
But it was a conscious sort of resource choice. Like, we were doing a character action game, and Jason was basically like, the character is the most important. So he ended up, Crash had on the first game about a third of all the polygons on the screen, all in the main character. And because we wanted to make him seem real, alive, cartoon, whatever he is, but have personality because it's a character action game. And so we put all these resources towards him. In fact, the reason Mark had a pinch hit and pinch program in there was because his animations took up too much memory. They wouldn't fit on the memory on the production PlayStation. So he wrote this crazy compressor to like, probably I think 8-to-1 or something like that, like so that we could actually get it in the machine.
And get it to E3. Yeah.
Tell us a bit about designing levels for that game. I mean, everyone remembers obviously the Boulder level or Hog Wild or all these, there you go. And what I think is interesting is you guys hinted at this before, Jason, about the challenges that you faced in building that gameplay because you had this limit. So it's like an extra turtle means one less tree and sort of all that. And Mark, I'd love your perspective first on this from a gameplay perspective.
So the way that we did the design changed over the years. So Crash 1, it was the artists who were freehanding it in, and I want to shout out here to Taylor Kurosaki, who must have done a little over half of them, just freehanding the levels into what was it, Softimage or something?
Yeah, in other words, no real design. You just kind of went at it.
And then
Use Photoshop as a layout tool.
For Crash 2, I said I wanted to really get involved in design, and so I set my target. Can I do a third of it? I ended up doing like 90% of the levels, and Jason did the last 2 for that. But that was very different. That was actually graph paper then, and sort of a top-down view of it, and how are we going to snap together all of these cleverly constructed low-poly pieces of the world to create that gameplay. And then for Crash 3, of course, we had Dan Arey and Evan Wells join. And the same strategy was sort of kind of split it up, because that is a pretty heavy load to carry.
Yeah, so I think the result was the first game is very uneven and way too hard. And we certainly, and there was one level, Road to Nowhere, that I designed that was unplayable. And we have to keep making it easier and easier. And even the version that shipped, people hate to this day because it's too hard. Because I didn't know anything about level design. I was just hacking at it, right? And then we made mistakes like making you earn lives. So good players had infinite lives because they earned them all, and bad players who needed the lives couldn't earn them, which was a huge mistake.
Earn your save games. I mean, who came up with that?
And earn lives. And then the second game, we took it seriously. And it was much more well-balanced and even. And the third game, I think we got to the point where we knew what we were doing and started having more fun. And it just kind of became looser. My understanding is on the new game, they've tried to make the first game play more like the second game. So it isn't the original ass-kicking hard Crash Bandicoot that we made. It was painful. Like there were actually levels that were painful. I think 2 is the pinnacle of our design work, and hopefully 1 now plays like that.
I remember that it was either Crash 1 or Crash 2 that Mark had the idea that maybe we should have people play the game who were not testers before we shipped, and it was kind of a revelation. We actually would, if somebody spoke out of turn in a meeting, maybe I shouldn't share this because they might not have realized it, but we would have them watch the 70 hours of VHS tape and create a manual heat map showing where every player died, and that established rigor on the team.
Yeah,
but now we have.
Shimizu had the top-down map, and he would put the little X's where you died.
I was trying not
right?
to shout out to poor Shimizu-san for that, but yes. But now we have rooms full of PhD people, and they've made this into a science, and we're pulling that information directly from games. For me, that was kind of pivotal.
Actually, with Crash 2, I started collecting data for where they died, too, and statistics for focus testing, which I think was probably fairly early and unique.
Yeah, we were really hacking at it with the first game. And I remember there were areas that were just too hard. And I said, well, just throw a continue box in the middle. And Mark said, if it's 1 in 100 to get to the next level, it's 1 in 10 to get to halfway and 1 to 10 to get in halfway. It's going to be a lot easier. And oh, no, he's right. We hadn't thought about that. We had no design background. So we were just...
I just remember we've been developing, and we could play it just fine. And then Shuyu Shida, who of course now runs the Worldwide Studio, but in those days was our Japanese producer and Connie's counterpart in Japan, is he'd gone and done a play test. And so I was getting the handwritten notes from these guys and reading them. And it's like, they're saying it's a beautiful game, and I love the characters, and it's too damn hard. And that is just... that is an oops moment because we only had 6 months left, and despite really working on it, that shipped as the most brutal Crash game in the series.
By far.
The Japanese version was a little tuned down, actually. It was easier. We added some continue boxes and some more witch doctors and stuff.
So going through some of the the levels, and you even had some really interesting sort of 2D levels, but with these characters, like I'm wondering. You said you hacked it, but that construction of thinking of like, oh, let's do a boulder level or let's do a hog wall. Like, how did those ideas come about? I mean, were you guys just sitting around and saying like, oh, like Indiana Jones, let's do a level like that? I mean, do you have any stories about how these came to life?
That is actually pretty much how it went. We had the going into the screen, which was the trademark, but we weren't fully sure it was going to be awesome. So we had the left and right because we knew that worked because that was a classic character action game, and there was really only one direction left. I mean, we also had some vertical, but that was again like old games. So we had to do the in screen, like it was the one thing that was left. And how are you going to do that? Well, people will just take a lot of time because you don't see what's coming. So they were inching ahead really slowly to see where the pits came up and then jumping over it, and that's not fun. We need something to chase them. Indiana Jones Boulder. And Hog Wild, which was potentially the first forced runner, which is now a staple of the mobile platform going into the screen, was let's just not let the player control the forward momentum. How does that work? Put them on a hog.
So
Level.
We were on the lot in those days at Universal. It was a lot of fun, driving around golf carts and things. And actually, Amblin Entertainment, right, Steven Spielberg's company, was 3 buildings down from where we were making the game. And at one point, I don't think you saw this on the Naughty Dog side, but on the Universal side, because Spielberg would come hang out a little bit, is how do we tell Steven that we've ripped off his IP with the
Boulder.
Temple of Doom boulder chase?
Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's used to it.
Were there levels that and ideas that didn't work out? I mean, we know obviously the levels that we saw, but I mean, were there any things that just crashed and
God,
burned?
tons. There's
Yeah.
far more game that didn't get in than game that got in. Our first level layout tool, as Andy said, we laid it out in Photoshop. The first tool that we built was red pixel's a tree, a yellow pixel's a bush. They can't go in the same place because you can't have 2 pixels on top of each other. Then we have another layer for the boxes and stuff. And it was an kind of open world game. That didn't work from a polygon standpoint. So we had an early level that was a lava level, I remember, that was in an early video. But we realized Crash is lava color, no lava.
There's actually a playable
Orange
one
is
that's shipped on Crash 1 that people on the internet you can find on the internet, and there's some hack to get it playable, like a different version of the rainy one. I think it's called Slippery Climb, or maybe that's the one that did ship. I can't remember. That's really difficult. And that's why it didn't ship. It was huge, the longest level in Crash, and very difficult. We didn't have time to get it tuned down, and so it's just on the disc, but not in the actual shipped game.
Or like Andy said, for using Photoshop as a level editing tool was a burden and a gift because as a small team, it was going to be impossible to put these, hundreds of thousands of polys levels together. Mind you, we only had limitation of 1,300 per frame. But looking at that pixel vomit at that first or few levels was that was my job and Taylor's job to look at that and try to make sense out of it. It was a mess, and the results were not spectacular. And I remember having
But by the end of the game, you saw through the matrix,
my
right?
God,
You
yeah.
could look at the Photoshop file and see the level.
When Dan Airy and Evan joined the company, they're like, how do you, what? I'm like, yeah, that's see, that range of colors between 1 and 150. That means it's a ground level. That thing is an object. This shape goes here. They're like, okay. So, yeah, it was a very challenging thing, but I think one of the things that saved us was using out-of-the-box thinking and using Photoshop as a level editing tool that looks up RGB values of a pixel and turns that into geometry.
Not to mention that if you changed 1 pixel to see the new version, you had to run it for 8 hours.
Yeah, it got pretty sophisticated too. We had like a color mapping onto it. We had like bump mapping added to it by Crash 2, I think. It was really an amazing thing to work with, and I had actually a good time working on it.
So how late would the levels get locked in a game like Crash? Because I assume you could build a level in a couple of, a day or a couple of weeks.
Locked? The day before it went to
But
Gold
were there
Master.
big shifts? Because I mean, could you sort of like a month before, so like, let's scrap this level, let's build a new one? Like, how iterative was it towards the end? And Connie, I mean, from your end, I'm sure you had to keep them on track.
I'm giggling. Yeah, I think We did find a crash bug in the last boss in the game at 2 in the morning, the day we were supposed to Gold Master. And I think we ended up having to put somebody, might have been me, on a plane to pick up the Gold Master from Andy. Didn't we do the handoff in
I had to
Santa
drive
Monica?
down to LAX
You drove down?
frequently.
Yeah.
The way that
when it got really bad, we'd put people on planes to Terre Haute, Indiana, where we made the game, but it was pretty late.
One of the innovations with Crash 3 was internet fast enough to upload the disc.
we actually had a stewardess that we would hand it was too much to give the CD to go in and give it to United, which had the shuttle back then, to give it to them and deal with it. So we had a stewardess that we would hand the disc to that would then, on the other side, for $50, she would hand the disc to someone from Sony. This was the fastest way to get things back and forth. And she was, we were on the flights, the discs were on the flights. Yeah, pre 9/11. Do not try this now.
We sound old.
The other thing about the level building was that it took 8 hours to build every level, and what it was doing is it was drawing every frame that the camera could see, because the camera was on a path, a color for every polygon that it drew, and then at the end it would look for every color for every polygon and see which ones actually remained visible. So if you covered up a polygon, it wouldn't see it anymore, and it would take that polygon out of the draw list. That's great, but you get this draw list that is quite large. So then it would try to compress that. Tell me if I'm wrong on all this stuff, Andy. And it would go through multiple types of compression to see if any of them, because it was almost random noise, which one of them had the best possible output. And it could be this kind of compression for one level, another kind of compression for another level. And again, this took a long time. And every now and then you'd run it, and it would just say, no compression works. And there was no good reason for it. So you just have to take out a tree or put in and it would just work or not work in 8 hours. So
that was the level. Actually, the compression was deterministic, but the memory packing in the level was used simulated annealing with a random element. Like that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, and
I'm
so
starting to get bad flashbacks because we were working up to God knows what hours of the morning, and just waiting for that build. And like, oh God, we got to do it again. I need some sleep.
And every computer in the office was SGIs. They all said it when they finished their part of the level, because it was networked back before networking was big. Level completed. So you'd hear level completed, level completed, level completed on every computer, and then you'd rush to see if it actually worked. And if something was out of place, you started over, and it was another 8 hours.
8 hours.
Yeah.
Wow.
So we were doing this up until the very last minute, but the very last minute had to be 8 hours earlier, and you had to hope, which really meant 16 hours earlier, and you had to hope. It was horrific.
If you had to rerun all the levels, that was like a 2-day affair.
Oh God. You guys made 3 incredible Crash games, and then when PS2 came along, you were very public about the idea of leaving Crash behind and like creating this new universe, Jak and Daxter, for sort of the next generation. Tell us about that decision for Naughty Dog to sort of move on from the franchise, because I'm sure it was something that a lot of people wanted to see more games. For a long time, people were wondering, would Naughty Dog ever go back? What would happen? Tell us about this decision to sort of leave Crash behind.
Well, I think there were a lot of reasons. I mean, one of them was just contractual and structural. We didn't own Crash, Universal did. We were building it, Sony was financing it, yet money was continually falling out, if you will, to Universal. It didn't make a lot of financial sense for us to continue.
Universal.
What's that? Oh, it made great sense to Universal. It didn't make a lot of sense to us. And by that time, Mark was no longer with Universal. He was consulting with Naughty Dog directly, effectively a Naughty Dog, part of the team. And the other thing was Crash was made for the PlayStation. We did everything we could to make Crash work on the PlayStation. The reason he has black gloves is the lighting was so bad on so few polygons that he just was an orange mess, and you couldn't track his hand crossing the rest of his body when he was running, so having black gloves gave you that visual cue. Like the way he had only a few spots on his back was because those were the polys we chose to have texture on. We couldn't texture all of them, and we knew it was Sonic's ass game. You were looking at his back, so we put the polys on his back. That's where the textures are. Everything about Crash was made to work on the PlayStation 1.
Size of his head for the resolution that you were working with, right?
Size of his eyes.
So low. How low was the resolution there?
512, 240, is that right? We use
240p, right?
Yeah, 240p, exactly.
We use 50% more resolution than most PS1 games because we used the 512 mode.
Yeah, they were 320.
320, yeah.
And running at less than 30 frames a second most of the time, and V-blank issues and everything. I mean, it was a mess. So when we looked at the future, we thought, should we take this baggage with us, or should we take advantage of what at that time looked like a supercomputer to us in the PS2 and do something that works for the PS2 open world, all these other things that were becoming trendy. And we just made the decision for that and the business reasons to try something new with Jack.
Plus, after you work for 6 years, like 7 days a week, 14 hours a day on the same thing, it seems creatively more exciting to try a new character.
And we actually tried to kill Crash. Like in CTR, we said, what won't anybody believe, because this is our last game? Let's put aliens in. We'll bring an alien. No one will like Crash after that because there's an alien. This will be the end. We've jumped the shark. The alien came into CTR. Everybody loved it.
So, it was, so many years without Crash, and now there's been this sort of resurgence. There's always been that nostalgia, but, Uncharted 4, of course. I think by now we can probably spoil it, that there is a cameo from Crash, which was there. There's the new remake Vicarious Visions is doing that's coming out shortly. Looks great. Tell us about this sort of, this resurgence in interest in Crash. I mean, even something like popping up in Uncharted 4. I'm sure you guys had the inside word, but, Connie, from your perspective, that must have been very, very special to see that happen.
It was very special to see that happen, and it was pretty close collaboration. We have a really spectacular third-party relations team at Sony, and they work very closely with Activision. That's the team that has produced the new version of Crash. And when we were working on Uncharted 4, the team at Naughty Dog wanted to include that Crash cameo, and our third-party relations group reached out to Activision. They gave us permission. I think there were a couple things that we did in return. I think Crash has a cameo in one of their properties, or maybe Uncharted does. And then, of course, the remaster came up as an opportunity, and we all got to see it recently. It looks spectacular. It's been a good experience.
That was a surreal moment in my life, playing Uncharted 4.
Did you know that was happening?
No, actually, it was a very awesome surprise, because I was like, oh my God, a character that I created is playing another character that I helped create, and I'm playing their game. This is really strange, and there was nobody in the room that I could really think, look. So.
From the original 8, just Justin and Charlotte are still at Naughty Dog. Is that right? So none of the three. You worked on Uncharted.
One.
Andy and I did not. So we had left right as it was getting made. We sold the company to Sony, and that was the end of our Jack and Daxter period. So we saw it being made, but did not have input into it.
Obviously, Crash now. There's so much interest in Crash, and remaster people will get to relive those games, which is great. Do you think, from your end, the character of Crash and the type of gameplay, is there room, do you think, for new Crash games? I mean, is that the kind of thing, like the concept of it? I mean, the gameplay in Uncharted 4 and even now, it's like it still holds up. Do you guys think? I mean, would you like to see Crash sort of continue forward? New game. What kind of games do you think that could be?
Would it be real 3D?
I mean, Crash is his own character. He goes off and does whatever he wants to do. I think it's great that there's this nostalgia period where we're bringing it back. That 20 years ago is when I think a lot of people want to play with their kids now that played it when they were younger or want to play with their kids, remember the first game. So I think that's fantastic. There is a very good question whether or not Crash is a character that after the nostalgia of doing the games we've already made, do you take the character and do something new, do something more contemporary that speaks to this generation of gamer? And I don't know. That would be a challenge. Because again, we kind of left Crash thinking that he was PS1.
Yeah.
It was way too early for nostalgia, but it was also for us a little too late for that character to move into the world that Jack took up much better, and then eventually the Uncharted world that needed a more adult character, needed real world. Wouldn't have worked with cartoony characters to do Uncharted. It wouldn't have had the same impact. I don't know if you go back and take a character from PlayStation and can make them relevant beyond the nostalgia. So that remains to be seen.
I mean, Crash is a great character, but he actually strikes this subtle balance that we managed, while trying to, but to hit, luckily at the time, between sort of childish and a sort of postmodern irony. And so it's a tightrope you actually kind of have to walk with him so as not to fall over into cheesy, or just straight parody, because that's not quite what he is. He's sincere, but also ironic. And when he hits those notes, he's really appealing.
I've taken so much time asking my own questions. I do want to give at least one person in the audience a chance to ask a question of this team. Raise your hand if you have a question. Not you, Crash. Maybe this guy right down here in the front corner. We've got a mic over to you. He's running down or coming from multiple directions.
Hey, how you doing? I really love the first Crash games, but like, I know you mentioned especially the challenges of working on new hardware and competition in Mario. What were some of the hardest points in development for the first game specifically?
Oh God, just getting it on screen was about a 12-month process before we actually had anything that resembled a level. We went through a lot of trial and error, right, Mark?
I mean, I think the first level that was a keeper was the 5th level that was made, and it was about a 6-week process of think up something new, make it in Photoshop, check it out in Maya, play it in the game.
Yeah, it was some dark times. I remember some closed-door conversations, hearing yelling from the other side with Jason, Andy, and Mark, and trying to figure out what's going on. The rest was like, you think we're going to continue? I don't know.
For a heartbeat, Crash Bandicoot was going to be in cyberspace, right? Because we just couldn't crack the puzzle of how to do your entire background with 500 polygons.
So cyberspace, 'cause I remember there was stuff where it looked like it was white triangles, like that was going to be the level. At one point, it was going to be more.
The first level that worked was, I can't remember what it's called in Crash 1, but you're running around on sort of stone platforms, like in kind of a dark cavern, and you really, basically, that one was the first one we made work because there really wasn't much of a background, just some sort of like stone things that kind of loomed out of the shadows so that we could focus on the gameplay elements. Because
the animation of the character,
Yeah,
making
the
that actually work, yeah.
Yeah, and we painted all the textures because we didn't have like lighting systems, like all the robust game development tools that you have today. So we just did all we could to maximize the number of using our texture count, and it actually started to look like something that was promising. But I remember it was not a slam dunk whatsoever.
Well, we are unfortunately out of time, but on behalf of everyone here, let's give these guys a round of applause for the contribution they've made to the gaming industry with Crash. Thank you so much, Mark, Connie, Bob, Andy, Jason.
Thank you.
We'll see you guys in a few minutes with our next panel. Thanks again, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up next, Mortal Kombat celebrating 25 years with Ed Boon live on stage. See you guys in just a minute. All right, we're back again. I know, lots of panels today, but some great stuff. Do you guys like the Crash panel? That was pretty cool. Yeah, I want to do more of those. You want to see more of those kind of retrospective things, maybe? next year? All right, cool. Yeah, I think that was great. Well, now I have the honor of introducing a guy who, like the Crash team, has been in this industry for so many years and building a franchise that didn't leave us behind a PS1. It is still stronger than ever. Mortal Kombat, Injustice, such an incredible studio, NetherRealm, that he's built in Chicago. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ed Boon. They love you, Ed. How are we doing, Ed Boon?
I'm doing really good. I always love E3, so great to see everybody.
And this year you get to relax, I think, unless you're announcing a new game here, which I don't think you are. But.
Well,
no. get to walk around the show floor. So this is pretty cool. Many years of Mortal Kombat.
Many years. Life probably more than some people here are alive.
Yeah. And what I think is so cool about your career is that Andy was saying here, they worked on Crash Bandicoot 6-7 years in, and it's like, I got tired of it. Creatively you want to do something new. He's gone to Injustice, but you've stayed very loyal to Mortal Kombat for all these years, and it still feels like it fires you up.
Yeah, it does. The roller coaster of events that have happened, in parallel with the game have affected a number of decisions that we've made and whatnot. But for the most part, each game that we've done, we've been fortunate enough to have done well, and has what's the word I'm looking for? Has kind of lend itself to what we can do next is this, and so the team always has these ideas at the end of the previous game that has just kind of goes into our notebooks and just kind of fired us all up as far as going to the game.
Yeah, such an incredible franchise. So let's wind the clock back to the start of Mortal Kombat. Now this was a team of 4 people.
4 people, yes.
1 programmer, 2 artists, 1 audio, and you made this game in how many months?
In 8 months. 8 months, start to finish.
Insane. So 8 months, 4 people making Mortal Kombat.
We were on test 5 months after the first day we started. We went to an arcade and put it just for a weekend, kind of like the stealth thing, like 5 months from the day that we started.
Those were the old days, right? Where it's like something would pop up and pre-internet.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, yeah.
No one would know about it. Now, as people probably know, originally it was going to be a Van Damme game.
It was. We had... Originally, we I think Bloodsport was a big movie that was out at the time, and we put together this like a pitch videotape that we took. We captured screenshots from Bloodsport and put them in what was like a mock-up of a game, and had Van Damme kind of bowing to his opponent, and we got a couple of punches and kicks kind of simulated in there, and we sent it saying, we want to make Van Damme the video game, please, consider us. And again, we're a pretty small team at the time, so I don't know how serious we were taken, in retrospect. And he just kind of politely declined. And I think he had said something like they were working on a game with Sega at the time, but I think never got released.
Never came out.
Yeah, so I'm still waiting for that game to come out.
All for the better, I think. And the original game, I actually didn't know this, but it was 7 buttons, not 5.
It was. Mortal Kombat's button layout was high punch, low punch, high kick, low kick, and then a block in the middle. Originally, it was high punch, low punch, high kick, medium kick, low kick, and it was a mess. And
did you actually test that? Was it in the test?
Well, not in the arcades. We
Okay,
tested, within the studio, and it was just too complex, and your hand had to move, too far. The buttons were so far apart, so we dropped that pretty quickly.
So when you were doing arcade stuff like that, I mean, did you have a test cabinet like you guys would all gather around? Like, what was development like back then for games?
It was very. Especially nowadays when you see how games are made, it was absolute garage band, setup. There was just a cabinet in my office that we got the assets going, and the characters jumping around on the screens, and people walking down the hallway would hear an uppercut or something, or Raiden yelling something. And they, what is that? The game wasn't even an official, product yet, and it was just word of mouth. Everybody just in the studio would just kind of, let me see this uppercut that you got going, and then they see the blood going, and they were like, can you do that? Can you do blood? And I guess we can. And there wasn't, we just didn't question things at the time.
Wow. Well, before we go further, I want to, there's a great sizzle that you put together on kind of all things Mortal Kombat. So we're going to take a look at that right now. This is Mortal Kombat. Check it out.
Fight. Finish him. Flawless victory. Get over here. Sub-Zero wins. Fatality.
Miss Cage. You're gonna fight me wearing that?
This is your life.
Yeah, it's amazing when you see the first games how far they look so archaic. Like now how far things have gone since just in the presentation alone. It's just amazing. Yeah.
But it's it's cool that it has had so much longevity, and we should reflect back on some of the games. I don't want to go through every one, but MK2, MK3, and I remember MK3. People were kind of angry because some characters were missing, right?
Yeah, they were. We got that was MK3 was the first first response or kind of lesson that we were learned as far as don't mess with this. Like you're gonna have a Mortal Kombat game, you better have Scorpion in it. And people were mad when we didn't have him in it. Same with Raiden. And so while we wanted to introduce new characters, we didn't realize that they had kind of ingrained themselves into people's, like their childhood. A lot of people, come up to me and they say, I'll never forget the first time I saw Mortal Kombat, the first time I saw Fatality. They'll be really specific. They'll say, I was at, this pizza place right by my house. My dad was paying for this. I went over, I heard everybody talking about it, and there's this great memory that people have of that first experience. I think that's part of what's made it kind of linger for so long in people's memories. It's like the first time they saw a fatality in Mortal Kombat or something.
So those early days, like MK 1, 2, 3, 4, rapid iteration, was gaining attention. Was there ever a point where you sort of wanted to give up on it? I mean, like any creative people, there are high points, low points. What was the sort of the low point for you in those early days?
At some point, like during Mortal Kombat 4, we had gone, nonstop from MK1. I remember working on Mortal Kombat 3. Literally, I was pulling an all-nighter, programming, and a lot of people were saying, "Oh, they just went out and saw the Mortal Kombat movie." Yep. And I'm working on the Mortal Kombat, third game, just missing everything. Just all of the hype that was going on with the Acclaim games and the movies that came out, and they started doing TV shows, and I think they had like a tour going on. All that was happening while we were with our heads down working on the next game, and it was a real it's a real push. People didn't realize how many hours we were putting into this, and so that exhaustion was kind of playing a big factor for us as far as just that and wanting to try something new. But the games just kept doing really well, and it had a significant role in Midway's financials.
They needed you.
Yeah, they weren't going to have us not do it, and so there was a little bit of also, well, if we don't do it, somebody will.
Right,
and
want to be good.
so it was that we were kind of a little bit of, even when we were talking, the first Mortal Kombat, we started already, coming up with ideas for a Star Wars game. We were like, okay, we're going to do Star Wars next, and our general manager was like, no, you're not.
Get back to work on FK. I remember, when I was a kid, Mortal Kombat, was in arcades, and there would always be the home version that would come out, right? And you'd be waiting for that, and how good would it be compared to the arcades and things like that. And tell us a bit about those times, because I remember, there were times where it wasn't quite as good, it was a little different, but there was always that window. And I remember, I'd go to the arcade and play it, and then be waiting for the home version to come out. Yeah. So were you effectively kind of building each game twice in a way, like the arcade version, or how much conversion was there between arcade and what was being done for home?
Well, to Acclaim's credit, Acclaim was publishing. They had the rights to publish all of Midway games for a 5-year period.
Okay.
And Mortal Kombat came into that, and they contracted out other developers to do the ports. And so they had one group doing the Super Nintendo port, one group doing the Genesis port, and they were separate efforts.
Were you involved though?
Yeah.
Okay.
We had
approval and stuff?
we had we had to approve it, before they could publish the game, and that caused problems. And so we were, we were in our 20s. We were a lot younger back then, and so we were very passionate. Very, you can't mess with this. And there was an issue with the blood stuff too. So the as you know, the ESRB ratings had come up. And
was it like the Nintendo version didn't have blood? Or I can't remember what it was.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so the Genesis version had blood, and the Nintendo version had sweat. And they kind of watered down, and by watered down I mean ruined the fatalities in the game.
Yeah.
And they had so there was the Nintendo version which looked a little better, and then there was the Genesis version which didn't have quite the visual fidelity but had the blood and it played a lot better. And so, a lot of people credit that game, MK1, as a big leap forward in Sega's, kind of war with Nintendo with that system.
Let me ask you about sort of, some of those aspects with the fatalities and violence, and Mortal Kombat's been around for so many years. You've had to weather a lot of sort of storms around that type of stuff. And, I know that sometimes those things can take personal tolls on people, and you're one of the sweetest, nicest guys in the industry, but have these games that are, sometimes objectified in a way. How did all that, controversy around fatalities and violence and all that, how did that affect you personally? Was that sort of a dark period? Do you think people just don't understand it? Or, how did you try and interpret how people were looking at a game?
I always interpreted it as, as you guys saw, the first games, just the graphic fidelity was, really archaic compared to something that's now.
Yeah.
But at that point, it was a leap forward because it was digitized graphics. We were videotaping real people, and so all of a sudden there was just a little bit more of a connection between, wow, that person looks real.
Not a cartoon. It's
exactly.
A person, yeah.
And Street Fighter had come out of like a year or so before us, Street Fighter 2, and they were more like drawn anime type of a look. So like all of a sudden when we had this realistic look and blood, it just got people's attention, and then we were, cutting people's heads off and doing all this stuff. And so I fully understood and in a lot of ways agreed with, a 6-year-old should not be playing this game.
Right.
But video games at the time were in this big category of more of a kid thing. And now I think the average gamer is like over 30 or something like that.
Yep.
Yeah. So now you have a 30-year-old is going to be able to, take in. It's kind of like the equivalent of an R-rated movie. Yep. So I certainly never had an issue with it. And when they said we need a rating system, I personally was like, yeah, we should have a rating system.
But for you personally, was there a responsibility that you started to feel around like, oh, maybe I shouldn't push as far? Because, you guys were coming up with some of the wackiest ideas out there.
I think there was a moment when we didn't have the rating stuff that I was like, yeah, I wouldn't want to, I wouldn't want a
Right.
kid, exposed to that. But once we got that M stamp on it, I kind of felt like that was the equivalent of, a rated R movie or
Right.
something where people know that is what is the content that's in the game.
Yes.
There were certainly some scarier things. I mean, Doom, Mortal Kombat, I think Night Trap or something were games that were really held up as examples of these violent games. So that was on some level it bothered you, but they were kind of vilified,
Absolutely.
and probably more than I thought that they deserved.
Yeah. It is also one of those brands that I think was a little more mainstream because there was the Mortal Kombat film.
Yeah.
You guys probably saw that, right?
Yeah.
Now, video game movies have had, a spotty history. Tell us about, that film and getting involved. How involved were you in that? And I mean, there have been multiple MK films over the years, but that initial one, I remember as a kid seeing it, and it was the music. I mean, it was quite the production.
That film, to the producers of that film and to Acclaim's credit, I've always been pretty vocal about. I felt like they raised Mortal Kombat out, beyond, like a video game. It became like a pop culture thing, that scream, that Mortal Kombat, that started that music and all that I think it was suddenly, that was a song on the radio, and all of a sudden the movie raised it too. So at some point while we were working on our games, we had Acclaim come in and say they're going to spend, $10 million to advertise this game, and in my head I was like, that's a lot of money to put behind it, and then a guy came in and said, we want to make a movie out of this, and I was like, you're insane. This is nobody's going to watch this, and but like I said, to their credit, they were right, and they raised it, and we benefit from it. After the movie and all that, and the home versions came out, and even the attention it got for the violence, it just raised it to another level of kind of like in entertainment.
Was there ever a point where you wanted to take a break from MK?
There was, and actually we have. The first 4 Mortal Kombat games were arcade games, and they were followed with home versions that we didn't work on. But slowly over time, the arcade scene in general was just kind of less people were playing in arcades. The home
systems were getting better.
Exactly, and that absolutely contributed to it. And so at some point, I certainly became disenchanted a little bit with the arcade industry, and we were like, okay, let's do something goes directly to home, and so we did a Mortal Kombat game, and then that was the one that we did directly to home, which was called Deadly Alliance. That jumped up in sales. We sold 5 or 6 million of that game, and so they were like, we'd like to try something different. And they go, no, you're not. And then that was that same conversation.
You remember what did you want to do differently then? Different game did you pitch?
Yeah, we did a arcade game called The Grid, which was like these.
Got some applause for The Grid up there.
It was like 6 arcade machines linked together, which was a ride, and to me is like the most fun I've ever had playing one of my games was that game.
Sure.
But you had to buy, to have that experience, you had to have 4, 5, 6 arcade machines in a dying arcade market. That's a tough sell for but at that point we had kind of gone off and done that game, and then Mortal Kombat had like we did a game called Shaolin Monks, which was like an action adventure type version of that game. And but they still had the label Mortal Kombat on it, and so we're trying to kind of branch out and do these things while continuing to do the Mortal Kombat thing, which as I was saying before, was played a really significant role in Midway's financial
prosperity. Then you got sort of your first crossover at Midway, MK versus DC Universe.
Right.
Steve Allison, all the guys are always thinking of how do we, bring properties together, do something cool, which I guess, in some ways, I guess predicted in a way maybe where you were going to be ultimately with Warner Brothers and all this. But that, there are obviously lots of ideas for crossovers or guest characters back in the day and things like that. People, where's the MK cross Street Fighter? People always have these ideas. Why was that the first one that you wanted to do with this MK versus DC? Because you were a very mature rated game. Yeah. Bring in DC, and I think you had to bring the rating down for that one, right?
We did.
Yeah.
And actually, it wasn't our team's idea. Yeah. It was our one of the guys in marketing.
Marketing, yeah.
Yeah, he knew people at DC, and they said, you want to do this, and Mortal Kombat was really hot, so they were like, bring these characters, and the game did well, but there was a lot of compromises. There was a lot of stuff going on with Midway started to really get unstable at the time. The T rating, I think, for Mortal Kombat fans to not have an M-rated game was like blasphemy, and then the guidelines that we had to kind of stay within in the DC
universe.
Yeah, exactly. So all those things with Midway, and some of those things with Midway, I wish I could tell you about, but I'm not allowed to. It made that a really tough project to complete.
Yeah.
And so it was, like I said, it did well. And I think Mortal Kombat has so many fans that they're they come along with us for the ride. But it's that was a really tough project.
Yeah, and then, after that, there was this transition for MK, for you, moving over to Warner Brothers, MK9. Was that a point where you maybe said, hey, I want to do something different with my life or do a different kind of game? I mean, that was a reset with Midway sort of faltering. Yeah. MKDC was something different, but you said wasn't necessarily what the fans wanted. I mean, were you ever at a point where like, hey, I want to go off and make a character action game, or I want to go off and make a first-person action game? Like, 'cause, I mean, you're such a talented, creative person. I'm sure at some point, maybe this was your chance for a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, certainly, Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks was like, it kind of scratched an itch that we all had of, and we always look at that game as, in our heads we're thinking, that's not the last one we're going to do. We're always thinking that, we'd love to do.
You guys
some
be
kind
into
of,
that? Something different.
Yeah. And we've had a number of conversations about that. At the time, we had already started Mortal Kombat 9, and the first thing that Warner Brothers said when we kind of got on board with them was, we're going to give you 6 more months, give you more time, make it a quality product, and that game ended up being the highest selling of all the Mortal Kombat games before it, which was really weird, some 18 years later or something like that, to have your best-selling one. And so that really kind of sparked the whole thing with continuing Mortal Kombat. But MK versus DC also kind of made it apparent to us that there was like a superhero game waiting to be made that didn't have the restrictions of Mortal Kombat or the violence of Mortal Kombat, that just kind of celebrated that, and that spawned the first Injustice game. And we've that did really well for us, and we just introduced the sequel.
Injustice 2, yes.
And so now
you guys
we're
playing Injustice 2?
Yeah. And so that started this new this franchise that we've been kind of alternating with Mortal Kombat at the time. So.
Yeah, and that's I guess that's fresh, but fighting games. You said you've done so many of them. Like you mentioned Shaolin Monks, I don't know if you guys know, they have an incredible mobile studio at NetherRealm, and I don't know if you guys have played Injustice or the mobile games, but it's amazing that you're able to do this across multiple platforms. Yeah. And also, I think push in new directions, because I think sometimes people think of these games as just fighting games, but I think we all know like the stories that you've built, and even Injustice, like a lot of talk about how great the animation is and the lips. I mean, you're telling pretty epic tales.
Yeah, there's effectively a baked-in movie. Yeah. In our games, in the Mortal Kombat and Injustice movie, and so we have an entire team of animators, directors, story writers. Like there is a movie production that is part of the whole big production that is, Mortal Kombat and Injustice, and and again, that's a whole other kind of form of entertainment media. I think part of the reason that we've done like these little, we did like this puzzle combat thing, this motor combat thing, the story mode, all these kind of things is it's a little bit of what you're talking about, where we're just scratching another itch while continuing this this gigantic behemoth that is the Mortal Kombat franchise.
It's also interesting to look at a franchise over so many years, because the technology was, very restrictive in the early days in terms of what you could do with that, rotoscope animation and whatnot. And now we're at a point where, games, you can do a lot of things. But are there things still technically that you feel held back? That, things you want to do in, like, the latest MK that you still can't get there? It's like you always want more polygons, more animation. But, from a gameplay perspective, it's interesting that you've been, it's still the same core fighting game. But do you still feel it all restricted creatively because this medium can't give you enough of something?
I don't know if I'd call it restrictive as much as I'd say that, by nature of fighting games, it's just, it's one-on-one.
Yep.
It'd be great to introduce more of a team element to it. A lot of online is guilds and groups and all of the the kind of collective gameplay experience that you have. So it'd be great to have a 5-on-5, a team of 5 fighters.
5-on-5 MK. Anyone in?
Yeah. It'd be a lot of and it'd be a great to see tournaments where there's teams of people, kind of like you see a team of people playing
a MOBA or
League of Legends or something like that. And so I would love to see, I guess you'd have to have, the kind of the memory to hold all the characters in there and the environments and all the animations that go with it. But as far as just expanding the amount of memory and letting more players than just one-on-one or two-on-two play it.
Fighting games are so much about the control and the feel of the game. I'm curious, how much of does that move from one game to the next? Like, at what point do you totally rewrite the code, or how much carries forward? I mean, from even the early arcade games and whatnot. I mean, do you when you do a new MK, I'm sure you don't start fresh, but like, how does that get updated over time?
We usually have just a feeling of when it's time to change. Like when we did the first 3 Mortal Kombat games, 3D games were 3D fighters were starting to really kind of rise up. Tekken, Virtual Fighter, Dead or Alive, and that was just kind of like the direction things were going. And so we were kind of, okay, let's go into more of a 3D feel. And then after about 3 games of that, everything we were just feeling was going back to 2D, and that's Mortal Kombat 9 was going back to 2D.
Yep.
And so we always think of it as like rebooting the fighting engine. We always feel like after a certain amount of time, if you don't change it, people will feel like they've had that experience already, even if you put prettier graphics on it. I've always felt like, it's a bit of a risk, but I think it's more risky to keep doing the same thing, and eventually, over time, you just kind of fade away. I think that's one of the reasons why Mortal Kombat has stuck along, is we haven't been afraid to mix things up with it.
Absolutely, and now getting to multi-stage arenas. I mean, there's just there's so much more that you can sort of build on. But you're right, it's still that sort of one-on-one action. All right, well, we're going to go some questions people have. We're going to let you guys in the audience ask questions. We're also going to have a video question from Facebook first. Wait a sec. One video question from Facebook. We'll get to you.
I'm here with Jocelyn from Valencia, California. Jocelyn, what's your question?
Oh, this question is for Mr. Boone. As a mom of 2 boys who grew up with Mortal Kombat on their Christmas list, I wanted to know what's the passion that drives you to evolve this game from one level to the next to make it more exciting for all your consumers, especially the young generation.
So what's the passion that drives you?
Some of it is the technology, as you said, being able to do something that we didn't do before. Just opens ideas, kind of flowing as far as what we can do. Suddenly when we're going from sprites to polygons to online components to all these features, it just, you have a lot of ideas when there's a bigger palette of things to do. And thankfully technology has been, moving so fast, accelerating. If anything, it's just made the direction that we want to take a lot more clear every time.
We have a question here from someone watching on Facebook Live. Justin Long wants to know, will we be seeing Frost ever again?
Ever again? Probably. Yeah. As close as I could come.
All right.
I certainly can't confirm or anything like that.
Can't
at this point.
confirm
Yeah,
or
yeah.
deny anything. All right, we got lots more Facebook questions coming in, but want to get, oh, wow. We got a lot of people. We don't have mics upstairs, so if you guys want to ask a question, you're going to have to come downstairs, just so you know. But we'll start down here. There are lots of questions. Let's start with you right there, ma'am. Yeah, we're going to bring a mic to you.
Hello? Hi. Is it on?
Mic's working?
Okay. So, so my question is regarding, is there a chance that Mortal Kombat would be, is there a version of Mortal Kombat as a story that you would turn into a VR game at any time?
Mortal Kombat VR. I don't know how that would work.
Oh,
but
VR?
you could touch your
You know,
butt.
I guess just to the point before of when new technology becomes available, that's certainly a discussion that we've had. You know, and you know, you'd be crazy not to talk about it. So,
Yeah, Mortal Kombat for the Wii, I remember back in the day, right?
That's right. That's right.
Fond memories.
Yeah, yeah. I
Fond
was on the E3 show floor, and I saw that there was a demo of a guy. He was playing a boxing game in VR.
Yeah.
And he looked so tired. Oh my God. He did not look amused. And so some of those things, you know, you think, you know, that'd be fun for like, you know, 4 minutes.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, we'll have to see. Oh wow! All right, you got a lot. Almost every hand is up with a question. Let's go to you right here in the front over here.
When they, if you can remember this, if you remember that, did the producers or whatever for the film wanted it to be an R-rated film or a PG-13 film when they suggested a movie, when they proposed it?
Do I remember, or did they?
Did they propose it as an R movie?
No, I think from the very beginning, I think they wanted it to be PG-13. I think that they had, you know, they were aware that the game had fans that were skewing younger, and even though it had an M-rated, it was an M-rated game, they wanted to really push PG-13 as far as they could. I think you notice in the opening scene, like Shang Tsung breaks somebody's back, you know, like Liu Kang's brother's back,
Yeah.
Which I shouldn't be laughing at. And
sick, twisted mind of Ed Boon.
But they had it was pretty clear from the very beginning that they wanted it to be PG-13.
Wow, cool. All right, we got lots of questions. Like every hand is in the audience. You ready, ma'am? Yep, we'll get you a mic. Yep, yeah, red shirt. Yep.
Hello. What made you think of babalities?
When did we think of them?
Yeah, like what made you think of putting it in a game?
It was. They were a direct response to. Well, it was a tongue-in-cheek response to the attention that the fatalities were getting. You know, we were like, you know, let's do this. You know, a friendship, you know, like the exact opposite of what Mortal Kombat is. And so, you know, like Baraka gives the guy a present and always, and that was, you know, that was a lot of fun to come up with them. And at that point, you know, no matter what secret we put in the game, it was the coolest thing in the world. And I was like, you know, Dan Forden was our audio guy. He said, let's turn him into a baby and let's call it Babality, you know. And then we was like, you know, he's like, no, I'm serious.
That's it. Let's do it.
So Dan Forden was the guy who came up with Babalities, yeah.
All right. Next question. Let's go to the guy in the black hoodie right there. Yeah, go for it.
Hi. So when I was a kid, I would watch the Deadly Alliance behind-the-scenes documentaries a lot, and I saw that a lot of the characters were born out of restriction and limitations. At which point in the series did you think, oh wow, this has a potential for storytelling and lore? And when did you start developing it further?
Good question.
That's another kind of technology response. Is that was the first game that we did that was on CD-ROM, and you just had a lot more data, and so suddenly we can tell a much more elaborate story. The first games were arcade games. They had these ROM chips, and we used up everything we could for the graphics. And so that was certainly one of the things that came to mind was let's start expanding on the story. That was one of the things people really seemed to have liked about Mortal Kombat was its lore. Everybody's associating with the character a little bit more, and so CD-ROMs was our main thing.
Awesome. All right. Next question. Let's go way in the back there, in the yellow. Oh, these questions from women, too. Across all boundaries.
Hi. I want to know, how do you decide what characters go in Injustice and in Mortal Kombat? What are those development meetings like?
How do we decide which characters we're going to have?
Mhm.
A big variable is people yelling, tweeting.
What the fans say on Twitter, right?
Tweeting, threatening.
Yes.
The
I've
bigger the
been
threat,
one
the
of
better
those
the
people.
no.
Yeah.
And so a lot of it is feedback from fans. A lot of it is just getting a pulse. We just introduced Red Hood in Injustice,
Yep.
and that was an absolute response to just the volume of people insisting that character gets in the game.
Awesome. Let's go to the guy in the Mario hat, right? Or girl, Mario hat, yeah.
Will there ever be a crossover with Street Fighter?
MK Cross Street Fighter. Let's roll the trailer.
Yeah. I wish I came up with that joke. We actually we came really close. When we actually mocked up, and I sent it to Jeff. We couldn't get it up there. We had mocked up a Ken
Probably
and a
didn't get
Scorpion.
approved.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of facing each other off, and when we had a discussion about it.
How long ago was this?
This was right at about Deadly Alliance. Okay. So it was like I forgot when it was, 2000.
Wow.
And so the discussions were had, but Capcom and Midway, so we hated each other. No, we didn't hate each other. But actually, I'm a huge fan of Street Fighter, and I as a player, I'd love to see it. You'd have to answer questions of like, what's the fighting engine? Is it PG? PG. Is it M-rated or is it But it's certainly been discussed.
All right. We should answer questions all day. I think we got time for maybe one or two more questions. All right, maybe the guy holding up the Mortal Kombat box, Genesis box.
Yeah, maybe him.
Exactly.
I just want sign this, please.
That's not fair. That's not a question. Yeah, let's.
The answer is no.
Okay. Hey, I'm a huge fan of Mortal Kombat ever since it came out. I had a question for you about like Shaolin monks. Would you ever consider like making the dream team of Scorpion and Sub-Zero? Like, when I saw Mortal Kombat ending Sub-Zero, at the end it shows Scorpion and Sub-Zero together. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So could you possibly make a game where Scorpion and Sub-Zero are together, and then you could have?
We had one. The team that was where Shaolin Monks was developed was in Moore Park. It was a group called Paradox.
Yep.
And when they finished Shaolin Monks, they started working on a game called Mortal Kombat Fire and Ice, which was Scorpion and Sub-Zero together. And they had a mock-up, a demo going, and we were very excited about it. And then, through circumstances out of everybody's control, we just couldn't move forward with it. But everybody was very excited about it. It's a very, very talented team.
That's awesome.
had done
And
that thing.
also, I have my Mortal Kombat X comic. I wanted you to sign too. So,
Ed Boon, you're a popular man. All right, we're not really doing signings or autographs here. It's up to you, Ed, on what you'd like to do. All right, well, unfortunately, guys, we are out of time. We'll just have to bring Ed back next year to answer more questions.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Awesome. Ed Boon, everyone, a true legend in the video game business. Thanks, Ed. Coming up next, Far Cry 5, a trip to Hope County.
I think I know where the other one went, too. Camera guy's by the...
Now we have a special look at an Amazing Grace trailer.
Please welcome your host for this session, Jack from Achievement Hunters.
Hello, E3. How are you guys doing today? E3 2017. I'm very, very excited to be here today. Welcome to Hope County and welcome to Far Cry 5. We've got an awesome panel today. It's going to be a lot of fun. We've got some really cool people. Please make some noise for Dan Hay, the creative director, Drew Holmes, the lead writer, and J.S. DeCon, the narrative director of Far Cry 5. Oh my gosh, how are you guys doing today? You excited to be at E3?
Really good.
Yeah? You excited to talk about Far Cry 5 finally?
Jesus, this is a big room.
Y'all don't bite, do you? Right? No? No one answered that, which is very frightening to me. So I'm very nervous about you guys. Yeah, it's going to be very scary. So anyway, Far Cry 5. This is so exciting. So I'm pumped to talk about it. And how long have you guys been working on this game now?
I think we've been working on it for about 2.5, 3 years, and it's amazing because we've had it in our heads for a long time, and we've been wanting to talk about it, and we can't. So now, what's great is being here at E3 and finally being able to share it. It's been fantastic for us.
That's great. So real quick, before we kind of get into the real specific Far Cry stuff, I know as a fan, I'm always curious to kind of what like a creative director does for a game. So what exactly do you do on Far Cry 5?
I think it's, in the simplest terms, basically you're coming up with the kernel of an idea, and you're making sure that you kind of follow through on that idea. So the very first thing that I thought about when building this game was just the sign of Hope County. Just seeing that sign and kind of the word Sinner written across it and the story that's told with that sign. And then, after that, what the creative director does is start to flesh that out and take that idea and start to think about the antagonist and the struggle and the stories in the world, and then you hand it off to a great team, and they make something great with it.
Yeah, it sounds like you hand it off to Drew then, and then Drew, you have to come up with what the actual story is. So
try not to screw it up.
And so what's that like? So when he comes to you with a sign that says Sinner, and you're like, I got to make a game around this, what happens there?
There's a lot of collaboration in the entire process. I sat down with Dan probably almost 2 years ago now. He pitched me what he wanted to do for the game. It was about a half-hour conversation, and I left going, you know what? I've got to move to Montreal. This is what I'm gonna. If I say no to this opportunity, I'm gonna regret it for the rest of my life. And so from that point on, we just started kicking around ideas. For the first probably 4 or 5 months I was up at the studio, it was really talking about, okay, Joseph Seed as the leader of this cult. We knew that we wanted to bring a new level of villain to the franchise. Far Cry is always known for really great villains, Voss, Pagan Min. We knew that we needed to step up our game this time around, not just do one villain, do four, right? Introduce the concept of the family. And from then, we just started to bring in more writers, right? Building a writer's room, which is really the first time I think we'd done something like this for Far Cry. Bringing in a whole bunch of different writers, all sorts of backgrounds, to be able to give us a sense that there's a large, diverse group of people that are in Montana that they had gone and visited. So we needed to make sure that we had a lot of different people with lots of different points of view to help sort of shape this. And that's when we start to bring in guys like JS, who it's one thing to sort of write a script, it's another to sort of get it into the game, and that's where JS really comes in.
Yeah, so JS, so you basically kind of link these two guys together and make the story and the game work together. What is that job like?
Yes, so I take the vision from Dan and the words from Drew, and then it's about taking that and bringing it into the game, into the experience. So it's about working with the people that are building the world, the people that are making the missions, and the systems. And it's taking all this and trying to infuse it to make it an experience. So we have a lot of discussion, the three of us, and when we are happy with something, I think it's the moment where we can start to talk about it with the team and have something that's going to be super cool.
Oh, see, when I got happy with something, that would make me nervous because I'd be like, oh God, I know we're missing something. What's going on here? So
I think apparently we do have a lot of discussions, but not about what to wear.
Yeah. So you try to all
Great
match.
minds think alike, Dan. Come on.
Now, so we know Hope County is filled with tons of amazing characters, but what's it like writing that story? What's it like in that setting in Hope County? What's that like?
It's tough. I think for us, we always are chasing character, we want to make sure that as you move through the world, as you're exploring the people that live there, we need them to feel believable. We need to feel like they're a part of this community. They lived there for a long time. So for me, from the writing standpoint, it's all about motivation. It's about empathy. I want to be able to make sure that stuff doesn't feel you don't want to see the writer behind the scenes at all. You want to just feel like, oh, this is someone that I just sort of bumped into in the middle of this bar, like Mary May or anyone like that. It's rewarding when you sort of sit down and watch people play the game. They're like, oh, I really had a fun time, hanging out with these characters. It's good.
That's cool, man. And so, like you mentioned before, so typically you kind of like in Far Cry games, you have like one big villain. This time you have Eden's Gate, which is a whole family of villains. So what is Eden's Gate, and how do they interact with the community or the characters of Hope County?
I think that the original concept was, when we're, like Drew was talking about, is to make it so that it's not just one character that you're going against. So we actually had this concept of the family. And I always thought it was interesting to think about them actually sitting around a table and having dinner and what they'd say to each other and just sort of get the sense of the tension of that. And so I think we built this family. We wanted to, we did a pretty good job with Voss, and we had Peg and Min and Far Cry 3 and Far Cry 4, and we're like, okay, we have to raise the bar. How are we going to do that? So the concept of the cult, the concept of a family, the concept of this guy who absolutely believes that the end of the world is coming. And what he believes is that he's got to go out and save as many people as he can, whether they want to be saved or not. That was pretty powerful for us. So I think we built that. We built this magnetic character, and then we got an actor who came in. You get a great writer, you get a great actor, and it's not a science. It's absolutely alchemy. You do what you can to try and put all the pieces together and make it interesting, and then you hope that you get something great. And then we saw Greg's first performance, and it can I swear?
I think so.
Okay,
I'm not
it
going to say
scared
no.
the shit out of me. I mean, one of the things that we try and do is make sure that if we're talking about something like a cult, and we're talking about it has to be believable that that we meet somebody and they could actually talk to us and pull us into that world. And Greg gave a performance where, by the end of it, I was like, I think I might follow this guy. So it worked. It was really good.
Nice, and it's got to be intimidating for him to come into to a franchise where these villains have been so well known. I mean, Voss is. I mean, is he going to end up on Better Call Saul now? Is that what's going to happen with the father?
That's a damn good question. I don't know.
Greg Brick is on many shows already on local television in Canada, but he was in this movie. Which one?
Oh, he was in History of Violence, right?
Yeah, History of Violence.
Yeah, the very beginning.
Yeah, it seems like he would fit in perfect. I got to say, I love this image here, this art. This is such a beautiful image. It's. This is basically what lunch looks like at Rooster Teeth. So, you got Bernie in the middle there, and everyone else is feared. Yeah. Anyway. So let's talk a little bit about Father Joseph Seed. So he's a serious character. So what does he believe in? What is, obviously he thinks the world's going to end, but where did that come from? Like where did that motivation come from for the character?
Well, for me, I think back to the original pitch of the game, which was that sometimes when you're hearing about a pitch of a game and you hear about the elevator pitch, it's not really an elevator pitch, it's a lot of stuff. And what I remember, I was a child of the 80s, and I was 10 years old in 1982, and what I remember from that time is sort of the crushing weight of looking up at what was going on with America and the Soviet Union, and the feeling of the Cold War, and the feeling like the world could kind of end at any time, and being 10 years old and not really knowing how to deal with that. And just that pressure for years, and you're watching Terminator, and you're watching War Games, and you're watching, there was a TV show with Jane Fonda, I can't remember what it was called, it was like The Day After Tomorrow, something like that, and it scared the shit out of me as a kid.
Dude, Red Dawn, man.
Yeah, Red Dawn, exactly. I mean, that's the stuff that we were watching at the time, and I remember thinking, we're this close. And then, when the Berlin Wall fell, I didn't have that feeling anymore. I think the global consciousness everybody kind of breathed this collective sigh of relief that, okay, we're safe. And I remember that feeling kind of got pushed to the background for a while. And then I'd say about 12, 15 years ago, it started to come back for me. And I watched things like the subprime mortgage collapse, and the feeling like people were looking at the government and going, who's in charge of this? Who's protecting our stuff? And then the feeling of like Brexit and the language globally changing from us and the global village to kind of them. And so I thought it would be really interesting to build a character that had that feeling, and then decided to actually do something about it, that they heard this voice. This voice told them that they were obligated, they had a mandate to go out and save people. And that key thing of, souls don't harvest themselves. And then putting that mandate in a game, putting it in Far Cry, and then having you step into that world, and then, like Drew was saying, building the writer's room and having them contribute to it, that felt really powerful.
Man, so, and that being said, too, you guys have all worked on other Far Cry games before, right?
No, I have.
Oh,
this
you
is my
haven't?
first one, yeah.
So you're the rookie. Did you get hazed into it? Like
big time.
So JS and Dan. So how did you take other experiences from previous Far Cry games and bring them into this?
It depends, but for this one, for instance, we worked a lot on the animals on Primal, so we reused it in this one. We brought Boomer.
Oh yeah, we'll talk about Boomer.
And there will be some others. Yeah, Boomer especially is a fan favorite. It's crazy how people are reacting to him. We were not expecting that level of love and affection for this dog. So yeah, for instance, we bought that from Primal. Since Far Cry 3 also, we're trying to develop the gun for hire system. But it was something on the side, and this time we really tried to push it and make it a core feature. So now you really have these partners like Grace, the sniper, Nick Rai, the plane fighter. These people are going to be your friend, your virtual friend. They know about Montana, they've been oppressed, and they want to resist. And they will cheer when you do cool stuff. They will also mock you when you do stupid stuff. So it's really about a virtual friend that actually also are tools to play the game.
Yeah, now let's talk about Montana for a bit here. We have a question from Facebook Live that someone asked. I don't know if we can cue that up here and check out this question we got from online.
Hi, I'm here with Kelly from San Diego, California. Kelly, what is your question for the Far Cry 5 team?
Hi there, 5 team. I have a question about where you guys visited in the Midwest or rural Montana that drew the inspiration for Far Cry 5.
There you go. So where did your inspiration? I heard you guys actually went to Montana, right?
Yeah, we did. I think that, way back when we started talking about the game and we started kicking around the idea of Montana, I mean, people were like, Montana? What the hell? Like, what? And then we started talking about it, and then sort of the history of self-reliance and the idea of maybe some folks that live there that don't want to be messed with and be left alone and kind of left out of the prying eyes of everybody. And it became interesting because, Far Cry is about finding a frontier and wilderness and definitely exotic. But the more we talked about Montana, it seemed to make sense. So we had to find out. So we got on a plane and we went there, and within 24 hours we were sure. And I think the reason for me is really simple, is that whenever I think about a Far Cry and I hear a Far Cry pitch, what I do is I try and imagine that I'm sitting in a bar and I'm having a scotch, and the people who are going to have that, I'm definitely having a scotch. The people who are there and will walk in, the characters from the game will walk in, and they'll tell this sort of urban legend of what happened in this Far Cry pitch. And if I listen to it and it has that frontier, if it has that uniqueness to it, almost that Twilight Zone feel to it, if it feels real but it also feels off, I absolutely believe we can make a Far Cry from that. And what happened is that as we started to talk about Montana, and I think of that bar for every single Far Cry, what's happened now in my head is that bar is now in Montana. So it's changed how I think about the brand.
Now, so what's that bar look like for Primal?
Yeah, it was a little weird. I had to admit, that one was weird. Like a couple cavemen coming in and just having a scotch, but it was cool.
Nice. Awesome. Yeah, Montana, it seems like kind of a perfect, like how many, audience poll, how many of you have visited Montana before? All right, we got a few. Now, do you believe something like this could take place in Montana? Yeah. There we go. Very resounding yes. So I think you nailed it right there.
Yeah, what's really cool is that we've had a lot of people that have been from Montana, have grown up there, have come to play the game, and they're like, immediately they look around, they're like, yeah, this feels like Montana. Just walking through it, meeting some of the people, I think that we do a ton of research into the setting, right? Like Dan said, meeting people, getting a sense of what their personalities are, just because you want to. I mean, Hope County is obviously fictional, but if it doesn't at least feel believable or relatable, then I think you're immediately sort of pulled out of the fantasy. So that's key, is just making sure that we do the research as much as possible to make sure that it feels authentic.
You got to do your homework, right? I mean, we went there, we drank the water, we went hunting, we went fishing, and that was a really cool thing too, because when you're making a game like this, it's important that you build a believable world. And there was a moment where we're kind of like fishing with this guy, and he's pretty stoic and whatnot, and he wasn't saying much, and we're just fishing, and he just leans over and he goes, these trout don't live in ugly places. We're like, man, okay, that's got to be a T-shirt,
beautiful.
Right? That's amazing. And it's like those little anecdotes, those little moments where you realize that, not every problem solved with a gun, we can go out into the world and we can build this world where sometimes you want to get into a badass car, a muscle car, and the right piece of music comes on and you just want to drive. And you can have that happen in Far Cry 5.
Well, in Montana, you can drive about 120 down the highway, too,
yes.
So that works out pretty well. So how long until fishing ended up in the game? Like, was that in the original game design doc? Or
right from the beginning, but we just didn't understand how much people were going to love it. So people are waiting in line at E3, and we're thinking, they're waiting, a couple hours to play the game, and the line is huge, and they get in there for 10, 15 minutes, and they spend the entire time. We're building a story, we're building this immersive world, and they fish. You're like, okay, you know what? Play the game you want to play.
Yeah, that sounds like, I imagine, so I know Achievement Hunter at some point we're going to do a Let's Play in the game, and it's going to be Jeff and I fishing, and then it's going to be Michael and Ryan dogfighting, and there's smash cut to death and destruction.
Exactly.
Jeff and I just fishing. So let's talk about some of the characters in the game now. So I'm excited for this, because I think for the first time ever in a Far Cry game, you have Fangs for hire, which is great. You have Boomer in the game, which I'm super excited. Look at Boomer! Oh, look at that guy. That's so awesome. So you were talking about Primal before. It sounds like Boomer is kind of a direct response to Primal, right?
Yeah, it's an extension, and there will be also other surprises. But yeah, he's a cool mutt, and I think everybody fell in love with the fact that he's able to disarm bad guys and bring back the weapon.
Yeah, such a good boy. And I've heard you can pet Boomer too. Is that true?
Yes.
That's incredibly important in a video game now. Thank you very much from the audience. And I want to point out something too. Oh, sorry.
No, it's just that there was this one time because we were wondering if Boomer was going to work, or wondering how it was going to work. And there's a guy at the office who's pretty stoic. He doesn't say much, and I don't know that he really believed in Boomer. And so he was playing the game, and we're kind of watching his face and trying to get a sense of whether or not he likes it. And he's being super quiet, and he's on a 50 cal, and he's kind of blowing all these cultists and whatnot. And then all of a sudden, he sees these cultists come around the side, and then Boomer comes over and basically takes out the cultists and takes them out, and he goes, "Good dog, good dog." And yes, we nailed it. It's perfect.
Now, that's fantastic. Now, one thing I love about Ubisoft is always great to their community. They're all really, really good with their fans. If you guys seen, they do cosplay guides for For Honor and for The Division and everything else. They made a cosplay guide for Boomer. I don't know if we have it here. This is official. This came out of Ubisoft, and I love that, the floppy fun detector. But my favorite is the hustle sticks. Those are very important. So if you have a dog that you want to cosplay, there you go. You got the official cosplay guide for Boomer, which is
shout out to two of our writers, James and Mari, who came up with the hustle sticks and the friendship beacon.
That's fantastic. All right, let's get into some of the human characters of the game. What can you tell me about Grace? Now, she seems pretty cool.
Yeah, she's an interesting character because she's pretty quiet, right? And we wanted to be able to make it so that the characters were different. When you're building these characters to make the world feel real, you want to be able to make it so that it's not all the same tone, it's not all the same voice. And she's very different from the standpoint of, if you meet Nick, he's pretty bombastic. He's a little bit slapstick sometimes. Grace isn't like that. She's calm, she's rational, she's methodical, and it's born from a little bit of pain, right? In her background, she's had a situation where there's been loss. And you're going to hear that creep into her voice. You're going to hear that in the writing. And what's really interesting, and Drew touched on it a bit, is that we've really kind of handled the writing differently on this game, where we want to build that writer's room, and we want people who are responsible for building those characters and taking those characters all the way through. They own an action bubble, they own a character, and that character is very much alive for them. That character in the world has a job, they have something that they're doing, and they're not just waiting around to give you a mission or a quest. They're going to go out and they're going to affect the world on their own, and we want Grace to be like that.
That's cool. I like that you have writers specifically for characters, because that way you don't have a voice that suddenly turns, they're not super soft and quiet at the beginning of the game, then another writer takes over and they're suddenly a bombastic asshole. That's good to hear.
Consistency, I think, is key, and it's about finding who on the team can sort of hit that right tone for Grace, who is much more somber, much more serious, has a very specific, really bad things have happened to her in the past, and as opposed to someone like Nick or other crazy characters we haven't quite unveiled yet. I think Far Cry, the brand is sort of, it walks the line between very, very serious and then having a little bit more fun on the periphery. So it's important for us to make sure that we're bringing writers in who can, we're putting people in a position to succeed, right? That our guys who are really good at comedy writing are sort of handling those characters, and the sort of more stoic people are writing people like Grace.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Far Cry to me has always been about fun, first and foremost. The game is always, you can do whatever the hell you want, go, unleash animals on people and have a blast. So it's very important to the game. I'm glad you guys are focusing on that too. So, okay, so now I'm curious about Pastor Jerome Jeffries, which a game you have very cult-like figures, and you've got this guy. So how does sort of he fit in the world? I think do we have a video to show for this too, or? Oh.
Woe to the man who leads my flock astray, says the Lord. We were given so much. This land, this life, our freedom. What's left of it now? Our people felt abandoned, grew weary. They needed our help. and we didn't listen. But he did. Told them exactly what they wanted to hear. But those falsehoods, lies, his poison, it's driven them from pasture, from the righteous path. Woe to the man who leads my flock astray. For if I am not their shepherd, then I must be the wolf.
So I think he had his Bible open to Austin 3:16 there with the gun inside of it. We're a little bit messed up on it. So tell me a little bit about Jerome.
Yeah, I think that he's someone who, again, a lot of people in the community of Falls End have been affected by the cult, by the Project at Eden's Gate. For us, it was important to sort of show someone who was a community leader that's been pushed too far, right? I mean, the idea of we initially sort of came up with this idea of the machine gun preacher, right? A man of God who has maybe been pushed too far and is willing to save his people, maybe at the expense of his own soul. That was the initial idea from it, and from there it just sort of turned into Pastor Jerome.
Good Lord, that's awesome. All right, real quick, we're running a little bit low on time, so let's take a look at Mary May. I'm curious about her.
I grew up here, you know. Had my first kiss out back with some dumb cowboy. Almost got caught by my dad. He loved this place. It wasn't all easy. But he always made sure that here, you could speak your mind. And then they showed up. We're here to help, they said. He believed them. And then they took my mom. Brother. And Dad was never the same. Now what? You wanna take this place too? No. This place is ours.
All right. Now, please tell me I can get a Whistling Beaver shirt from somewhere. Is that going to be in the store?
Yeah, that's cool. You could do that if you want. Sure.
Okay, nice. So obviously she's had a lot of like personal strife. Her family's been affected by the father.
Yes, it's quite heavy what happened to her family, and she's now the only remaining survivor. And she's kind of she's the heart of the community of Falls End. She's going to lead the resistance in this part of the game. And she's going to be a close partner of the player. And she's all about disrupting the cult. Voilà.
Nice. All right. So finally, we got Nick Rye, who I personally am excited for because he's a pilot and I love flying in video games. Let's check out Nick now.
She's a beaut, ain't she? All this time. She ain't never let me down. I just hope she's around when he's old enough to fly. Ooh, my boy. I mean, I hope it's a boy. I just want him to fly her like I do. Not like my dad or my grandpa. They flew in the war, so I didn't have to. But now, I don't know if he'll ever have the chance. Not with these around here. People are scared, man. I may never have gone to war. If them Peggy's come after my family, sure as hell we'll give them one.
My God. That is one hell of a crop duster there. So what can you tell me about Nick?
I think honestly, Nick is just a regular guy, right? I mean, that's one of the things that we met when we were in Montana. I really got the impression that some of the folks that we met had a really good bullshit meter, and that we couldn't, they didn't suffer fools, and that when they were pushed to the edge, you could really get the sense like they could handle themselves. And that's Nick. I mean, he's got the plane. He's a bit of a badass. He's also a bit of a jokester. And he's the guy you want to basically have your back, from 1,000 feet up, causing trouble.
And so he has more than just a gun, though, right, on that plane?
Yeah, bombs, machine guns, all sorts of fun tools for the player to play around with.
Oh, man.
And he's super bombastic, Nick Rai, but he's also, he has heart. And that's a character that will bring, you'll see in his story, that we brought something that maybe was not present in previous Far Cry. We're trying to also go in spaces where it's not just about crazy cuckoo characters.
Yeah, his character has evolved a lot. I think speaking to the writer's room, the character has evolved a lot. He used to be like this, just on his own, a little bit more menacing. And as we started to work with everyone, we developed this idea that, okay, his wife, Kim, is actually maybe the driving force in the relationship. Maybe he wants to maybe run and hide away from the cult, and she's the one saying, no, this is our home. We got to stick here. We got to fight. And so that balance between that relationship and the way that interplays, I think speaking to what JS is saying, that's not a relationship that I think we've seen before in a Far Cry, and it feels bringing more empathy into these characters and making it feel like, oh, this is real, this is charming, like it's giving you a reason to push back against the cult other than that the game's telling you to do it. These are people that I want to help.
Nice. Now, if these lovely people in the audience want to check out Far Cry this week, where would they do that?
Well, they just come to the UB booth and hop in line and check it out.
Awesome. Excellent. Well, thank you very much, guys. Dan, Drew,
Thanks,
JS.
guys. Thank you.
Thank you, E3. It's been a blast. Far Cry 5.
The E3 Coliseum continues. We've got a full house and a full afternoon of programming. Coming up next, Call of Duty World War II with the team at Sledgehammer Games, hosted by Afrojack. In just a few moments.
This day have set upon a mighty endeavor. Souls will be shaken with the violences of war. In this hour of great sacrifice, we shall prevail.
Get your head down and keep moving!
We are all that separates the world from darkness. The enemy is ruthless. We cannot, we must not fail.
Duty first. Perez! Won't be enough for you! How many casualties? We executed the mission. Get me the fuck out of here. How many? We had orders! Get to cover!
Lieutenant, tell them what we're all about.
No mission too difficult. No sacrifice too great.
Welcome to the Bloody First. You're a long way from Texas, farm boy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your host, Afrojack, and the team from Sledgehammer Games.
Wow. This space is a lot bigger than it looks from the side. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Welcome.
Hello. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Well,
Yeah, so let's start with introductions. I'm Nick, aka Afrojack, and I'm a full-time DJ / musician and part-time professional amateur Call of Duty gamer.
You're better than you acknowledge. I'm Michael Condrey, studio head at Sledgehammer Games.
I'm Glenn Schofield, the other studio head at Sledgehammer.
I'm Greg Reisdorf, one of the lead MP designers at Sledgehammer Games.
So, tell us about the vision, please. The vision behind the game, the vision behind the whole thing going back to World War II in this current state.
Yeah, well, it was something that the team came up with when we finished our last game, Advanced Warfare, and we had worked on Advanced Warfare, we had worked on Modern Warfare, and we wanted to do something in the past. So, World War II was somewhere where the roots of Call of Duty started, and something that we all as fans played, and we wanted to go back there. We wanted to give it a shot 10 years later.
So this game is all about going back to the roots and going back to the original inspiration for the whole Call of Duty series, basically.
Yeah, I mean that's where it all started. So we wanted to go there ourselves, and it's been 10 years since the last one, or almost 20 years since Private Ryan. So felt like it was a really good time. The fans were asking for it, and we wanted to do it. So
cool. So
Michael,
what?
Michael.
No, I agree with everything you said. I mean, it's a real humbling opportunity for Sledgehammer Games to go back to, this beloved franchise began in World War II. And, we were fans of the franchise before we were developers of the franchise. So, it's a real honor for Sledgehammer Games. And it's a real honor to bring World War II back to the consciousness of video gamers.
Yeah, so I just got to play the game for a second, and of course, it's like really cool to play the game already. It's really cool, but the main thing that I really wonder, like I know in this day and age, when you look at entertainment and everything that's going on in the world, it's going to be like really difficult to create a brand new game that is based in the past, but still feels completely real. And like when I was playing, like it really like like mind boggled me. Like in this world of entertainment, how did you create this authenticity?
You know, that's a really complex question. I'm glad you asked. I mean, World War II was a brutal time in human history. It was a world on the brink of tyranny, and you know, maybe 100 million people perished in some fashion over the 5 years. So we really took a lot of care to balance the entertainment, to make it fun for fans, with the respect for the conflict and those who sacrificed, with the use of you know, the Nazi iconography and the use of the swastika, with our ability to, you know, represent gamers in multiplayer and give them their opportunity to be in the game, but balancing that with what really happened in 1940.
Cool. So then another question, which I also think is something that's on everyone's mind and also on my mind, multiplayer. Can we see something? Can we watch a trailer or something?
We certainly can. I mean, E3 is our chance to put multiplayer in the hands of fans for the first time, and we're really excited. And yeah, hopefully everyone here will come by.
Please play it.
It's been really a heartwarming response, and everybody at the studio is really thankful for that. We brought the trailer. Maybe we should cue that up. Take a look.
Yes, please.
Don't have no mercy in this land. Death don't have no mercy in this land. They come and go out and it won't take long. You look in the bed, somebody gone. Death don't have no mercy in this land.
Time to show what you're made of, soldier.
Yeah, so I gotta say, I watched this trailer 2 times already today. Then I got to play it, and now I'm watching this again, and the only thing that I'm thinking is like, that's some serious shit. Like, seriously, like.
Yeah, you know,
Wow.
I've watched that trailer probably 200 times, and it still gives me goosebumps. And you know, the studio has poured 3 years into this, and everything in that trailer was cut from real gameplay. You played it, right? So
Yes.
there's nothing pre-rendered there. There's nothing that was from single player. This was all MP, and it's what people are playing right now.
Yeah, it's really impressive, and like I have to say, like the graphics, like they amaze me, but more importantly, like when watching this, and of course, like watching the reality of it, like the pressure feels like it's on again. Like, by the way, I'm not saying this like this is studied in or something. It's like really watching this trailer and actually playing the game. Like if you go back in time, like you start noticing like games getting more and more about entertainment and the quickness of it. But here it actually felt like the pressure is on. You gotta have to hide around corners. There's no floating through the air and flying and all kinds of crazy stuff. Like, how did that guy do that? No, it's like, it feels real. Like the pressure is on. And that's like my question to you then. Like,
yeah, we're
how did
back
you
to
do
boots
that?
on the ground, man. It's awesome to go back to it. And just like the thing, it is. It's a huge opportunity for the studio, and just to be able to go back to that tactical gameplay. You're memorizing the maps, knowing your points. The weapons are that much more interesting. Like you have to know your ranges. Like it is back, and it's going to be awesome. And it's been a thrilling experience to have everybody play it here today.
Yeah, I have to say also, as I'm still, of course, playing all the other Call of Duties where you're still flying through the air and stuff, I surprisingly, for not one moment, had this feeling like, oh wait, let me jump on this wall, because it looks so realistic. So I didn't think like, oh, let me climb this mountain and jump on those stairs. I just felt like, let me hide behind this corner, run around, get that guy from the side, and then go behind that tank and do this and do that. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it is a lot of fun. And, you know, Advanced Warfare ushered in the exoskeleton, and that was really listening to fans. Fans wanted innovation. Whether you want to admit it now, at that time you wanted it, and it was a lot of fun for us to bring that to life.
I gotta say,
and
it was fun.
No, it was fun.
It is fun, but like, this
and
is
now,
like a different experience.
Now fans want to go back to boots on the ground, and you pick it up, and it's fast, it's gun-on-gun action that Call of Duty is known for. It's strategic, it feels right.
And we're bringing a bunch of new stuff too. We have headquarters, which is just an awesome new space for you to go and hang out with your friends. It's going to be a blast to go in there and enter the 1v1 pit. I know that Michael's sad that he can't like hang out in there all day long and win, but you know, it happens. And then we have we have divisions as well, which is going to change up Create a Class quite a bit. Like there's so much happening in the game. Armored Division is where it's at for me. I'm always taking grenades, always just laying it down on those dom points and just trying to take it. I know Michael's a huge airborne guy. Like,
I do like the airborne. I mean, it's fast, it's first to the action, it's running SMGs, and my attached suppressor that you can now take off mid-match. It's a lot of fun. You got some time with the divisions too, right? You jumped into War Mode, our brand new mode?
Yes. Was War Mode the one that's like where you keep advancing?
That's right. So
Okay,
War
so
Mode
that's
is the
awesome.
first. It's it really tries to put you in the conflicts of Axis versus Allied. It's an asymmetrical fight for key objectives like the bridge, if you remember that.
Yeah.
So I heard you did a little damage there.
Yeah, I did good. I was like 23 or something, and then I got pulled out because I had to watch the trailer, which then was fun. And then now we're here, so that's also fun. But I think I'm going to play later again today.
Yeah. No, and it really is a new way to play. It really puts you on either the Axis side or the Allied side in this strategic fight for objectives and strongholds that really represent what World War II is about. Brand new to Call of Duty. You've never played this way before, and I think it's going to be a big innovation for us.
And the cool part is it brings team play to Call of Duty, and it is one of those things that you have to team up with. You have to know your party going in, and if you do that, you're going to be that much better taking those objectives. Like I don't know who you played with today in that booth, but like I hope your team was
They
good.
really
Like,
sucked. Like whoever I played, they were like really bad. But any case, like from my perspective, like as someone that just plays a lot and doesn't really know what's going on, this was like a perfect combination of search and destroy, only with respawning. Because like for me, you know, like I go online, I want to play. Like, oh, I died. I can't do anything for the next 5 minutes. That's not my style of game, you know? But this is like a combination of hardpoint, search and destroy, and like something is actually going on. It's not you're just like aimlessly running around through different hardpoints. You're actually going there with a reason. And you need to flank from different sides to actually get in there. And then when you're there, you actually got to do something. So it was a fun game mode, which I'm pretty sure is going to be the most successful new game mode probably since Hardpoint.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. I mean, look, 3 years ago when we first prototyped this, we were recognizing that Call of Duty multiplayer is largely a lone wolf experience, right? You're a super soldier, and yeah, maybe you're working on a team on a hardpoint or a DOM objective-based experience, but I don't know, if you play like me, it's largely about your score streak and your KD, right?
Yes.
And World War II was really about squads of common men and women fighting together for these key objectives, like defending the bridge, or taking out a battery of 88s, or protecting the ammo depot. So War mode plays really well with our World War II theme, and I think fans are having a blast with it.
Yeah. It's also like those divisions too help a lot within those team setups and everything. Like there's so much that's happening within the game, and it's like I wish everybody in the room had played it already. I would be like, oh, let's just talk more about it. Let's talk all day about it. But like you played for so long today. What are the questions you have that we can talk about? Like,
Well,
About headquarters.
what? No. I'll ask you about that in a second. But like first, I want to say what really is the most on my brain from playing it today is that the mix. Also, of course, through the new setups. What do you call it?
the divisions.
Yeah, the divisions. They're like an advanced form of create a class which feel way more realistic. And that's like the thing about multiplayer, where you still want to be in the realistic shape of World War II, but at the same time provide like the utmost top of high-speed entertainment. Like it's surprising that it worked out so well, and it was a lot of fun to do that, especially with the divisions where you actually feel you're not just giving some random sniper suit guy a gun, and it's actually like you're the sniper, or you're actually like the armored guy running in the back. You play your part.
Sorry to interrupt. I was just going to add that we talked about divisions briefly leading up to this week, and there was a lot of questions about, does that still give you the opportunity to customize to your play style? And it does. So divisions is a series of choices that are more meaningful. It does replace create a class, but that customization, your ability to customize your training, your play style, your weapon loadout is still there. And it represents really what happened in World War II. And I think we've got great examples of that from film or TV, like an infantryman landing on Normandy in a Higgins boat had a very different experience than the 101st did in Band of Brothers dropping behind enemy lines. And that was frankly different than an armored division like Fury, right? Those were meaningful, different choices people made as they enlisted in World War II. And we wanted to provide really that fantasy through our divisions feature.
Oh, that's what I said, what I like about it, the reality of the still basically entertainment form of gameplay that is multiplayer. And now I want to get to something else. What about headquarters?
That's a really good question. I think we're going to ask Greg.
All right. Well, let me tell you, Glenn. Sorry. So headquarters is just this awesome new space that we have within the game. The way we've treated it is it's basically after the successful invasion of Normandy from the Allies, they used the beaches of Normandy as a staging area for getting troops and supplies into the front lines. And what we did is we took that and we said, hey, you know what would be great is if we had a staging area where we could bring you and your friends and just have you party up, have a great time in there before matches, between matches, at the end of your night when you're just dog tired, you're just, oh man, what am I gonna do? Well, I'm gonna go into the headquarters and just hang out with my buddies, maybe do a little 1v1, maybe challenge somebody to a shootout. And we wanted that social atmosphere. And it's gonna be awesome when we show it later this year, which is huge.
Yeah, no, it really is. It's the biggest innovation in multiplayer this year, and it's coming as a first to Call of Duty for the franchise. And, if you really take a step back, this has sort of been a 6-year journey for us, for Sledgehammer Games. Back on Advanced Warfare, if you remember, 6 years ago when we started that game, you were a gamer tag and a rank, and maybe your KD. That was it. That was your full embodiment of all the time you invested in Call of Duty. And at that time, we wanted to be we wanted to realize the opportunity to give you a character avatar and an investment in who you are in multiplayer. And so we brought your character to life and we gave you the virtual lobby. And that was a great start, but it was fairly contained. So now 3 years later, the evolution is to take that character and that investment and those divisions and those rewards and take it into a 48-player living space. And so that's where you compete and you show off and you peacock and, I don't know, you listen to some dance music from Afrojack. I don't know. Like, there's a ton of stuff you can do in the lobby.
Yeah, can I DJ in the lobby?
I hope you'll be in the
that
lobby.
That would be fun.
Yeah.
No, turn on your mic. You'll be fine.
Seriously, like, I didn't know that Advanced Warfare was the one that started the virtual lobby.
Yeah, that's right.
Like, my memory's hazy, but like still, like I just saw a screenshot of it, but like just the idea of having those 48 people in a lobby, being able to communicate with each other, to do stuff, like it's gonna make it a lot more realistic and a lot more fun and a lot probably you're going to be spending a lot more time not just playing the matches, but just hanging out with your buddies and doing all kinds of stuff, like tackling them. Maybe.
Well, look, we've got one of the greatest fan communities on the planet, and we think this is going to transform how they come together now. A real, true community space. So yeah, there's going to be a ton of crazy stuff you can do. You can compete, like Greg mentioned about 1v1, which is frankly like the ultimate test of skill.
You can actually watch.
Yeah, you can watch other people competing, be rewarded for it. There's leaderboards everywhere for all your activities. The virtual firing range, which we also brought as a first to the franchise, now is a community firing range. So, you know, if it's crazy enough, all 48 players can jump on the firing range and see who's the best there at the same time.
So it's gonna be like how it usually was when you like started story mode and you get like the initial testing and the explanation. Only now you can do that stuff together and you can challenge each other with it. It's fun.
Yeah, so very cool.
That's not in the live look, but there is the. Oh, look at this. There you go.
Everybody
Doesn't that look like so much fun?
Oh, I love that piece because it really is the evolution of the virtual firing range. Like like headquarters is the evolution of the virtual lobby at an AW. And so everything you saw there are things you can do to be rewarded and challenge people and be social and trash talk and teabag. I don't know. Like there's all kinds of stuff you could do in the live. Okay, don't do that.
Good one.
There's also a nice little part for you is there's an exclusive prestige area, so you only have access after you've prestiged, so you can go there, check it out.
So I used to be the only one of my friends that like kept prestiging, so I'm like level 7 or something, and they stop at 55, and they say like, yeah, why should I prestige? I got everything.
Well, there you go. Now you
they
can just
have
stand on the other side and just wave at them. You're like, hey, what are you doing over there?
And that's sort of the inspiration for the headquarters experience. I mean, prestiging is one of the most impactful things you should do in Call of Duty, right? It embodies all of your investment in your soldier career, and yet up to this date, you would do it at home with a button press and relatively limited fanfare. Now we give you a platform to do it, to show off in front of 48, 47 of your friends. So it's pretty cool.
Should be fun.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
It's going to be great.
It's already fun.
Like, quick question. Like, are these mostly like gamers or journalists here? Like, I've never done one of these things, but like, I'm like seriously excited about this. This looks like a lot of fun, and I just want to know if I'm like, am I crazy now or? Oh, cool. Yeah.
You're not crazy.
Like, I think that deserves a.
It's great.
Yeah, thank you for that. I hope to think these are the best fans on the planet. They're Call of Duty fans. And Afrojack fans.
All right.
So, yeah, no, get your hands on it. Come to E3. I mean, everybody at Sledgehammer Games, everybody across Activision and the Call of Duty organization has spent 3 years on this. And you know, you're a creative guy. You're a creator of content. When you put 3 years into anything, right, what you want to do is get a fan reaction. And so for us, this is a special moment. So on behalf of everybody at the studio and Glenn and Greg and, of course, Afrojack, thanks for being fans and thanks for the warm reception. It means the world to us.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. And I also want to say, like he said, like I know from an outside perspective, we're all gamers. We get new games every year, and we get 100 games. These guys work on one game for 3 years. So one more time, please give a big hand for the studio of Sledgehammer for Call of Duty World War II.
Coming up next, stories across screens. Thanks to Afrojack and the Call of Duty team. And then Hideo Kojima live on stage with Jordan Vogt Roberts at 3:15. Everybody, having a good day in the Coliseum? All right, well, we have an action-packed afternoon for you, streaming around the world. And right now, we're going to do a panel that I think is exactly what the column should be. It's about the gaming industry on stage with people who, from other walks of entertainment, who love games, coming here to collaborate with each other. So we put together this kind of all-star panel. I can't wait to introduce all these folks to you. First, we have Jennifer Hutchison, who is the executive producer of Better Call Saul and definitely a gamer. Come on out, Jennifer. Welcome. A guy who you've probably played some of his games. He's the design director at Bethesda Game Studios. Please welcome Emil Pagliarulo. Emil. You don't have to wait long to play this next guy's game. It is coming out this summer. He hails from Naughty Dog. Please welcome writer Josh Scher. Next up, the director of 10 Cloverfield Lane, Dan Trachtenberg. And finally, from Chicago, author Marcus Saki. His book, Afterlife, comes out this summer. Marcus. So as I said, this is really cool that we've got some game folks, people that work in movies and TV, and an author, to talk about narrative in games. Now, I grew up loving story in games. I loved the old LucasArts and Sierra Adventure games. That's what I did when I was a kid. I sat there reading the screen. This was before there was voices in games, and those were my books. I was reading plots in games and fell in love with the story in games. But what I wanted to start out with was talking to you guys about an article that The Atlantic ran just a couple months ago. I'm sure some of you read it. And the headline was, "Video games are better without stories." And the argument, I don't know. But look, I mean, lots of people say, oh, games should be all about gameplay and multiplayer and all these other things, and we don't need these, sweeping narratives, film or TV or other things are better at that, so we don't need stories in games. So I imagine this panel may feel different. Sounds like you guys feel differently. But let's just sort of start on down the road. Jennifer, we know you obviously in your incredible work on television, but you play games, right?
Yes, I do.
Favorite games?
Favorite games? Well, I'm a huge fan of the Uncharted series. Skyrim was one of my, gateway games. Mass Effects, all that stuff.
Okay, all right. So let me ask everyone the question: do you think would video games be better without stories?
I guess I'll start. I do not agree that video games would be better without stories. I mean, honestly, I kind of feel like video games are so diverse that why do we have to make arbitrary rules about story or not story? There are games that have story. There are games that don't have story. There's room for everybody. People like what they like. So it was a very weird article to me. I felt like I just kind of want to get a lot of page views a little bit.
Argumentative. Emma, I'm sure you saw it. What's your take on that?
I agree. Do you need a story? I love Rocket League, but I don't want to live in a world without Uncharted or The Last of Us either. So how can you make one of those games without a great story? So I think there's room for everything.
Exactly. Diversity. Josh, I'm sure we know where Naughty Dog probably lands on this.
Stories are okay, I guess.
Otherwise,
I mean,
a lot of people are out of work.
Obviously it was a very deliberately provocative headline, and if you read the body of the article, he sort of backs away from it a little bit. In fact, he goes on to praise What Remains of Edith Finch, which is a wonderful story-based game. But the fact is, like Jen was saying, games are a big, huge, diverse umbrella of different possibilities, and you have your Rocket Leagues and your Tetris on the one side, and then you have games like ours, and then you have games like Edith Finch, which, some people might even argue is barely a game because you walk around and you do some minimal interactions and a story unfolds. But that's what's just so great about the medium. There's a lot of different ways to convey a narrative, and that's what makes it cool.
Dan?
I did not read this article, but I can imagine that if the headline was just clickbaity, I could intellectually agree in some senses that I think that if you parse the word, so even in the last Uncharted game, in Uncharted 4, I think all the Uncharted games actually have dialogue and character and plot moments that are better than many movies and television shows of similar genres. In addition to that, though, and I think that's like unequivocal, but in addition to that, I think one of the better moments of the game, not the best, the ending is the best, but not one of the better moments of the game is that one that was done at E3 time and time again with the truck chase
Action sequence.
that feels very open. And I think that when you think about that and you think about Shadow of the Colossus, which is another one of my favorite games of all time, and even something like Journey, it's like the story of the moment.
Right.
That those are the most memorable. Those are, I can't believe that just occurred. I can't believe, oh my God, it's like I always feel like a kid running out of a movie that I just saw that I loved, where I went to tell everyone, like, oh my God, and then we shot this guy, and then the guy died, and then we flipped over the thing, and then we grabbed on the thing. You know, those moment stories, and sometimes it's like in co-op things or you know, when we're having stories between us, that can be even more palpable than the written narrative of the game, though we're in an age where the written narrative of the game is like amazing now. So, but I could, like, if that guy was arguing that,
right,
I could agree. I don't know if he was.
Right, the literal script of a game versus the
right, like
experience
the experience of it,
Yep.
which is something that is unique to game.
Right.
That you don't get in movies. So,
Marcus, what's your take? You obviously, you know.
Well, I'm a novelist, so I think cereal boxes are better with stories. I'm just pro-story. I am anti-people telling me how I'm supposed to experience something.
All right. Put it well. But, you know, there is this natural tension in game storytelling, and that, you know, players get to shape a narrative. There's some element of agency, and maybe Josh and Emily could talk a bit about that, the idea of, you know, telling a story but striking that balance between letting a player sort of author their own experience and also taking them on this sort of journey with usually a beginning, middle, and end. How do you guys, you know, balance that, or how has it changed? Also, you guys have worked on, you know, a lot of great games for many years. Is it easier or harder to strike that balance now?
I mean, I think, you know, when you look at the games that we make, so we come from different disciplines here in writing, right? Novelist, television, film, games. But the types of games we make are very different. You know, the Bethesda games are these giant open-ended games. So for us, for you, you know, you've got Nathan Drake or Joel and Ellie, you know, and you've got these great characters, and you have a linear narrative. But for us, the challenge is, you know, we create this big story and we want that kind of narrative, but then the player builds shacks for 20 hours, you know, so, and we have to be okay with that, because we know that we are, you know, we're creating a game, it's an interactive experience, and we are always deferring to the player, so.
Yeah, I mean, to that point, that's why at Naughty Dog we do tell a very specific story that we want you to experience in a very specific way, and we allow a lot of freedom within the gameplay itself. But you know, you're not going to make a choice that is going to necessarily affect the outcome of the game one way or the other, like you would in, say, a Telltale game or in one of the Fallout games. And to that point, you know, that's why, you know, touching back on what Dan was saying earlier, we try to have as many of these story moments be, as we like to say, on the stick, like while you're playing. We save some of the more intimate moments, things that are difficult to convey emotionally during gameplay. Like, you don't want there to be a tender scene while you're like running around shooting people and you can barely hear anything over the gunfire. But at the same time, you know, like that chase sequence or like the sequence where you know, you're climbing down the cliffs, you want to be able to experience that visceral moment, because that's what games are best at. That's what you don't get from movies necessarily, because it's you experiencing this through your controls, and then we can sort of take a step back. I mean, I honestly can't even begin to imagine the complexity of doing something like Fallout when it comes to all the branches and possibilities that you can do. So, I mean, hats off to this guy.
For Jennifer, Dan, and Marcus, is there anything about games that you get jealous of about what they can do narratively that, you know, you guys wish you were able to do in more linear mediums? Like, you know, what do you admire about storytelling in games?
I think sort of, and especially, you know, in games that are more in the Fallout model, where you have, it's more of a choice-based game. You can follow different routes, you know, which again is so intimidating, the idea of having to make a coherent story that works if you're playing like, the nicest guy in the world versus,
It's not
a
always
horrible
coherent, though.
person.
That's the problem.
Sometimes, but I mean,
Sometimes.
that's just thousands of pages of work there. But being able to sort of go down different paths in a story, because, when you're writing a TV show, you have to choose which path. We talk about 500 other paths that our characters could go down, but at the end of the day, we have to say, no, this is the one. This is the one that makes the most sense. But, a lot of really cool stuff gets lost. And we always have these pitches that we're like, one day if we could only do that. And I feel like in games, you can try those things. You can play with those narratives more, which is really cool.
Dan, Marcus?
I think the thing that I try to bring to movies, but I've always been so inspired by in games, is the invisibility of the design. So I always think of, and Skyrim has this as well, but Half-Life 2 is very much a go-to for me forever. But that is a linear game, and I always think at the beginning there's that you're in the train, but then you're in like that roof, the concrete jungle and the rooftop, and it's a chase, and it feels like you could go anywhere. And this is actually the truck chase in Uncharted as well. Feels like you can go anywhere, but I am clearly going exactly where the designer made me go, which is an insane. It's a magic trick. It's awesome, and just in thinking about what that is, what that authorship is, sort of fuels how I, have made movie and show so far. Because I'm not a shticky guy. I don't have like a thing. I don't have an aesthetic that I'm applying. I'm thinking about how can I be invisible but make people feel a certain way. And it's something that I've gotten into so many arguments about with friends of mine that frustrate me when they don't appreciate games as art and things like that, because they don't feel that the authorship is there, and it kills me because that authorship is in board games. That authorship is in everything. It's just not sometimes as clear to the audience as one might think. But I love that.
Marcus, I know you play a lot of games.
Yeah, I play a lot of games. I think Dan nailed it. And to me, good storytelling is about dissolving the barrier between the story and the audience. You're not. If it's really good, you're not conscious that you're playing a game or watching a movie or reading a book. You're just in the thing. I think one advantage that games have, because you are actually controlling it, is that barrier is a little bit more porous. It's easier to slip in through there. The offset is, man, it's got to be hard to make it look like you chose to go exactly where you wanted them to go.
Yeah, no, and those moments where, I think game designers know that's like where you put the light source to sort of direct people to go here, and I might go down this path. I mean, it's brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the illusion of control. And a lot of that's done, like in particular that truck chase, a lot of it, there are dozens of choices that you can choose at the very beginning, but ultimately we are funneling you towards one specific pinch point that you have to go through in order to advance. And we do that everywhere, whether it's in the exploration or whether it's in the combat scenarios or in the crazy set pieces. We give you just enough control and choice that it feels like you're fully in control of it, but you're really, at least with our games, you're on a ride of sorts. And the less we can show the strings of the puppet master, the better.
And so I'll just to lift the curtain behind how I process that as a filmmaker, in thinking about that, so I did a Black Mirror episode that was like a haunted house thing, a scary thing. So there's a bit where there's a character on screen and there's a lot of negative space in frame and there's a shaft of light. So I know that I'm thinking, just same thing in game design. If we put a little speck there, people are going to go towards that. Everyone's looking there, and then something in the foreground quickly jumps out, and it creates a jump scare. But I can direct people where to look invisibly the way that you guys do in games, and it certainly comes from playing games.
Well, you definitely got me in that episode, so good job.
Same, yeah. I mean, for us, we have our buzzwords, authorship or agency. So for us, the narrative a lot of times is the player's experience. So I look at something like Breaking Bad or 10 Cloverfield Lane, and like for me, as a video game designer, I could actually help create a scenario where I could be in the shoes of, the Howard or Michelle characters, or, Walter White. And in fact, actually, one of my internal playtests of Fallout 4, I created James Whitey Bulger, the Boston crime boss, and played as a sort of like a character, like a drug dealer, and I did. I made chems and I sold them, and that was a weird interactive experience. And so for us, you had mentioned you some envious of the freedom that we have. A lot of times for us, we know that there are one or two solid narrative paths, but we have to support all these others.
Right.
So for us, the frustration is the opposite.
The crappy path that some people are going to inevitably choose. Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
But I mean, that's part of the fun of watching a show like Breaking Bad or a horror film is that you're watching these people make questionable choices. If it's a horror film, it's like, oh, don't open that door. Oh, Walter, why are you teaming up with that guy? He's going to screw you. But in games, it's you making that choice, and that's why it's so. Some of the games like Telltale's Walking Dead series, you're constantly confronted with these horrible choices that you have to make, and then you have to live with it. And that's why those games, I think, have been so effective and so popular.
I actually use that in my books, and I call it the unscenic path. When you lead someone down the unscenic path, so that they have to confront scenery that changes them, that they would never have chosen, but it sort of makes sense and it changes them forever.
Jennifer, when you guys are sitting in the writer's room talking, trying to break story, do games ever come up? How do games sort of inspire you guys?
I bring games up a lot.
Okay, good.
I am the most avid gamer in the room. There are some other people who play games. For me, I do talk about games because, there's so much great storytelling in games, and but at the same time, there's also the balance of exciting play action and making sure that you're not just watching cutscene after cutscene, that you actually feel like you're moving things. So I do talk about that stuff sometimes. The other thing that I think games do a lot of is there's very definitive morality in a lot of games. I think just as a storytelling technique, it's just much easier when you have these sort of right choices, wrong choices, and the middle path. And so I think that's the stuff that probably, for me personally, comes up the most is thinking about that morality and what's the best way to have a really wrenching decision and also a really exciting story point at the same time, so you're able to kind of ground it in that emotion.
It's such a great point, because I think those are as Dan was saying, those game moments we remember. It's like those choices, right? Whether it's BioShock, what am I going to do with the little sister in a very sort of binary way, or you said more great choices in games, what am I going to do with this character? For Josh and Emil, those moments, I'm sure in many ways you guys are envious of those, incredible moments from film or TV that, you see that gut-wrenching choice being made on screen and creating those moments for players. But how hard is that? Because in many ways, to make a real choice, not, a directed choice, right? And some games have tried that, but that's, I assume, really hard, because in many ways in games, you sort of, to give people complete freedom, you sort of have to let them go left or go right, and the paths diverge, right?
Yeah, and for us, we always have our main quest, and for us, the main quest is usually the hero's path. Fallout 4 is a little bit different. That we sort of ventured into Crazy Town, where you can do a bit of anything. But with that, we know that a lot of times the players don't want to be the good guy, so we have to support that. So there's a lot of moral ambiguity and player choice and letting the player be bad even when ultimately the story is good. So you're on this weird hero's journey, but you can murder people along the way. And there's a weird inconsistency there that we find that but that's what players want. They want that freedom to do what they want, even though that we're giving them this narrative. So, yeah.
I mean, the thing with Uncharted and The Last of Us is, again, obviously, we don't offer the same degree of choice there. But one of the more interesting instances was the end of The Last of Us, which I'll try very hard not to spoil in case you haven't played it.
Come on,
who has everybody
who
played
hasn't
it?
played The Last of Us?
Anyway, so Joel makes a choice at the end of the game that was incredibly controversial. I'm not saying anything. Relax. No. He makes a choice at the game that's incredibly controversial, and we don't allow the player to make that choice. He makes the choice for the player. And we got a lot of interesting responses from people who thought, I would not have done that. I did not want to do that. Why did you force me to do it? And I got a lot of people who said, no, that's totally what I would have done in that situation. It was kind of fascinating, to be honest.
Yeah. See, as a game designer, we have the ability to support different paths, but for me, narratively, a lot of times I do like forcing the player into an uncomfortable situation. There was You know, there's a Dark Brotherhood quest in Skyrim where you have to. It's basically the Red Wedding from Game of Thrones, right? And you can't save the bride and groom. The quest is how do you kill them, and so that's the fun of it, right? There's no moral ambiguity. You are the bad guy. So, but it's fun to put the player in that situation.
Well, and I would say specifically about Fallout 4, because there were so many factions in that game that you get to know everybody in those factions throughout, and then when you have to make a choice, that was hard. Like, I felt really terrible making certain choices because I was like, these are my friends, and but I have to do it, you know?
That's actually what I'm jealous of, to your earlier question, that you only get to do, well, you get to do it in TV, but in games, it's the bonding experience to spend that much time on the journey, so Uncharted's end, you know, brings that to fruition. Thinking of Shadow Colossus, there's a moment with the horse that is incredible because I've spent so much time with these other characters helping me, literally. Like, I'm not just watching something unfold with them, but I'm having some challenge here, and they're making it easier because they've alerted me when it's bad, or they've gotten me there quicker if they're the horde, you know? Like, they're making my literal life better, the experience playing the game, and then when bad things happen or conflicting things happen, that hits you in a way. I think Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons is another thing for me. Things can hit you in a way that they just cannot hit you in movies. TV has that because you get to spend so much time with the characters as well, but it's different. It's not quite the same.
Yeah, I mean, for me, recent example of that for me would be The Last Guardian. Same exact kind of thing. Actually, all of Fumito Ueda's games, all of his games are huge touchstones for everybody at Naughty Dog, and I'm a fan of all of them. But The Last Guardian, last couple hours just like wrecked me. Highly recommended. But yeah.
That's always actually very challenging for us, whether or not to kill a character, because in our game, you're not just, you have an emotional connection, but you're killing a gameplay device too. Like, this guy was carrying my stuff for me. And sometimes you control that choice, and sometimes you don't. Like, I'm doing this quest, and whoa, this character died. Like, and so we have very mixed reactions to that stuff.
It's actually the genius, sorry if I just continue this rant a little bit. It's the genius thing. If I can do this without I don't want to spoil Red Dead Redemption for people, right? Everyone's
Who
gonna
hasn't
yell.
played Red Dead Redemption?
So I'll try and, but
there's there's only one guy.
How do you?
It's like, for your ears.
Sequel's coming
Because
out next
often
year. You should have had by
in
time.
a game like that, like the Grand Theft Auto games, where it's an open world game. So and Skyrim has this too, where you want to continue the story. You want to allow people to still play the game after they completed the main quest, which must be a massive challenge. And Red Dead did this amazing thing where it completed the story, but then allowed you to keep playing in a way that was furthering the story still. And the fact that you're even doing that is incredibly emotional when you think, like, that is like holy grail genius for them to pull off. And that's one of my favorite game endings. Yeah,
absolutely.
Actually, the funny thing with us for that is the way people forget this. Originally, Fallout 3, we had this idea that we're going to kill the player. We're going to kill the player character at the end of Fallout 3. Because we was like, this narrative arc, it'll be so dramatic. And we did. We killed the player character. And people were pissed because they wanted to keep playing the game. So we actually changed it in the DLC so that you were unconscious for a couple of weeks and you come back. And people were like, it was a weird sort of like messing with your creative thing. Like, we felt so good about it. And then like, it was very weird. And to have the ability to do that, to go back and change the game so that the players can keep playing was really interesting.
In TV, that's the dream sequence.
Yeah, there's something I'm jealous of.
Now, things in games sometimes get even more interesting when you introduce, multiplayer and multiple players, and that's one thing that, over the past, really, decade, it feels like more and more games are adding co-op or multiplayer experiences. I'd love to get thoughts from all of you guys, the idea of, playing with your friends and how that is going to affect sort of narrative in games moving forward, if that's sort of an opportunity or how that's going to change, because it seems like increasingly everyone is, doing with their friends, although, you guys, so far at least, have been focusing more on, the single-player stories. Jen, have you played any of the online games at all, or?
I tend to avoid the online games just for various reasons. And I think Dan mentioned this already, the one that I really love was Journey. and that's sort of my ideal online experience.
Yep.
And I didn't know anything about it when I played it. And the person I got paired up with, we were together through the whole thing, which was amazing and never happens. And that was such a great experience because you have such a limited way to talk to each other, but it's really, really to your advantage to help each other and show each other things. And that was kind of like a revelatory experience for me, and I still play that game.
Really? That's awesome.
Yeah, when I can, I still pop it in just because it's also so relaxing.
Yeah.
And even though that story is very simple, as you were talking about, it is a story. I mean, I was like, we can get up the mountain, it'll be fine. Like, you're so connected to that other person by the end of that game.
Very fun.
Yeah, I mean, as far as multiplayer stuff goes, I mean, obviously that's slightly outside Naughty Dog's wheelhouse. I mean, we started experimenting with some narrative stuff in The Last of Us's multiplayer mode, where there's sort of this little backstory to some of the stuff that you're doing, and that was kind of like us dipping our toes in the waters there a little bit. But a lot of what's great in the multiplayer realm is what Dan was talking about earlier, is sort of the emergent storytelling, like the stories that you tell your friends at school or at work the next day, whether you're playing like World of Warcraft or the latest massively multiplayer online role-playing game. That was a mouthful. And just talking about, oh my God, we went down to the troll's nest and we totally stole the golden egg and it was fantastic. I mean, that's the kind of storytelling that tends to emerge from the multiplayer things. But weaving the giant narratives in and whatnot is considerably more challenging, particularly because these are a lot more open and a lot more free-form, and you have to allow for a lot more player choice. It's easier in single player to control what the player is going to be doing, much harder when you have a group of people.
I think the multiplayer that I really get off on is less the MMOs than getting online with a couple of friends and playing. Amen, right? 2 nights ago, I was online Skyping with 4 of my college buddies, one of whom's like a huge antitrust lawyer and one's a medical examiner, and we played 7 Days to Die till 4 in the morning. It was great. My daughter still woke up at 7, but even though there isn't exactly a structured story in that, there were all of us together building something, and we're on Skype at the same time, and we're busting each other's balls, and we're outfitting the house with spikes, and it became an actual memory out of this completely virtual experience, which I think is kind of fascinating.
Yeah, it's almost like with that stuff, you want to give everybody the building blocks to create their stories, and sort of like the tool set and the playground to play in, and then you sort of let them make their own story from whatever happens to happen over the course of the game.
One thing that also I think will happen in game narrative over the next few years is the idea of sort of that emergent storytelling, or almost sort of this procedural narrative where characters, even now, like NPCs and stuff, will react to you, but still there is that main script of things. I know people like Ken Levine and others are starting to experiment with the idea of, hey, what if the AI can write the dialogue and it can sort of really shape itself to what you're doing in this story. How far away are we from that, of allowing sort of the game to sort of invent the narrative as we go, and where does that take us?
I mean, for us, we have a tool set that we release publicly and everyone can use, and it's the same tool set we've been using for years, and it's so versatile that we can do stuff like that. It's just it's, for us, it's not a question of can you, it's should you. We could do a thing where we're piecing lines of dialogue together, and we're always experimenting with doing more of it. But it's the breakdown, and is this better than authored content?
Right.
And that for us, it's a quality issue. And we're getting closer and closer to making, we call it radiant content, or procedural content that is better, that is
and
something
maybe it's
you would
in
not
the
even
mix,
know.
right? So it's not necessarily the whole game, but it's like there are these little moments, or like you think of even like the Nemesis system, right? And like Shadow of Mordor, where it's like they remember you and things like that, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I was actually going to use the Nemesis system as an example.
Sorry, I stole it, Josh.
Damn it. Yeah, no, I mean, I think in terms of like sort of a build your story as it goes along kind of thing, I mean, I suppose that's possible. I'm sort of trying to imagine how to do it, and it makes my head hurt. But in addition to the Shadow of Mordor idea with the Nemesis system, just thinking about something that was even done back in the original Left 4 Dead, where I think they actually called it the director system, where depending on like how you were doing, or depending on like what was happening in the game, like certain things would happen and certain things wouldn't. So you still had all these authored moments of like, maybe the zombies will break through the door, maybe they won't or whatnot, but it sort of adjusted it depending on how the players were all playing together. So that way you would have different experiences with everybody, but you'd still have sort of the quality control and authorship from the designers that you could have. So it seemed like best of both worlds. So I imagine we'll be seeing more of that.
That was mean, too. The director was mean. Like, you pause for 5 seconds, there's a horde coming.
I mean, I think it's interesting from both a storyteller perspective and a perspective of someone who plays games, you know, making your own story. There's something about that seems appealing, but at the same time, that's just life. And we play games for a reason. We watch TV for a reason. We read books for a reason, all those things. And that reason is we just want someone to take our hand and tell us a good story. So while I think there is a place for that kind of thing, the idea of having no authorship whatsoever, it doesn't seem appealing to me, like, ultimately. You know, you still want, you want a guiding hand. Like, I know where we're going, trust me, you know.
There have been so many examples over the years of games that, you know, transition to television or movies don't work, and, you know, I think there are lots of TV properties that I think people would love to play games on, you know, and people are like, oh, I'd love a game in the Breaking Bad world. I don't know what it would be, but I'd love to see those characters again. Why do you think it's been so tough for sort of games to cross over and in some ways, you know, some other properties to come over to the game world? Is it just because, like, certain stories are best formed for one medium and, you know, can't transition as easily?
I mean, I think there's a couple reasons. I think form is a part of storytelling, you know, how you choose to tell a story. I think with video games, too, everyone plays a game differently. I mean, even a game that's heavily structured narratively, like Last of Us or Uncharted, my experience of Uncharted 4 is going to be different than Dan's experience of Uncharted 4. It just is, because I come from a different place. So when you're making that movie, right away, you're going to have that problem of, but that's not my Nathan Drake. And then if you take a game like Fallout, where you literally get to design your character, I mean, as a woman, I'm automatically pretty much locked out of any video game movie because they're never going to have FemShep lead the movie. You know, it's going to be Broshep. Like, it just is. So I think that's you know, I think that's just part of it. And as far as turning, you know, TV and movies into video games, I think that's maybe a little easier because you can spin out those stories more. You just have your base, you know. So, and the Breaking Bad game, it's literally just like an RV simulator. That's it. You're just driving around in the RV.
I think for a lot of, like, I'd play that. Uncharted is sort of an exception to the rule, right? A great linear story, but a lot of times when you have a great, like, what I want to play, I remember there was a Scarface game, right? And how do you play as Tony? Well, they did a thing where he actually doesn't die at the end of Scarface, which is, like, that's a hard pill to swallow, right? Like, and you're playing as a very specific character, whereas games give you the freedom to do anything, and when you're locked into something that specific, sometimes it just doesn't feel right.
I'm hoping I'm in a happy medium here, because my new book comes out this summer. It was optioned for film by Ron Howard and Brian Grazer, and I get to write the screenplay, which is awesome. But my new book was hugely influenced by video games, and especially by Dark Souls, which I was, which I've played obsessively and was playing obsessively while I wrote this. So I'm kind of hoping that I get to be like the bridge there. It's not going to be a Dark Souls movie, but you'll see the influence.
All right, very cool.
Yeah, I think about this a lot, and I think traditionally we did not have great games as movies because the games weren't narratively driven, and the people making them were less sophisticated in adapting them. Now I think games are amazing, and it's become more challenging to adapt them because how can the movie be better than the game? I don't know how to construct the Uncharted movie narratively to be as good as the game. I don't know how to shoot the action sequence without just copying it, but then so many people have already had that experience, and it was a visceral one that it just makes the attempt less compelling to even bother with. I do think that you can make a great Lego movie. You can make a great game movie for sure. The curse will be lifted one day. But the real answer, we can opine as much as we want, but the real answer is there just hasn't been a good one yet. Like, there's none of the movies failed because they were based on a game. They were bad movies. And there's a lot of bad superhero movies. There's a lot of bad westerns, a lot of bad rom-coms, and there's really great ones. We just have not had the great one yet. There haven't been that many either. It feels like it to us because we're experiencing it in real time. But video games are new and movies are new, and so it definitely will happen. There's no reason for it to not. There's reasons for challenges, but I think I'm more anxious to see the video game adaptation of something that is least expected than the game that is already
blockbuster.
Very much a cinematic experience.
Cool. All right, we have about 5 minutes left. I want to go to some questions in the audience. Raise your hand, and we only have mics downstairs, sort of everyone up in the balcony. But let's start.
Really wants to ask the question.
All right, the dude who really wants to ask the question. We'll get you a mic here.
Thanks for coming. This is a great and enlightening panel, so thank you all guys.
It's like such an awesome lineup of people.
Yeah.
I love these guys.
So my question is mainly for our two game devs up here. I'm always curious, what's your writing process when it comes to like the telling stories in games? I know like with movies and novels, you guys come with outlines, treatments, maybe note cards and all that stuff. For games, it's like, does it start with the engine, say, oh, we got this really cool engine, we could do all this stuff, now make a story based on the engine? Or you're like, oh, let's start off with a story and see how we could work that into the engine, and of course, you got linear story, and with Bethesda's games, do you like get a group of writers and say, okay, I want to have all these kind of quests and go from there?
I'll go first. So in some ways, developing something like Uncharted or The Last of Us is very similar to writing a movie or a television show, because we do develop a story, we do put the note cards up and things like that. But the important thing is we're also considering the game simultaneously. Like, one does not dictate the other. They both have to feed off of each other and work in harmony in order for it to be effective. So while we're coming up with story ideas, and for Uncharted, or while we're trying to come up with like location ideas, the game designers are sitting there developing new prototypes, trying out new gameplay, and we're just constantly talking to each other back and forth. And that really is a process that happens throughout, because we never write the entire script or Uncharted game, give it to the designer, say, here you go make this. It just doesn't work that way. It would suck. So yeah, that's the most important part.
For us, it's a little different because we deal with blocks of gameplay. We usually call them quests, and for us, we tell our story through these quests. So we know that we know we have an overall story, but because we're so interactive, and we know that our narrative is going to come out, in these, we're always concerned with how we present our narrative to the player, and so it always has to be an interactive experience for them. So that's the challenge for us, because we might change the nature of a quest, but we still have the story locked in. So for us, we're always thinking of gameplay constantly. And the designers at Bethesda are the writers. So we're writing together, we're building the gameplay together. So
thank you. Awesome. Go for another question. Let's see. We'll have the guy right over the side there. Yep.
Hello, thank you. So, I was watching the Far Cry 5 panel before, and something interesting was mentioned about how one of the main villains in the game was partially made due to the feeling of living through the Cold War, growing up, not knowing how the world will end, like when it will end, then that being lifted, then that coming back. Does any of that really affect you, affect how you make your media? And what do you think might be the equivalent for maybe a new up-and-coming generation of creators?
Interesting. All right, so current sort of events and affairs and zeitgeist.
Can I make a Donald Trump joke? That was it.
I guess you can. You're amongst friends.
I mean, I would say, just as a creator, writer, you can't help but sort of integrate what's going on in the world into your writing. I write on shows where we never explicitly, reference that. Our shows are meant to be a little more like timeless in the sense that, we're not topical. But that stuff definitely plays in. And, I grew up like at the end of the worrying about the Cold War, and I feel like that's a thing that's always going to affect me. It just becomes part of your DNA. And so I would say for future creators now, what's going on now, I mean, that's just going to change who they are as a person, and it's going to end up influencing the media for years to come.
The only problem with right now is that Donald Trump really feels like an 80s movie villain. And in fact, he is in Gremlins 2 at 90s, but so like, unfortunately, it's going to make media that's really pat and trite and, feel hokey, even though it's happening.
Just where's the equivalent of the Arnold Schwarzenegger coming in with the good quips to to put an end to it all? I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, I mean, it's impossible to keep politics out of art in general. And people who say they don't want politics in their art generally just mean they don't want politics they disagree with in their art. And that's kind of impossible. So, hopefully everybody when watching movies or TV or playing games keeps an open mind to new ideas, and you still get something out of it.
I mean, I make games about nuclear war, so you can't get much more Cold War than that, I think. So.
And we're making a game about post-apocalypse America, so based on a true story.
All right. Just one more question. This will be our final question. Let's go to the guy in the back corner here. Yes. Yeah, go for it.
Hey, everybody. Okay. First, Dan, just want to say, love Cloverfield Lane. Amazing movie. It's one of my favorite.
Awesome. Thank you. He said he loved 10 Cloverfield Lane for anyone that
10
didn't
Cloverfield
hear.
Lane.
Be louder.
Sorry about that.
Thanks, man.
Okay.
Your question?
One of the things that's common now is adapting, whether it be like old cartoons or video games and making them something for the big screen.
Right.
And more often than not, the reason those things fail is because they take something that has many different paths and they make it one specific thing. This is what the story is. What do you think the chances are of something like film adapting to continual changes, such as that show? There was a show called Defiance on Sci-Fi where week to week it was based on the story lore. This week certain characters did this, so this is what this show is going for this week. What do you think the chances are of that happening in the future?
Or of there being a choose-your-own-adventure movie or TV?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, there have been attempts of that over the. There was even was it Push or something that Ben Affleck and.
I can't remember. I remember there was
always
some.
been an attempt.
There was always. I remember there were some theaters that were equipped with 3 buttons on your armrest, and everybody voted. What do they do?
Christopher Lloyd
next?
was in one of those.
Yep.
Yeah. I think games are just getting greater and greater and better and better. There won't be a need for movies to do that. There already isn't. I don't think. I've never enjoyed that experience personally. They've been quite gimmicky. So yeah, I just think games are.
Yeah, a few years ago there was a big push, especially in the game industry, how can we be more like movies? How can we? And I think there's still a respect issue in games. People don't understand games the way they understand film or television. But I think those of us who make games are less concerned now with trying to imitate television and film, and who are just trying to do our own thing. And
yeah, that's really been the change. I'm sorry. That's really been the change, I think, is games don't need to ape movies anymore. And all the games that we've praised on the stage have narratives that are uniquely experienced as a game. It's it's sort of dug into their differences, and now they've become these better experiences because they are not movies. And we're jealous of that.
We can just keep stealing the ideas from movies and making them into games. So it's great.
Yeah, I mean, it's really taking advantage of what the medium has to offer. When movies first came out, everybody was used to watching stage plays. So all these movies were basically just one camera pointing at 2 people talking. And then people figured out, there's editing. There's multiple camera angles. This is a different way of talking. And it developed the language. And now games have developed their own language. And now VR is here. And VR is starting to try to develop its own language, which is unique from games itself.
Awesome. All right. Well, unfortunately, we got to leave it there. Thanks so much, guys. I wish we could go on for hours more. It's been a really awesome conversation.
Thanks, man.
Thanks to Jennifer, Emil, Josh, Dan, and Marcus. We'll be right back after this. Stick around. Coming up next, Hideo Kojima, live on stage. Jordan Vogt Roberts. All right, you guys ready for our next session? All right, well, this is a pretty special one. My best friend, he's here. First of all, though, check this out. Oh, no, All right. Ludens. It's not him under there. Wouldn't that be cool now? It's just like I wouldn't put it past him. All right. Well, please welcome your host for this session, Jordan Vogt Roberts. Hey.
That's one of the more ridiculous things I've ever done in my life.
And of course, the man he's interviewing, please welcome the one and only Hideo Kojima.
They love you.
Thank you.
He's just going to talk the whole time. I'm super excited about doing this and being here with you guys, because I love movies and I love games. But over the last 3 years, I've gotten to know Kojima-san very well. And one of the things that's been most sort of impacting and amazing to me has really been understanding his love and deep love of cinema. And for me, as a director in Hollywood, one of the saddest things that happens is you come out here and you work in Hollywood and you realize so few people in this industry actually care about film history and cinema. You talk to an actress and they're, who's your favorite actress? Angelina Jolie. And like there's no care for the past and what got us here. And talking to him, his cinematic brain is so textured and nuanced, more so than most like true cinephiles who work in this business that I know. And so for me, I just wanted to take this opportunity to sit with you guys and really delve deeper into his brain and the way his cinematic influences have influenced work that's greatly impacted my life and obviously I think all of yours. So, thank you guys for being here. This is insane for me. I came out in a cardboard box. I don't quite know how to comprehend that. I want to start just by asking you kind of a hard-hitting question. Because for me, there are moments in my life where I wish that I had gotten into video games, because that's one of the greatest loves of my life. But at the time, I'm very stupid, so math and those things did not make sense to me. So I said, oh, I'll make movies. Just as difficult. Do you ever, with how amazing and storied your career is, do you ever wish that you had gotten into making films instead of video games? Why is that funny? That's a serious question. It's like a very serious thought.
まあ、映画が作りたかったんですよ、最初は、子供の時は。僕らの時はゲームはなかったんで、ビデオゲームはなかったので。
So first, as a kid, I actually wanted to make movies because when I was a kid, there were no games.
で、まあ、映画を作りたかったんですけど、なかなか日本では映画を撮れる環境がなかったので。
So I wanted to make movies, but at the time in Japan, there was no environment to actually make movies.
で、その頃にビデオゲームに出会って、
And at that time, I met games.
ある種夢破れてゲーム業界に入ったっていうことなんですけど。
In a way, I entered the game industry because I couldn't get into the movie industry.
まあ映画を撮ってたらどうなのかと考えたことないんですけど、30年前のゲームってすごくこうスペックが低くて。映画と比べようがなかったぐらい低かったんですけども、まあ、30年経ってようやく映画と同じぐらいの表現力が出てきたんで、非常にそこが非常に僕は嬉しくて、ゲームを作ってましたけど映画に、まあ、ようやく届き始めたかなってそういう気持ちです。
And I also never think what would it have been if I had made movies. But when I joined the game industry 30 years ago, it was impossible to make a comparison between games and movies because as far as capacity of expression, movies were so far ahead. So it makes me really happy that 30 years later, after I joined the industry, games are finally reaching that level where you can express as much as movies can through games. And that actually really makes me happy.
I mean, you sit here and you say that, and this guy's a legend, right? He's a legend. He's a pioneer, right? So you sit there and you say that, but is there ever a day, is there ever the worst day you have, the hardest day you have, is there ever a day where you say, I should have been a director in film?
いや、まあ、映画作りたいですよ。でもゲームを作ってるのも非常に楽しいんで、ものすごく難しいんですけど、難しいからこそ楽しいというか、一生かけてもいいようなものだと思ってます。まあ、当然映画も撮りたいですけど。
Don't get me wrong, I want to make movies. I would like to make movies, but also I'm making games, and making games is so hard. And that being so hard is exactly what makes it fun. So fun and so hard that I think I can dedicate my whole life to doing this, and I would never get bored.
映画好きすぎてですね、多分映画作ると、ダメ出しをしてしまうんで自分の中で上がらないかもしれません。
And also, I love movies so much. I love movies too much that I think I would start getting so picky in the little details that I don't think I would ever complete it.
All right, so I want to take you guys on a bit of a journey through his upbringing and his influences, and we'll get back to games and things in a second. But at one point, you told me that your father, when you were a child, made you watch the work of 4 directors. Who were those, and what were those movies that stuck out to you?
まあ、最初に見た映画覚えてないぐらい子供の頃から見てるんで、多分、0歳ぐらいから、テレビを通じて映画を見せられたと思います。
First, they were showing movies like seriously before I could even have a hold of my memory. Before I was 1 year old in TV, they were showing me already movies.
でうちの父親が好きだった映画監督が黒沢と、ヒッチコックとキューブリックと、チャップリン。この4人の監督の映画は必ず見せられてずっと横で解説をしてました。さっきヒッチコックも犯人とか言ってしまうんでトリックも言ってしまうんですけど、まあ、それぐらい好きだったんでそれをまあ必ず見せられた。
And my dad had his 4 favorite directors, Akira Kurosawa, Alfred Hitchcock, Stanley Kubrick, and Charles Chaplin. And he kept showing his movies, and from the side explaining everything about the movie, even the killer or the plot, everything. He told me he loved those directors to that level.
So, those are 4 pretty epic and specific directors. What are the memories that you remember most as a kid watching any of those films? Does anything in particular stick out?
やっぱり黒澤明の用心棒ですかね。
Probably Akira Kurosawa's Yojimbo.
三十郎が荒野を最初冒頭さまよっててある村に着きます。
So Sanjuro at the beginning of the movie, he's walking through this wasteland and arrives to a small town.
ですごく荒れてる村で人が全然いないんですよね。
It's a completely abandoned town. There's no one around.
でどんどん三十郎が入っていくと向こうから犬がやってきます。野犬が。
Sanjuro keeps walking into the town, and then a stray dog comes walking his way.
カメラに近づいてくるとピントが合うとなんと犬が人間の手首をくわえてこっちに向かってきてるっていうシーンがあって。
And when the camera gets close to the dog, you can tell that the dog is actually holding a severed human hand.
すごいびっくりしたんですけど、そのワンカットでそのシチュエーションが全部説明されるっていうか、もうすごい天才的なカットやと思いました。
And it was really impressive for me, but at the same time, with that one scene, you could tell everything about what kind of environment the movie is trying to relate. So that was just a genius scene.
よく SF とかであるんですけど、2000何年何々があって何々があって全部最初のオープニングで、クレジットで説明する映画多いですけど、黒沢はそういうことをせずに手首だけでその世界観を出してたっていうんで非常に記憶に残ってます。
you often see in science fiction movies that they start with text explaining the setting in the year something happens, but Akira Kurosawa doesn't do this, does this, and just by that scene with the dog holding the severed hand, he is able to convey to you the whole setting of the world, and that's just a genius move.
So when you first started watching movies like that, did you know right away that this was going to be one of the great loves of your life, or did that develop over time?
なんか生活の一部でしたね、あの映画が。
I mean, that movie was just a part of my life.
当時の日本っていうのはテレビをつけると世界中の映画、ドラマ、ドキュメンタリー、料理番組、バラエティ、そういうものが、まあ、チャンネルどこ回してもやってたんです、朝から晩まで。なんでテレビを通して世界を僕は覗いてたっていう、そういう印象があります。今の日本はテレビをつけても日本の番組ばっかりですけど、僕の子供の時はそういう感じでしたね。
Japan at that time, when I was a kid, you turn on the TV and you would see movies and cooking shows and everything from places from all over the world. Nowadays, you turn on the TV in Japan, it's all Japanese shows. But back then, for me, the TV was a window to see through the whole world.
So did you have a moment, like for me, and I think so many people in the audience, they have a moment with something, whether it's Star Wars or whether it's Metal Gear, or whether it's something that just they watch or they play and it just blows their brain open. It just changes their perception of what can happen in cinema. And that's what made me want to be a filmmaker, is I had several of those experiences where just everything suddenly changed. So do you remember what that moment or moments were?
それがね、よく聞かれるんですけど、ないですよね。もうなんていうか意識っていうか、その記憶がある頃から一緒に映画とともに、テレビとともに暮らしてたような感じです。家族の一員みたいな感じです。
They often ask me that question, but honestly, it didn't work for me that way. For me, movies were part of my consciousness. They were always there. It was the movies and TV were like almost like a part of the family for me.
まあ映画がいろんなものを教えてくれるんで、世界中のいろんなことをね、行ったところもない土地のこととか人のこととか職業のこととか、そういうことを、まあ、学校とか、親兄弟から教えてくれないようなことも映画が教えてくれたので、非常に映画には感謝してますね。
For me, movies taught me so many things. Things about places that I've never gone to, people that I would never meet, things that I wouldn't be able to learn through my family at school. There's different things from all over the world. Movies are the things that movies taught me all that stuff.
So as you left Kurosawa and Hitchcock and Chaplin and Kubrick, these four directors that your father was particularly obsessed with, as you went on your own journey and you grew up and you started seeking out different movies, how did your tastes evolve? Where did you find yourself drawn to? What genres did you love?
まあ普通の当時の子供と同じで、まあゴジラとかウルトラマンとかああいう特撮、ハリー・ハウンゼンとかも含めてああいう特撮とか SF は当然見てましたし、日本でいうとヒーローものが流行ってたんで仮面ライダーとかアニメーションも当然、日本のアニメとかもずっと見てましたし、あと、世界のテレビっていうのも見てました。なんじゃ奥さん魔女とか、謎の円盤 UFO とか大草原の小さな家とかバイオニック・ジェミーとか、世界の料理ショーとか、刑事コロンボとか、そういった世界中のドラマとかバラエティを、まあ、見て育ってました。
Well, as any other kid back then, I liked just tokusatsu live-action movies, Godzilla, Ultraman, Ultra 7, also stuff from Ray Harryhausen, Jason and the Argonauts and stuff. And also, I was also, of course, watching anime, these different TV shows, Masked Rider, Tiger Mask, and also these Western shows like Bewitched, UFO, Little House on the Prairie, Galloping Grimette, Columbo, Bionic Woman, all this stuff was part of me.
All right, everyone laughs when they hear Little House on the Prairie. So that's not something that someone would think to associate with you. So tell me.
素晴らしいドラマですから。
That was a fantastic drama. Don't make a mistake.
So tell me, like, I need to know some way in which something from Little House on the Prairie has seared itself into your brain and made its way into the work that everyone here loves.
まあインガルスケっていうをまあ舞台にしてるんですけど、お父さんがすごく、すごい人で、まあ大きくなったらこういう父親になろうかなっていうふうには思いました、彼を見ていて。
Well, it's of course a story about a family, and the dad of that family is just impressive. I remember that looking at that dad, I was just like, when I grow up, I want to be this kind of father.
All right, so I want to talk about directors for a second. If you had to list not necessarily the most contemporary directors, but you've given me a list before of many directors that really have influenced you. Who are those people? What are those movies?
やっぱり10代の時、まあ子供の頃から映画見てますけど、自分で発見したっていうか、10代の時に、感銘した監督っていうのはカーペンターとかですね、ダリオ・アルジェントとか、レオ・スカラックスとか、ですね。はい。
You know, I've been watching movies ever since I was a kid, but the movies that I found as a teenager, the first movies that I had that feeling that I found were John Carpenter. The directors were John Carpenter, Dario Argento, Leo Scaras.
まあスコセッシもですけど、
Martin Scorsese too.
なんていうんですね、ホラーとか、ドラマとかアクションとか、そういう一つのジャンルにこだわってるんじゃなくて、まああらゆる要素が入って一つの映画になっているというか、そういう、作風に非常に憧れたというか影響を受けました。
I mean, they were not horror movies, they were not action movies, they were not dramatic movies, they had no genre, they had all these elements in one movie, and that had a huge impact on me, that made an influence on me.
All right, so John Carpenter, you're going to choose one: Assault on Precinct 13, Escape from New York, or The Thing. Which do you choose? You can only pick one.
要塞警察なんで、アサルト13ですかね。
Probably Assault on Precinct 13.
So when you watch a film, what is it about a director's work that you find yourself drawn towards? Is it the voice? Is it the style? Like, can you identify what it is that draws you to the work of a director?
まあそれぞれの映画監督で違うんですけど、まあその脚本書く方は脚本作りも含めですけど、まあライティングとか色の使い方とか、あと演出、カメラワークとか、それぞれの監督によってまあそれぞれの特徴があるので、そこを非常に楽しみます。あるいは毎回違う作品を撮る監督もいるんで、そこはそれぞれの監督によってまあ楽しみ方を変えてるっていう感じですかね。
Well, every different director have different characteristics. Some are bright at the script. Some they just have brilliant camera work. Some just have fantastic characters. Some directors just keep changing their style from movie to movie. So depending on which director I'm watching, I change the way I enjoy that director's movies.
So then, I'd be curious. Do you think that great direction in a film, how does that fundamentally differ from great direction in a game? Because in a film, you know, direction ultimately to some degree is about guiding the audience's eye, telling them what to focus on. And in a game, it's an active experience where the player is so fundamentally involved. So how do you think those things are similar and differ?
ですね、ゲームはちょっとまあある種サービス業に近いですよ。寿司職人みたいな。
Games, in a way, is like offering a service, like making sushi, like being a chef.
顔の見えないお客さんが見えない寿司職人みたいな感じ。
It's like a chef of sushi that cannot see his own clients.
寿司職人って普通日本に行くとですね、カウンターに座った人の服装とか顔色とか汗をかいているとかそういうのを見ながらちょっと握り方を変えるんですね。
I mean, a good chef of sushi has his clients sit on the counter, looks at them, looks if they look tired, if they're sweating, and depending on that, adjusts what he prepares.
あるいはその何回も来てる人はその人の好みも知ってますから、それによってちょっと出すものを変えたりします。
Or for people that have been there several times, they already know what kind of stuff they like, what kind of stuff they don't like, and they adjust what they prepare for them based on that.
そこのおもてなしみたいなものがその職人のアートであるんですけど。
So that's offering a service, and it's an art in its own.
で僕らはお客さんの顔は見えないんですよね。
For us, we cannot see our clients who's playing our stuff.
なので前もってこういうお客さんであればこういうことを好むとかっていうのを前もって仕込んでおくと。
So beforehand, you have to think, all right, this kind of people will enjoy this kind of stuff. So you have to think of all this and put it in.
であるいは自分とか周りのいろんな人格を仮想で頭の中に描いて、この人ならこういう行動をするだろう、この人ならこういうことをすると喜ぶだろう、こっちに行くだろうっていうことを考えながらゲームを組み立てていくんで、そこはやっぱり映画とは違うと思います。
Or alternatively, you have to make this fictional characters in your mind, and all right, if it's this kind of person, they would probably enjoy this. If this kind of player, they would probably do this and then get surprised by this. And you think of all this stuff beforehand, and that's how you start making a game. So that's probably something that is fundamentally different from making a movie.
Next time I go into Sony to talk about the Metal Gear movie, I'm just going to say, it's like making sushi. Guys, come on, it's like making sushi.
寿司職人にちょっと修行に行ってくださいみたいな。
Start training to make some sushi.
I got fat hands. I don't think I can do that. Okay, so what movies do you think you have seen absolutely most in your life?
一番見た映画はですね、最近の映画ですね。
The one movie that I've seen the most is probably a very recent movie.
マッドマックスのフューリーロードは映画館で18回ぐらい
I
見ました
went
けど。
about 18 times to the movie theater to see it.
18, is that a real number? 18 times Mad Max Fury Road.
で、一番好きな映画は、これあんまり、よく聞かれるんですけど、答えたくはないですけど、2001年宇宙の旅なんですよね。
And one question people often ask, like, which is my favorite movie? I don't like answering that question, but it would be 2001 Odyssey to Space.
で、この映画僕にとってすごい特別な映画で、子供の頃宇宙飛行士になりたかったんですけど。
This movie is a very special movie for me. As a kid, I wanted to be an astronaut.
で、当時は日本人では NASA に入れなかったんで、小学校ぐらいの時諦めました。
Back then, Japanese people weren't allowed in NASA, so as in elementary school, I gave up on that dream.
で、2001で見たら宇宙に行った気分になってもう涙が止まらなかったという。
But when I saw 2001 Odyssey to Space, I had that feeling that I had been into space, and I just started crying there.
で、毎年1回リバイバルがあるので映画館で、それは必ず見に行ってます。
And every year they do reruns of Odyssey to Space in the movie theaters. So every year I go to see it in the theaters.
2001年宇宙の旅に関してはテレビでは見ません。DVD とかブルーレイでは見ないことに、映画館で見るようにしてます。
So for this movie in specific, 2001 Odyssey to Space, I don't watch it on TV. I don't have the DVD or Blu-ray. It's a movie that I must watch in the movie theater.
あとはタクシードライバーとかもすごい見てます。マッドマックス2は月1ぐらいで見てます。
Also, Taxi Driver, I see it quite a lot. Also, Mad Max 2, I probably watch it once a month or something.
ストリートファイヤーは最後のマイケル・パリが去っていくとこ、ダイアン・レインが歌うところは、毎朝見て会社行ってたことがありますね、半年ぐらい。
For Street of Fire, that last scene where Diane Lane is singing, there for about 6 months, I watched that one scene every day before I went to work.
All right, somebody on the internet draw a comic of him being told that he can't be an astronaut and crying. Please, please. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. And then a comic of him watching that before he goes to work every day. So a couple things with that. To me, 2001, that came at a shift in time when we had 2001 and we had Star Wars. And that sort of defined the different path that film went on. And Star Wars was a much more commercial, blockbuster path. When you watch 2001, when I watched it, I think Kubrick was getting close to creating a different type of film watching experience. It's a different type of film. It's almost a new medium. It washes over you in a different way. That's how I feel, at least. Do you feel like there is a video game that has had a similar impact to you that almost transcended the medium itself?
ね、アウターワールドってゲームがあったんですけど。
There was this game called Outer Worlds.
あれもすごかったですね。
That was an incredible game.
もともとゲームに興味持ったのはスーパーマリオブラザーズとかゼビウスとか。
Originally, I started gaining interest in video games with Super Mario,
ゲームっていうのはもうルールの上にのシステムがある、それがゲームだったんですよね。
But games back then, there were a set of rules, and on top of that, you make a game. That's what
ルールイコールシステムイコールゲームなんですけど。
Rules equal system equals a game.
アウターワールドはそういうのを全く無視してました。
But Outer World completely ignored all this.
なんかもう世界観がすごくあって、で何をしていいかわからないんですけど、その中に自分が没入できるっていうか、本当に2001年宇宙の旅級のびっくりした作品です。
And there you were. It had a fantastic world, complete, and you weren't even sure what you were supposed to do. But the world was so fantastic, and for me, it had an impact similar to 2001 Odyssey to Space.
なんかどうやって解いたらいいか全然わからなくて、当時はネットもなかったんで、最後まで解けなかったんですけど、それでもすごかったですね。
I had no idea how to get through this game, and there was no internet back then, so actually I never cleared this game. Still, it had a huge impact on me.
一緒に途中でなんか宇宙人と一緒に逃げることになるんですよ、自分が。途中で知り合った。
Towards the middle of the game, you meet this alien, and you're supposed to run away with the alien.
でなんかわからない言語を喋ってると、ボヨボヨボヨボヨボヨみたいな。
Speaks a rare language, like
全く名前もわからない、性別もわからないんですけど。
You cannot even tell its genre, what it's trying to say.
一緒に逃げるんですよね。
But you just running away
たま
together
に
with
彼の
it.
力を借りたり、彼を助けたりするんですけ
At
ど。
some point, you get his help, you get its help, you are helping it.
そのうちに愛らしくなってくるんです。
And
た
towards
まら
some
なく好き
point,
になってく
you
る
know,
っていう
just
か。
start loving this alien, and you just can't stop loving this alien.
もう未だに名前は知らないんですけど。
Even today, I don't know. I have no idea what is the alien's name.
な
But,
かなかああいう体験はないです。
but it's really hard to find a game like that.
All right, so when you and I first started talking, I obviously had to be professional and not freak out. And we've become friends over the last 3 years. But there will still always be this little piece inside of me that is screaming, this guy designed my childhood. You know, and it's true. It's fact. You know? And so when you sit down, I know that you sat down with George Miller recently. Can you just play it cool and say, or do you freak
いやいや
out?
もうね呼吸ができなかったですけどね。
I couldn't even breathe.
All right. All right. So I want to talk about. I asked you over email. We were going back and forth, and I just said, "What are scenes?" Because at one point we were talking about showing a couple clips, and it became too complicated about what we could stream and what we couldn't. But imagine you're watching these scenes. But I asked you, are there specific scenes in movies that jump out to you when you think about your favorites? And so I'm just going to name a couple films that you brought up to me, and I would love to just hear why those had an impact on you. Can't just name a movie and expect him to talk about it.
面白い映画かどうかは別ですよ。
Before I just want to say,
非常に子供の頃見て印象に
as
残
a
ってる。
kid, there are scenes that impacted me, but that doesn't mean that the movie itself is a good movie.
Absolutely. I love I love a lot of terrible movies. So one of the first that you brought up to me was When Worlds Collide.
ですね。これは知ってる人いますかね。
Is there anyone in the audience that
で
knows
か
this
い
movie?
彗星が地球にぶつかるんで、
1, 2, 3 maybe.
地球がなくなるんで、みんなで宇宙船作って逃げましょうって話ですね。
The story itself is just about a huge asteroid. It's about to hit Earth, so everyone is making a spaceship trying to get in it to get away.
で、みんなで力を合わせてロケットを作るんですけど、ロケットが2台しか作れないです。
So everyone worked together to make these ships, but they can only make 2 rocket ships to get away.
で、働いてた人は全員乗れません。
And all the people that actually help making the ships cannot get in the ships.
まあそれでも人類を残すためにみんな頑張るんですけど。
But even then, people are trying to save mankind and working on it.
で抽選をするんですね。
So they have a lottery.
でこれメインキャラクターじゃない本当のちょい役なんですけど、あるカップルが出てきます。
And there's a young couple. They're not even the main characters.
でこの2人もそのプロジェクトで一生懸命働いてます。ロケット作ってます。
are working hard on making these ships.
で抽選すると一人は喜んでる人、男性はすごいやった当たった。
When they go to the lottery, one of them, the guy is really happy that he got into the lottery.
女の子は悲しんでるんです。
And the girl is just sad.
当然2人とも一人が当選して一人は受からなかったんですね。
Of course, this means one of them got into the lottery to get into the ship, and one of them didn't.
そしたら2人でそのお金を出資しているトップの方のところにこのチケットいりませんと。
So at some point they both go with the sponsors, the guys that are paying for the ships, and they give them back the ticket, and they say, we don't need this ticket, we give it back to you. And as a kid I was just like, why are you doing this?
一人で生き残るんやったら2人で死にますっていう話なんです。
And they say,
恋も全然知らない子供の時の話なんですけど。
if I'm surviving alone, I'd rather not do so, and we want to die together. And as a kid I didn't even know who they were, and it made an impact.
最後のシーンでもうチケットを持っている人がどんどん乗っていくんですけど。
In the last scene of this movie, the people that have the tickets start boarding the ship.
乗れない人は暴動です。
And the people that cannot get in the ship just start rioting.
で、お金を出した人がすごい金持ちが一人いまして。
And one of these people that are boarding the ship is a millionaire that bought his ticket and
車椅子に乗ってて。
And he's in a wheelchair. He's an old man.
で、その計画のリーダーが車椅子を押して本当はロケットに入らない乗り込まないといけないんですけど、動かないんですよ。
So the leader of the project is supposed to take this millionaire, push his wheelchair into the ship, but he doesn't move. He stays standing still.
金持ちが早く入ろうって言うんですよ。
And the millionaire is just like, go on, we got to get in the ship.
そしたらそのリーダーはあなたは行くべきではないと。
And the leader says, you shouldn't go.
あなたも年寄りやし、俺も年寄りやから、2人の若いカップルにチケットをあげました。
He says the new world doesn't belong to us; it belongs to the young, and I gave the tickets to them.
で、バーンとロケット飛んでいくんですよ。
And the ship just takes off.
そしたらロケットの中が映って、
and it shows inside the
その若いカップルが手つないでるんですよ。
And the couple is happily inside the ship.
もう感動してしまって僕はもう
I was so moved by that.
人ってそんなにすごいんかっていうか。
People this amazing?
まあこれはもうびっくりしました。
It was something that really made a very strong impression on me. It made me like a little bit more mankind.
That's such a deep answer. I would have been like, I peed my pants when the tree came through the window in Poltergeist. It's very different. One of the other films that you brought up to me, and these are all just fascinating me because to me, I think they represent these little slivers of him and his personality. But the other that you brought up to me was 12 Angry Men.
はいはい。これも子供の時見たんですけど。
This is also a movie that I saw as a kid.
陪審員の話です。で、日本には陪審制度っていうのが昔なかったんで、ちょっとルールがわからなかったんですけど。
This is a movie about a jury, and when I was a kid, Japan didn't work as a jury, so I didn't understand what the movie exactly was about.
まあ一人の容疑者がいて、12人の陪審員が無罪か有罪かを決める。全編それがその映画ですね。
But there's a suspect of a crime, and there's 12 men that are judging. The jury are trying to judge and decide whether this person is innocent or guilty.
で最初は有罪が11人で、無罪が1人やったんですよ。
At the beginning of the movie, there's 11 people that are claiming guilty and one person that is claiming innocent.
でその1人がずっとこの11人を説得するんですよね。
This one person is
この人は絶対無罪である。
all over the movie trying to convince the rest this person is innocent.
それをもう一昼夜かけてずっと朝までかけていろんな説明をしながらみんなで彼はこうだから無罪ですっていうのをこうどんどん
goes all over night and day, just trying different ways of explaining this person is like this, there's no way this could have happened or he could have done this.
で最終的には全員無罪になるっていう。
At the end of the movie, all 12 are convinced that this person is innocent.
非常にこれも子供の時びっくりしました。
So as a kid, this really made it a
だからまあ世界を変えれるかなとその時思いました。
It made me think maybe I can change the world.
Damn.
あとね、そのポルターガイストの話したんで、エクソシストの話をしたいですけど。
Let's just skip the next one and go to The Exorcist.
I was thinking the same thing actually. So the other one that he brought up to me is The Exorcist.
一番怖い映画なんで僕人生で。
It's the scariest movie that I've
一回
ever
しか
seen
見
in
た
my
ことない。
life. I only saw it
ブルーレイ
once.
も買ってない。
I don't have the Blu-ray.
で、これ最後にですね、まあ少女がリンダ・ブレアが悪魔に取りつかれて、でそれを助ける話です、
So the story is about at the end of the movie, Linda Blair is possessed by the demon and how this is
で
exorcised.
まあ老神父が戦って、まあ命を落とすんですよ。
And
最
all
後で。
praise battles, and towards the end he dies.
で彼の弟子がいて、若い神父がいて、
And his apprentice, a young priest.
最後どうしたかというと、
What happens at the end? Well,
リンダ・ブレアに取り付いた悪魔を自分に呼び入れて、
he summons the devils that is in Linda Blair, so
そのまま
someone
階段から飛び降
possesses
りるん
him
ですよ。
and jumps from the stairs.
要は彼女を助けるために自分は自己犠牲を起こしたっていう
So
か、
he sacrifices himself to save
なん
her.
かそういう世の中にそういう大人がいるっていうことをその時子供の時分かって、怖いものいっぱい今ありますけど世の中にはそんな僕らを守ってくれる大人がいるっていうんで、まあこれからも生きていこうと。
As a kid, it was a learning experience, right? This world is full of scary things out there, but there are adults like this. So maybe I can get through this. If there are people, adults like this, maybe I can get through this through life, even though there are so many scary things out there.
It's also optimistic. It's incredible. So I want to talk about John Carpenter's Halloween. But in it, you told me something that I'd never read or heard before. Not only do I want to hear your impression of it, but I want to hear on how it specifically affected Metal Gear.
もともとその見つからないっていうのがメタルギアっていうかステルスなんで、
Metal Gear is about not being spotted, about stealth.
こういうとこに隠れたり
So you're hiding like this here.
したいんですけど、最初の MSX は
That's what I wanted to do.
3D じゃなかったんで、カメラ上なんですよね。
MSX didn't have this
まあ神の視
capability.
点です。
It was over top view, so it was God's point of view.
本当に怖いのはハロウィンのジェミー・リー・カーティスがロッカーに隠れたところのシーンです。
But the real scary things are like, you know, how the character in Halloween is hiding in the locker.
ロッカーの中の視点になって、周りが見えない、もうこんだけの窓しか見えないところで、この情報量が少ないところでブギーマンが来ないっていうその緊張感。
She's hiding in the locker and looking from the slits, and you have very limited vision, and from there she's just trying to, with very limited information, she's trying to figure out if the boogeyman is coming or not.
なんで、3D ポリゴンができるようになってプレイステーションになった時にやっぱりそのロッカーの視点ができるんで、まあヒッチコックの視点ですけど、それがやりたいんでメタルギアソリッドを作ったっていうことになります。
So once I was able to make 3D polygons with the PlayStation, I was able to make this point of view. This is something that Hitchcock did a lot, but I was finally able to do Metal Gear Solid with that scary point of view.
MGS って3つのカメラでなってるんですよ。構成されているというか。
Metal Gear Solid is structured with 3 types of cameras.
まずゲームなんで、
It's a
非常にこう
game.
自分の位置と方向が分かる
It's very
カメ
important.
ラが必要なんで。
You need a camera that allows you to see where your character is and where
当
it
時
is
カメ
headed.
ラを倒したまま進むと描画が負荷で引きつるんでカメラを上に上げてたんですけど、俯瞰カメラです、ね。
At that point, if you made the camera follow the character from right like pretty
カ
much
メラが
first
上なん
person
で
view,
上が北で下が南です。
you would lose a lot in
なん
performance.
で
So
南から北にずっと進んでいくってすごい分かりやすい。
you made it over the top view, and it was very easy. Right, up is north, and you're trying to go north.
それで基本
Right
で
is
進んでい
east.
くんですけど、
And those are the
全然
basic
怖く
rules.
ないです。そ
But
れだ
that
と
doesn't make it scary.
自分の体も見えてるし、敵の体も見えてるんで。
You can see your own body, and you can see the enemy, where the enemy is
それで
located.
主観っていうかその段ボールに入ったりロッカーの中に入るとキュッとその視点が
So that's why I wanted
机の
to
下に
add
入ったりすると
first-person
下
view
に
when
な
you
って
get in a box, when you're
まあ敵
hiding.
兵の足とかしか見えない。
You can only see the enemy's feet, for
そういう
example.
臨場感が得られると。
I wanted to create that tension. I need to choose that.
それだけでは怖くないんで。
But that alone doesn't make it
もう一
scary
個が
either.
テキサスチェーンソーカメラ。
The other is the Texas Chainsaw Massacre camera
007カメラみたいなもんですよ。
or the 007 camera.
こういう壁に貼り付くとカメラがグッと
When you're
ビハインドっていうか
when you're sticking to a
望遠
wall,
レンズ
the
で
camera
見た
changes its
感じ
point
で
of
自
view.
分と敵の距離が望遠で分かる。
It allows you to see from the
それが近
distance
づいてくる。
you and how far the enemy is from you. If the enemy is getting close to
テ
you,
キサスチェーンソーで最後女の子がこうあいつにレーザーフェイスに追われるカッ
like
トみたい
the
な。
like the scene towards the end of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre where Leatherface is getting close to the girl. These are the cameras that I use as reference.
まあ今なら 3D でぐるぐる回せるんですけどね。
Right now, it's much easier. You can just do it in 3D, move the camera anywhere you want.
Deep. One of the first conversations that we had over dinner about 3 years ago, we both started nerding out about Jodorowsky. And you turned to me and you point blank said, Metal Gear is El Topo. What did you mean by that?
メタルギアってその敵が出てきますよね。
Metal Gear is about like you have an enemy shows up.
ボス敵は、要はその対戦ではない。対戦ってそれぞれの国に属して兵士なんで、イデオロギーとかなくて仕事で戦ってるわけでしょ。
And they're not battling. They're just from different countries, different ideologies, and that's why they're collapsing.
でメタルの敵はそうじゃなくて自分の哲学で戦ってる。
But in Metal Gear, this was not the case. In Metal Gear, every boss had their own philosophy, and that's why they're
プレイヤー
fighting.
がいろんな敵に出会って、戦う前に戦い前と戦った後に自分の哲学とか自分の背景を全部言って死んでいくんですけど。
In Metal Gear, what I did with the bosses was the bosses before the battle or after the battle, you learn their whole background and you understand why they're fighting and their philosophy.
要はプレイヤーはいろんな敵と出会っていろんな敵の哲学とか人生を吸収して、カニバリズムみたいなものです。
So the
吸
player
収してどんどん成長していくって話なん
So
で
the
すよ。
player meets different character, different bosses, learns their philosophy, acquires that, takes that as part of them, as part of him. It's in a way, it's kind of cannibalism.
なんでそこがエルトポの前半部分に近い。
So that's where I think it's
一章という
pretty
か。
close to the first half of El Topo.
シーンとしてますけど。
Everyone is so quiet.
I don't think there's a lot of Jodorowsky fans out there. Watch his stuff, guys. Get into it. He'll be better off for it. What about The Great Escape? How did that affect Metal Gear? The Great Escape?
大脱走はですね、そのコンバットゲームを作ってくださいというオファーがあって、で当然コンバットゲームはいっぱいあったのでっていうか、コンバットゲームがイコールゲームみたいな時代だったんですよ当時は。
Well, first I was asked to make a combat game, and there were many combat games. Actually, a game back then meant making a combat game.
で戦争というキーワードでじゃあどういうゲームを作ろうかなといった時に大脱走大好きな映画があるんですけども、それが頭の中に出てきたんですね。
So when I thought, all right, the keyword has to be war, and how am I going to make a game around this? And the first thing that popped into my mind was The Great Escape, a movie I loved.
対戦中の、連合軍が、捕まって穴を掘ってトンネル掘って逃げる話なんですけど、トンネルから出た時にサーチライトがこう地面の上をこうとこう動いてて、それに見つからないように行くその緊張感みたいな、そういうのをゲームにしたいと思って作ったのがそのメタルですね。
So the story of Great Escape is about a team that gets captured and they dig a tunnel and they escape through this tunnel. But the thing is, when they pop out of this tunnel, there's searchlights around them, and you feel all this stress and tension of how they get around these searchlights. And I thought I wanted to make a game to convey this kind of tension. And that's why I made Metal Gear.
僕のそのゲーム作りの、動機というか、それは映画のようなというよりも映画で感じるようなその感覚をゲームで自分でアクションで体験したいっていうのがもともとそこにあります。
For me, the reason I want to make games is not to make games that are like movies, but games that allow people to experience things that I was able to experience through movies.
You listed a lot of other references. like Guns of the Navarone and Dawn of the Dead and Escape from New York and Planet of the Apes. And hopefully we can come back and talk about those specific references, but I'm worried about time, so I want to skip ahead to a couple other questions. As a director, and as a creator, you slave and you pour your heart and soul into what you make. And often you're rewarded for that, and then sometimes we're also wounded for that. And so one of the things that the Metal Gear series obviously became famous for at one point was its cutscenes. And if you look at the evolution of them, they went from these massive, sprawling opuses into, in Phantom Pain, these elegant, incredible camera moves that the camera never even cuts. And I want to talk about just emotionally, at the height of, let's say, Metal Gear Solid 2. When you had very, very long cutscenes, and you were telling the story you wanted to tell, and that's the way you wanted to tell your story, and then you would see criticism with people saying, it's too long, or I can't skip, or whatever the criticism may be. I want to know, as an artist, how do you process that, and how does that make you feel?
なんていうんですね、それもまあある種評価なんで、そういうのをちゃんと聞きます。
Well, that's also the way people are perceiving your stuff. So of course I pay attention and listen to this.
なんですけど、
But
時代とともに評価って変わるんですよね。
The way people look at evaluate your things changes with the times.
MGS2 の時はまあライデンが主人公でとかいろいろ怒られましたけど、カットシーンが長いとか。
When MGS2 came out, a lot of
何を
people
言っ
were
てるか分か
upset
り
at
ません
me.
とか。
You know, people were like, "Why is Raiden
でも
the main
今はそんなこ
character?
と
The
誰も
cutscenes are too long.
誰も言いません。
You know, I don't understand what you're trying to
今
convey."
まあネ
But
ットの時代
nowadays,
で
you know,
ようやく
with
分かっ
internet
て
and
くれる人
everything,
も出てきたっていうの
there
が
are
あ
a
って。
lot of more people that understand what I
や
try
っ
to
ぱり
make back then.
人も僕もそうですけど、時代とともに流れていくので、その都度評価は変わると思うので。
People, and I'm included in that. I also do this, but people change their perception according to the times.
なんでまあその時評価が低くても10年20年経てば評価が変わるとは思います。
So I think sometimes even if the perception is not good at that point, in the future, 10, 20 years later, the perception might change.
2001年宇宙の旅とかブレードランナーとか工業的な大失敗で最初はもうボロカス言われてたんで、まあそれを考えればまあそういう思いで僕も皆さんの声を聞いてます。
2001 Odyssey to Space, Blade Runner were commercial disasters, and later on is where it was when they were finally perceived by the people positively, and I try to keep this in mind when listening to people.
Yeah, give it up. Watch those cutscenes. One of the hardest lessons for me on Kong was when you're in the midst of such a giant machine, and after years and years of people saying, "Do you want to try it this way? Why do you want to do it that way? What about this?" And you have this gut. Your gut is what got you to where you are, right? And that's what makes you who you are, is this thing inside of you that says, I want to do it this way. And so when you have people around you who say, don't do it that way, or sometimes you just have to remember, like Dan Trachtenberg, who just left, him and I had this conversation, that ultimately, if people could see what you see, they wouldn't need you. And so as clear as something can be in your head, sometimes it is not as clear to anyone else. And they only see it at the very end. And it's very difficult along the way for them to understand why you want to do something the way that you do. And so I'm curious, are there any examples or instances for you where you remember you had this idea in your head where you said, I want to do it that way, I want to do this. And no one got it, no one understood. But then at the end you were validated and people finally said, yes, okay, we get it.
まあ彼は映画ですけど、僕はゲームなんですけど。
I mean, he makes games. He makes movies. I make games. But
毎回まあ企画 企画を考えてゲームのシステムとかを説明します。
Every time I think of a plan, I explain what I'm thinking for the game system.
でまず一番最初に説明するのはスタッフですね。
The first people that I explained this to is my
デス・ストランディングもうちのスタッフに説明しました。
For Death Stranding, I also started by explaining a year ago to the team what I wanted to make.
誰も理解してくれません。
No one got it.
で、まあ全く新しいことをしようとしてたんで、まあ今までのゲーム作りも毎回そうでしたけど、まず反対されたら勝ちっていうのがありますね。
Because I was trying to make something new and something different. So for me, I personally think that if people are opposed to you, then you're on the right track. That's the game making.
Oh yeah.
で、まあ新しいゲームスタイルを作るっていうことで、まあでも理解してもらえないと一緒に作れないんで、ずっと毎日説明します。
When you're trying to make something new, and even if people are
でも
opposed
そ
to
んな
it,
こ
if
と
it's your
そんな
team,
ことしませんよって言われるんですけど、
I need my team to get it. So day in and day out, I explain and I convey what I want
ただ
to
まあ
make.
ゲームの実験をいろいろしていく上で、
And while we
ちょ
move
っとずつ
forward
ちょっ
and
と
do
ずつ、ま
different
あ
experiments,
僕のやりたいことが見えてきて、
little by little, people start. The team starts getting what I want to make.
今もう普通に動いて遊べるんですけど、
And
僕
right
が
now-
やりたかったことがそこにあるんですけど、
Right now, what I wanted to achieve is already there and is working.
もうスタッフはもう自分たちは天才だと。
But my
偉い
team,
よ
everyone is
俺が
convinced.
天才ちゃうのと思いながら。
We're geniuses, and I'm just like, no, I thought of this.
I feel the same way. Just talk to me real quick about, when you talk about your team, it takes a long time to build that family, people who can trust the method to the madness. You start at the beginning of a project and you say, I want to do this, and people say, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. And for me as a filmmaker, the same thing happens. So talk about creating that family. Like I've fallen in love with so many members of your team, like Ken, or we have a mutual colleague with Kyle Cooper. And how do you build that community who can find your vision?
まあ日々映画を見たり本読んだり音楽を聴いたりしてます。
First, day in and day out, I try to watch movies, I try to read novels, to listen to different music.
で気になる人がいたら、まあアプローチして会いに行って話をする。
And if there's anyone that I'm very interested, I approach them and I try to talk directly with them.
エージェントとか絶対中に入れません。直接連絡して直接会いに行く。
I never go through agents. I approach them directly and talk with them directly.
でそこで話をして、まあこの人となら仕事がしたいなということであれば、一緒に仕事をしませんかということで。
And once I talk with them, then and if I feel the right buy, then I offer, well, do you want to work with me and do this together with me? And that's how I do it.
We both have an intense love of cinema. And, you said you will not watch 2001 on DVD. To me, the theater is a church. It's a safe place for me. And I think that we're on the same page for that. I'm just curious, the medium that you work in, which is games, you have to play that in your living room. Now, granted, something happens when you're playing a game in your living room that I think is far different than when you're watching a movie. And so, do you feel like sitting in your living room playing a game has that same profound church element as when you're in a theater watching a film?
I
mean, I'm the kind of person that also plays games alone in the living room.
でまあ僕の時代は音楽っていうのはリビングでプレイヤーがあって LP のそこでしか聴けなかったんですけど。
In my time, we had the LPs and the music. You had to hear it in the living room, or you had the LP player.
家族がそれを使うので、家族が聴いてる音楽を止めて自分の音楽をかけれなかったんですけど。
So I couldn't stop what my family was listening to. Just stop that and put my own music.
ウォークマンが出てからは。
Once the Walkman came out,
音楽を運べるようになったので。
I was I was enabled to carry my
それ
music
で
around.
自分の音楽の趣味が広がったっていうのはあります。
And for example, that alone expanded my musical
なんで
overview, like what
ゲ
I
ーム
knew
も自
about
分の部屋
music.
は持ってる人はいいんですけど
For games, the same. You know, people that
ま
are
あ自分
fortunate
の
enough
ゲ
to
ームを
have their own
連れてい
room.
ろんなところでできるっていう環境も今テクノロジー的に全然可能なんでそれはそれですごくありがたいことだと思いま
But
す。
fortunately, nowadays technology allows you to take your games on the go and go elsewhere, and I think that also in its own has a big value.
So you think that it has the same profound impact, like being invested in a game because it's an active experience. You think you get that same sort of profound church element because it's an active thing.
そうですね。僕はそのゲームに求めているのはそのストーリーとかというよりも世界観なので、その世界観に没入できる環境があれば家でもいいですし、劇場でもいいですし、どっかその移動中でもいいと思うんですけど。
Well, see, for me, what I want from games is I don't look for that much story in other games, but more about the world. So if it's an environment that allows me to dive in that world, whether it's a room on my own or if it's in a car or outside, as long as I can dive into the world, that for me works.
Filmmaking, game making, any creative process has an element of heartbreak. I think as you invest your soul in projects that never happen, that start to happen, that get canceled, that die. How do you process that? When a project dies, do you still carry that with you? Do you let it inform other things you're working on? How does that emotionally impact you?
ですね、悲しい出来事ではありますけど、作り続けることが僕のその前に進む力の一つなんで、ボツになったらなったで次のものを作ると、そういう心がけですかね。
It's something really sad when that happens, but making something new and keep creating something, it's one of the things that keep me moving forward. So in that regard, I try to set my mind to, all right, if something gets canceled, if something never happens, well, I'll just go move on to the next and keep creating stuff because that's what keeps pushing me forward.
2 more questions, then we're going to have to wrap this up. All of the directors that you've named, a lot of the movies that you've named, are all people that I think, and a lot of your contemporary directors that we haven't even gotten to talk about that you love, like Park Chan-wook and Del Toro, people like that. They're all people who I think understand genre conventions and twist them and reinvent them, and they understand tropes and how to play with them. And I think that from my perception, you're someone very similar, whether it's Fish and Mailed or Raiden or whatever. You're good at fucking with your audience. And turning that lens back on the audience and reinventing the ideas of how these things work. So when you approach, are you thinking about that as you approach it, or is that just so embedded in you?
I just like doing that.
That's the most punk rock way you could have answered that. All right, so obviously, I think that you guys have seen that he is a true cinephile, and I hope that you've learned a little bit about who he is through these films along the process. And I really wanted to talk more about specific references in Metal Gear. I wanted to talk about Snatcher and Zone of the Enders and so many things, but we don't have time for that, sadly. I don't let them know we want to go an hour more, and then we'll keep going. But one of the things when I think about your work is you are exceptional at taking these influences that we've talked about and reprocessing them and reinterpreting them and making them your own. Right? They get filtered through your brain and they become this brand new explosive thing that's captured all of these people and people all over the world. And so my question to you is, as I now go and interpret your myths, as I embark on making a Metal Gear Solid movie, what would you say to me? Everyone's like, oh boy.
まあ僕と同じように皆さんの期待を裏切れと。
Do the same thing as me, betray your audience.
There we go. All right, thank you guys. Give it up for Hideo Kojima, the man, the man. Thank you guys. Let Twitter and the world know how much you want a Metal Gear Solid movie. Let people know.
Coming up next, the Indie Revolution, next panel. And then we'll have a presentation on Shadow of War, featuring Troy Baker. You know him from Metal Gear. And then a presentation from Square Enix, director Neil Blomkamp at 6 p.m. And finally, a performance by Low Roar. Mr. Kojima will be in the house for that. The first time he'll see them live will be tonight at the E3 Coliseum. That's about 6:15. Welcome back to the E3 Coliseum. Next panel is of the independent game scene. Please welcome your host, Robin Haneke.
How's everybody doing? Yeah? All right. Not a tough act to follow, Jordan, and you know, just Kojima. Not a big deal, right? No press, no press. So I'm just going to have the rest of the panelists going to come on out here, and then we are going to start talking to you about what it's like to be an indie developer and the challenge and the glory of being an independent game developer. So why don't you make a big round of applause and bring them out here. All right. This is what indie developers look like. We're not as old and wrinkly as we seem. We must be doing all the hard work that we do. So we're gonna just go around really quickly and introduce ourselves, and I will start. My name is Robin Hunicke, and I'm the co-founder of Phenomena. The last title that I released at E3 about almost 5 years ago was Journey. I don't know if you've heard of it. That's right. And I'm here actually not on the floor, but behind closed doors with Luna, which is my new game, which is a PC and VR title about learning from your mistakes. And it's quite beautiful and lovely. We'll talk about a little bit about that later. But with that, I would like to move forward and introduce our next guest. So please tell us who you are.
Hi everyone, I'm PlayerUnknown, or Brendan Green. I'm creative director on PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, and we released on Steam about 3 months ago.
Whoop, whoop. Releasing is so sweet.
Hey everybody, my name's Eli Samet. I'm the head producer at Snowman. We made a small mobile game called Alto's Adventure, and we're here showing off the sequel to the game, Alto's Odyssey, releasing this summer.
Hey, my name is Jason Oda. I wasn't supposed to be here, but I released or announced my indie game, I'm All By Myself, on Monday, and now I'm here. So
That's
it's called
right.
Coma.
It's Coma.
So yeah.
Let's give him a big round of applause because he's doing this last minute. Yeah. So I think that the thing that I always start off with when I tell myself about being an indie developer is why I do what I do. So why this game? So I'm going to start actually with you, and we're going to move backwards. Why are you making Coma? Why this game?
Okay, well, I'll tell you a little bit about the game. So Coma is a game where you play as yourself in a coma, and basically it takes place in this dream within your subconscious, and basically you use the memory. There are these forces of darkness that are trying to convince you to give up on life and to basically die. And your only weapons against these forces of darkness are the memories from your real life that you kind of input into the game along the way. So if someone were to ask you, if your life was a video game, what would be like the blue boomerang or the magic mushroom or the various suit or whatever from your life, those treasured moments, those things that give you power and hope and happiness. These are sort of the weapons that you have in this game. And basically the idea is I want people with this game to have this real way of looking inward to themselves. It's not just about sort of empathizing with a character or becoming a character. It's about the sort of looking inwards to your most precious memories and basically, when the thing about being in a coma or whatever terrible things that can happen in life is you never appreciate the beautiful things about life until it's all taken away.
Yeah.
And so this game is about trying to get people to sort of realize those things inside of them. So
wow, a game to make people feel gratitude. Let's give him a huge round of applause for that. How much would that make the world a better place? That's really great. That's fantastic. All right, Eli, you're up next. Why this game?
Why Alto? So we talk a lot about Alto as an endless snowboarding odyssey about the feeling of being alone in nature. And so for us, it's not so much a game about extreme sports or the fidelity of doing snowboard tricks as it is about the idea that we want players to feel like it's not just a game they can play, but a place they can go. And we're really touched often by the emails we'll receive from people telling us, I'm recovering from a back surgery and I use Alto to sort of relieve my stress or pain, or I have a lot of anxiety and Alto helps me fall asleep at night, or probably my favorite, who's a mother who emailed us and said, I have a son who is sort of non-speaking and having trouble sort of actualizing, and he and I communicate through Alto. So we want to make games, I think, that sit with people for a long time, even though they might only sit with them for a very short time. And that, I think, means making games that you don't have to be a certain type of player or person or gamer to enjoy. And I want to be able to show Alto to my grandmother, and she may not even play games or have heard of them, but she'll be able to find something she can appreciate and something that she can sort of cling on to that lingers in her heart and mind for a little longer after she's seen it.
I just think that phrase, games that sit with people for a long time, even though they've only sat with them for a short time. That's such a great way to say.
Thank you.
That games really have a massive impact on the way you see the world.
They do, yeah.
And they can create understandings about yourself or about others in a way that's really interesting. So yeah, I guess that just leaves you.
See, and I feel really bad because I like to kill people. So, I made Battle Royale because I wanted to make a game I wanted to play. It wasn't, it was just, I didn't see any games in the game space that I wanted to play. So I created my game mode, Battle Royale, which turned into Battlegrounds.
Well, and this is a really interesting point. Independent developers that make the games they want to see, are often the ones that are the most successful. Like if you look at Minecraft, can you imagine having been in the pitch meeting for Minecraft, you know? Well, it's going to be like, there's no tutorial and then things kill you, but it's also all square, you know? It kind of looks like it was made a long time ago, but it has a cool shader. You know, but then, bam, right? Like he made the game you wanted to play, and suddenly,
it's been great. Like, I mean, I've heard so many stories over like the last 4 years of people getting married because they met playing Battle Royale, or you know,
I killed you. I love you.
Yeah, right. Like this father now plays with his son, and like lots of these stories of like people coming together through the game mode, and that to me is awesome.
Yeah, so I mean, you know, if you think about why we're making these games, you know, for me it's very similar to Coma. You know, Luna is a game about learning from your mistakes, you know, and so in the world, when something uncomfortable or blindsiding happens to you, you can kind of just tamp it down and be like, I got this, don't need to talk about it, moving on. But if you keep doing that, eventually what happens is you can't feel anything anymore, and you get numb. And in our society, we don't do a really good job of telling people it's okay to feel pain, it's okay to be bummed out. Like if you're really feeling sad or alone, the best thing you can do is reach out to somebody else. And so I really wanted to make a game that addressed kind of two things. One was, why do people do things that they know are bad for them? Like, why did Little Red Riding Hood talk to the wolf? Why do we take that call? Why do we go back? Why do we send that text message? Why do we do it, right? And then the second one is, well, now you've done it. What do you do? How do you recover? The only way for me, really, is to talk about it and let it go. And that takes a lot of effort and a lot of work. So, you know, we each have a personal interest in making games for some reason. What is the thing about being indie that we can talk about for these folks? I was thinking maybe it's like, what is the thing about being an indie that makes you feel like you have a unique opportunity, or that's really awesome about being independent? Like, because you can make a game inside of a huge studio, or you can make a game by yourself, or you can do something kind of like what we're all doing, which is a little bit in the medium between just me alone and, you know, a huge studio. So let's go back around this way. What's the best thing about your situation, and can you kind of describe to people what that means for you? Right?
Yeah, so I was wondering if I was truly an indie, because like Bluehole, the company that I work with, we have like 500 employees, but our team, we started off when we were developing this game like a year ago with only about 30 people on the team, and we were very independent inside that big organization. Yes, we had reports to management, but we were never told to change anything, and even to this day, we can do everything ourselves. We make all business decisions, like design decisions, everything is made by our team. So I guess kind of we are independent, so to speak, even though it's part of a bigger company.
Yeah, I mean, you get to make the decisions that you want to make on your game, right?
Oh, this is like, they do what I say, basically, you know, and it's
And you're
it's
self-publishing?
great. Yeah, we go through Steam.
Yeah, so, you know, to me, what indie means is you're self-publishing, you're in control of the creative direction of your game, and even if someone's helping you make it, like someone from a publisher is paying you, as long as you're in charge of your own destiny, then you're an indie, you know?
Yeah, I mean, and having like a great team. Like
Yeah,
that's
well, having a great team is nice.
it really,
I don't
really
think you can
helps.
put the name indie next to your game and then actually guarantee that you have a great team, so you're lucky that you do. Yeah, Eli.
Yeah, so Snowman's interesting in that we're pretty geographically distributed. There are 3 of us out in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. I'm in Vancouver, and a couple of our artists and designers are out in the UK. So something I think I like, sort of hewing back to this idea that there's no one telling you what to do, is that we don't have to get some central office. We don't have to have 8 or 9 departments that do this and that, and file everything in triplicate. So there's that easiness of being able to have an idea, ideate, iterate, and bring it to life and see if it's fun really, really quickly, which is fun. Sort of fun allows us to find the fun and find the games that we want to make more quickly. And something I think that I like as well is that we don't have to justify where we were inspired. I think we were talking before about how, we're just as inspired at Snowman from a walk in nature and a trip to the theater and a conversation we had with one of our family members as we are by other games when it comes to the things that make it into our games. And we don't have to justify the market return of that when we're making it. And we publish on fully democratized platforms. Our games come out on the App Store and on Google Play and on the Amazon App Store, where the barrier to entry is a relatively affordable developer's fee. And so for us, that's really what I love about being independent. Speed, iteration, and sort of a really tight feedback loop among a team of artists.
Yeah, you don't have to have like one of those meetings where you get on the phone with like 3 different time zones.
Yep.
And then there's like 3 different people that are on the branding side that are like, I don't know if the ears look good. You should probably move them like 3 millimeters to the left, right? You don't have to have those big approval meetings. You just go to work, sit down and go, I had an idea last night, let's try it, get it in the game, and then move forward, right? So there's this idea of control, but also being able to follow the fun is one way that people say it, and I think that does really make being an independent rewarding. You know, how about yourself?
Well, for me, my background is sort of an art background. I went to art school, and I did like oil painting to a certain age and everything like that. And then I kind of just picked up code because I just had this dream in life to have something that I did that was really beautiful and connected with people. And it wasn't happening through like paint and stuff. And so I started picking up code and making games, and people started gradually just playing my little games, and sort of worked one game from the next to something a little bit bigger. And now basically what happened is I managed to get some funding from the ID at Xbox program to make my game.
Go ID at
which
Xbox.
Basically, has been this process where I used to live in New York City and do sort of like a lot of ad agency stuff before I did the indie game thing. And I basically just left the city because I couldn't afford to live there anymore. And I now live in rural Iowa because rent is just crazy cheap. And
That's
I work,
awesome.
All the indie game cliches, I just basically work all day long.
I'm just seeing you in a
Haven't had
barn,
girlfriend
like
in
surrounded by
ages,
cows.
all that stuff.
Yeah, like fields of wheat.
It's a peaceful place for me to work on this by myself. I have some freelancers that help me out, but.
So you really are. You're like doing it on your own.
Yeah, for me, this is just it's just about a dream of trying to connect with people.
That is so
and that's
fantastic.
kind of it.
That's really great. So, for me, I was working at a larger publisher. I worked on The Sims and then Boom Blocks. And then, Boom Blocks was a fun game. I love that game. And then I moved on to TGC. And after TGC, I really thought about it because I had been in a big publisher and then I had gone indie. And I realized, I actually want to build a company around some core ideas about how we work together, what it means to create a safe and relaxing environment to do work. That you could bring your whole person to work. You don't have to show up pretending to be somebody that you're not. And I think that's actually something that is also really great about being an independent developer, is that you get to decide what the culture is at your company or inside of your little studio that you're working on. You get to decide who you work with. You get to really be picky about who you hire. And it's really, if you work on a large team, you may end up in a situation where you're working with a lot of people that came to you through a variety of different environments and have different interests, but they're all getting a paycheck working together, and you can have cohesion in that environment. But if you're in indie, you're right above the fire, so you really have to be passionate, right? And I feel like being able to architect a business that is about doing it the way that is necessary and not having to justify the costs, but rather think through, okay, how much money can we raise? What kind of game do we want to make, and why? If we want to make a game that really brings out these aspects of our players, like you said, looking inward, thinking about yourself, or perhaps connecting with nature or connecting with someone else online. These are all really great values, but you can do values-driven development as an independent, and then you can slowly grow, and hopefully my goal is to create enough people inside of Phenomena that want to pop out and start their own little studio, right? So the reason we called the studio Phenomena was because we wanted to generate new seeds, new innovation, sort of new technologies.
That's why we're offering modding on our game, is because I want to find the next player unknown. I want to find someone who uses my platform to create their own game mode and then get a chance to make their own game, and
that's awesome.
It's important, you have to, it can't just be the big guys making games. It's like everyone has to, if you want to try, the tools are there.
Yeah, it actually is. Let's just do a show of hands. How many of you in the audience have thought about making your own game? Yeah, all right. And how many of you have started your own game? All right. And how many of you have finished a game? Yeah, see? This is the story of indie. More hands at thinking, less hands at trying, and then very few, warriors that really made it all the way through. And so I guess that's the other thing I wanted to talk about before we go to questions is where are the challenges for you all? What is the thing, when you wake up in the middle of the night and you're freaking out, what are you freaking out about? For me, it's definitely money. I'm just going to say that. It's always money. I'm always just like, oh my God, are we going to get it done in time? Do you have enough burn rate? Because I run the business.
Me is servers.
Servers. Oh my God, it's going to go down.
No, we're in the middle of optimizing our servers at the moment, but at the moment it's really, people are not having a good time sometimes, and that doesn't keep me up at night, but it worries me. I'm annoyed that people aren't having the best experience, even though it still is Steam Early Access, and you kind of expect that, but no.
Yeah, so you just want people to have a great experience.
Right.
There's like this shameful feeling that like, oh my God, I'm gonna let them down, right? And there's no big person, there's no big brand to hide behind in the case of an indie, right? Like if you screw up, that's you.
Oh, it's my name on the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, you really went all in on that. They know exactly who to call if something goes wrong. Yeah.
Player unknown is responsible.
I'm responsible. So for me, it's a couple of things. I think it's definitely money. It's definitely so. My studio's lead producer, and I sort of craft the brand voice. But a producer is kind of this weird all hats role that does everything, and it's hard to describe. It doesn't seem like it does anything when you talk about it. But what it means is that I think about everything from, is this next game in the Alto series true to the feelings we're capturing with Alto, and does it represent more than just a cash-in? That's one thought, and then I'd go all the way to the other end of the spectrum and think, do enough press know about this new footage we're showing at E3 to make sure that for its summer release, the platform holders are excited about it for potential featuring, and what will that do to our bottom line? And so it's this fact that when you're indie, you get the freedom of doing a lot of things, but you also have to do a lot of things. And so that multifacetedness, I think, makes me feel very daunted.
That is such a good point, and I think that it's one of the things that when we talk about the indie shame spiral or the malaise, which it's sometimes called in our community, of feeling freaked out and like nothing's going right, it's because you're task swapping. You're thinking like, okay, I have to hire a new animator, which means I have to put up a job description, I've got to do all this stuff, but I also have to make sure that I call back Microsoft because they're awesome and I really need to call them back. And then also, I really need to have a one-on-one with this particular person on my team who's going through something tough, just want to check in and make sure everything's okay with them. And then I also have to do this PR planning, and so your brain is kind of going back and forth, and like it does take a long time, right? Like when you're alone and you're doing it, which is a very small team. Like Luna's team is 7 people. The studio Phenomena is 15, because Kata's game is about 7 people, and then we have a sound designer that works on both projects. When you're that small, it can be really intimidating to think about how long it's going to take you to get everything done, right? Like, I mean, you get up in the morning and you look at the list, and that's your list, right? That's the whole damn thing.
I guess so. The thing is, for me, is I know I just wake up every day and I'm so happy that my dream is coming true.
Man,
that
you're awesome.
Getting to work on my game, and I live the most meager existence ever, and I don't have to worry about money that much. The main thing that I have a problem with is just everything takes so much longer than you think it's going to take, and I'm already like, the reason why I'm announcing now, like 2.5 years, 3 years in, is because like I still think I have like another year, but I don't want to make any promises. And if I made any promises back then, I would have just been one of these people that is constantly delaying, kind of a thing.
That's all games though, and this is the thing, right? Nobody remembers if your game shipped on time, but everybody remembers if it shipped awesome. And that's something that we all struggle with. We all know that like it's the time that you take that makes a game great.
If there's one thing that I could say that is really like on my mind a lot, it is just the idea of like there are people, most people I know, probably you guys are like this, are the types of people who, if you get a bad review, you're just like, oh, who cares about those people? What does their opinion matter? I crawl into bed and like just cry. That is the type of person I am, and I know that there will be inevitably bad reviews of any game that you put out. When those are the days that I fear in the future. That's just how I am.
Well, I'm a teacher. I teach at UC Santa Cruz, and I was telling my students that they should just relax because no review that you ever get will be as bad as the review for Trespasser. If you look it up, it's a 3.9 out of 100. So on GameSpot, yeah. So there are those games that come out and just totally crumble in front of everybody. And you know what? If you think about it, it's been a long time since we've had one of those. As an industry, we're really stepping up our game. We've made a lot of really amazing games, and I think that indies in particular are really innovating and making things that other people wouldn't make. So we have about 10 minutes left, and so I wanted to give the audience a chance to ask questions. And we actually have, if my understanding is correct, a video question from Facebook about the indie game revolution. And I guess that means that they're going to play this video and we're going to answer what the question is. So let's see it. Yeah. Dun 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 dun.
Hi, I'm here with Eric from Cleveland. Welcome to E3. What is your question?
My question is, as a new video game designer, what video game engine would you recommend developing in first?
Ooh, all right, and this is kind of a juicy question, so I'll start with you since you're working on your own.
Well, I use Unity, and I think the thing is like
Unity.
They're both great engines, and they're both pretty similar. The good thing about Unreal is you can get something looking really good really quick. In Unity, you have to really like kind of work with it to get it to look really good. But the thing that I think is better about Unity is the main problem with stuff is just getting stuck on weird bugs, I think. And I think the forums and documentation in Unity are a little bit more extensive and better, just easier to work with. I mean, code is code, and you can switch from one to the other. It's not that big of a deal. But I would say Unity if I had to pick one.
All right, so for speed of use and getting things up there and getting it in the game.
And just not getting caught up on the bugs, because that's the real. There's always engines have like weird things, and the Unity forums are so huge. There's so much stuff on there. And from what I've heard, the Unreal ones are smaller. I don't know though.
All right.
I think.
So yeah, my answer is Unity, and I think I have an interesting story that kind of, for me, represents why I like it. Alto's development almost got pretty significantly derailed early on when one of the people that we brought on to program the game really didn't work out. They were not only taking longer than we thought, but the things they were doing really just were not at the spirit of the game. And our artist, Harry, who was based in the UK, comes from a traditional art background, just like you, really classic graphic design. And he decided that he was going to try his hand at it himself. So Harry actually learnt Unity during the development of Alto, and then made the game.
That's amazing.
With himself. And so what I like about Unity is its versatility too. I like this idea that with Unity you can customize aspects of it. So we, for Unity, use a lot of the standard out-of-the-box Unity, but we have a really complex sound system in Alto to generate those subtle sand and snowboarding sounds, and that's totally, completely customized from the standard Unity sound engine. So we like that versatility as well.
That's cool.
And I just got to give a shout out for Unreal.
Yeah,
like,
do it.
Yeah, no, Unreal is just.
Whoop, whoop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We love Unreal because it's completely open source, and like if Unreal don't fix it, we stand a chance of fixing it, and it's that versatility that it's just fully open, and for the game we're trying to make, it helps.
Right. Well, so I have friends at Unity and Unreal, but I actually do most of my development in Unity, and it's a kind of a combo of what you're both saying. It's very easy for my developers to get things up and running very quickly in Unity. It's really great for prototyping. It's great for jamming, which is the way that we find the fun. All the games at Phenomena are focused on like juicy feedback and physics and sound. We have a really complex physics system in Watam. We have a really involved sound system in that game as well that we've been working on for a long time. So we've done a lot of custom coding on physics and music, and also have a lot of custom physics and music in Luna. So we love musical systems and interactive music, and we really, really love physics. And especially in VR, you have to be able to get all that tactile feedback. Like Luna is a game where you're unfolding puzzles, you're unwrapping stars, you're like planting little pieces of this bird's memory, and it's creating a beautiful terrarium in front of you. And if that doesn't feel right when your hand reaches out and puts that in the space, or when you take something from the palette and place it in the terrarium, it's just like, it makes it feel fake. And especially in VR. The PC, we can kind of cheat. You know, with Journey, you can move the camera to drive people, you know, one way or the other, and drive their attention. But in VR, the headset is the camera. That's it. That's all you got. And so you have to get a lot of juicy feedback into the game. And I found that Unity has been really good for us at jamming a bunch of stuff in and getting feedback about how it's working so that we know where we need to go moving forward. So I guess at this point, we could take a question from the audience. Does anyone out there have a question? How about in the front row here with the glasses and the beard? Full beard, plus mustache.
The beard.
Hi.
Hi.
I have a question about Alto, because I really love the artwork, and also one of my favorite games is Monument Valley. So even I have a tattoo of Monument Valley. So yeah, I love games and I make games. So I wanted to ask you, because the feelings that I get of Alto are peace and a lot of like calmness. So what kind of approach do you have for art direction, or to like having a very strong like art style like Alto?
Ooh. First of all, thank you so much. I mean, that means so much to hear that you get from Alto some of the things that we tried to put into it, and that's really, really touching. And Monument Valley is gorgeous. Fun little tidbit, our artist Harry actually spent a few months at Us2, the studio that makes Monument Valley. We're close friends with them, and his whole philosophy with Odyssey, since it's a game about traveling outside your comfort zone, is that he's designing the game all around the world, and some of that time was spent at Us2. The art design is largely driven by really, really filtering out the noise and focusing on the signal. So let's use Alto's Adventure as an example. In Alto's Adventure, an astounding number of things in that game are just triangles. The leaves on the trees are triangles of different shapes. The mountains are those same triangles. And the triangles are the bunting flags upside down as you go across. And what that does is it creates this subtle visual cohesion that makes you feel like you're in a familiar, safe, calming space because you're not being jarred sensorially by all this visual dissonance. So it's about how can we depict things like windmills and trees and elder villages and camps by bringing everything down to its most simple visual depiction while still keeping it recognizable as its real-world counterpart.
Yeah, and that's actually, I think it's a very common style technique for indies also, because if you can come up with a coherent art style that's minimalist or that really reads a certain way, you can create that feeling in the player with less artists, with less work. I mean, we do a lot with a little, and so I think, your game does a lot with a little. I mean, and you may not have seen the trailer for Coma, but you should go watch it because it is gorgeous. It looks
really is.
super amazing. And
you can see it at playcoma.com.
Yeah.
Playcoma.com.
The plug. Wait, what was that again?
Yeah.
Playcoma.com?
Playcoma.
Playcoma.com.
That's right. And at luna.phenomena.com, you'll see the trailer for Luna, which is also a beautiful game. And I think actually one of my tricks is that I hired an artist to work on the game that thought of themselves primarily as a concept artist and illustrator. So the art has a real storybook paper quality. If you get someone who's always got their head in games, then you get, orcs, or something. And to get really different looks, I think you need to kind of stretch out. We have another couple of questions. Actually, we have one from Facebook. Katie Perkins asks, what does your dream video game look like? I mean, I guess you made yours, but if you could...
Kinda?
Yeah. I mean, is there something out there that you really want to see?
I want to make a survival game. I want to...
Ooh, survival.
I mean, I want to make it on a massive scale. I want to do 200 by 200 kilometer maps with, 2,000-3,000 people and make kind of sense for trade routes and this kind of stuff, make a helicopter actually meaningful on the island.
I think there are a lot of nerds out there that would play that.
Yeah, I mean...
I would.
Just simple survival, but I think the tech isn't there yet. It's getting there, but yeah.
That's cool. Is there something that you'd love to see?
Yeah, so we're making something right now we haven't talked about, we're still not going to talk about today, but it's a game that I guess you could best call narrative fiction. My dream game is a game that tells the story of a life and a single linear story that almost feels, once you've finished it, like you've gone to a really profound movie, and you take away from that premium experience. And part of why that is my dream game is because as someone who makes games for mobile platforms, I really want to push this idea that it's worth paying $10 for a mobile game, because if you'd pay $10 for a movie ticket, why not that? So we're working on something right now that's in that sort of device 6ian narrative space.
There are so many developers that love you right now that are making mobile games. They're like, please help them tell us that they'll pay us money.
Rising tide raises all the boats.
Yeah, that's right. Is there something? I mean, you're working on your game.
It's just this is the one.
Yeah,
now,
I was going to
so,
say you're working on a game. For me, I do have so I design games really slowly. So Luna, I started designing about 8 years ago, and I did a lot of writing and concept art myself. The game that I'm working on now, I think my dream is to build something that is truly sacred, that feels really like a place you can go to at the end of the day where you can just completely center yourself, and through interacting with it, you learn something about yourself. So I'm really interested in procedural generation, but in particular AI for storytelling and AI for character generation, that I want my next game to almost be like a black box, like that when you play it, it's learning about you and you're learning about it, and it's a mutual conversation between you and this piece of software. My dissertation, I actually have a background in computer science. I dropped out of my PhD program to work on The Sims, so, but my dissertation was about this kind of idea. And I guess while we wrap up, can you give sort of an inspirational one-liner to people about what it means to be indie, or how to inspire all those hands at the beginning that we saw to actually do it and go for it? Because I think that's why we're here, is we want more of us in the world. So
just make games that you want to play. That's what I did, and I think that's the key, is just make something you want to play, and that makes it so much easier to complete it because you want to play it.
Something I'd say is there are no skills you have that are not compatible to making games. I come from a production and a writing background. I'm not an engineer. I am so in admiration of you, Robin, for that, your background in that. But there's no skill you have that would not be suitable to a game studio or a game environment, and have faith in yourself to know that.
Just that it's you can learn everything that you need to learn. It's not that hard. There are people who think oh, I'm not like a code person, but it's not that hard. You can figure it out. It's not that daunting. Or I'm not an art person. You can figure out ways to sort of still make beautiful, cool things. So I don't know.
And my point is always the same. We're really nice. Like, indie developers are really nice people. And I just want to wrap it up. I just want us to give a huge round of applause to everyone that participated in the panel and every indie out there that's trying to make something awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
The E3 Coliseum just keeps going. Coming up next, Middle-earth, Shadow of War, a behind-the-scenes look. We'll be right back with you in just a few minutes. Are you guys ready for Shadow of War? All right, take a look at this.
How much are you willing to sacrifice? To suffer? I have given up everything. Not everything. My lord, we have located the new ring. Send the Nazgûl, all of them.
I know what you fear, Tali. The ring can enslave the minds of men. We must hold to our purpose, no matter what the cost.
I will not let them be slaughtered like my brothers at the Black Gate.
We need to build our army.
This is just a beginning. Sauron will not stop until all of Middle-earth is dominated.
We do not serve the Dark Lord! We will take this land for our own! You fight for Mordor! You fight for the Bright Lord!
What new devilry is this? I come for you, Town of Gondor. Try not to kill him too quickly. New ring. Our ring is not marred with his shadow. It is perfect.
I strike down men corrupted by these rings. Do not become one of them.
When the time comes, I will do what is needed. Submit to your destiny.
Run to your master! And give him this message! I come for him!
Please welcome Talion himself, Troy Baker.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much for being here. Day 2 of E3. Everyone is still, heart rate is doing this and not doing this quite yet. I don't know why one direction this way and dead means this way, but there we go. Thank you so much. I'm super excited to talk about this game. Yes, not only do I play Talion, who's the Ranger of Gondor if you played Shadow of Mordor, yes. But this time around, I'm coming back and not only playing Talion, but I'm also the director of the performance capture. Yes, that's pretty cool too. Thank you. Like 3 people know what that is. We're going to talk about it a little bit more. The team at Monolith and Warner Brothers were really committed to making sure that the cinematic part of our game was just on par with our kick-ass Nemesis system, which is sure what you guys really want to see here. That was a great trailer, yes? Okay. But you want to see more of the game, I'm assuming, yes? Okay. Here to help me do that, please welcome our creative lead, my captain, Mike DePlatter. And there we are. So, I don't know, let's have a seat we can be on. Or shall we be like pitted against each other, or should we be on the couch together? It'll either be cozy or weird, or both.
Here we go.
So we're going to get set up. We got a live demo for you guys. I'm not sure if you had a chance to go over to the E3 floor, because it is madness, and this is pretty chill. This is like where all the cool kids hang out, it feels like. So what we're going to do is we're going to kind of bring that booth experience here to you guys. And does anybody not know anything about this game? You just found a chair and didn't want to leave. 3 people. I love your honesty. That's amazing. So Shadow of Mordor, the first game that we did, introduced the world to the Nemesis system, which was, to me, what cracked the nut of the open world experience. It was literally an incredibly emergent, incredibly unique experience where no 2 games were alike. And what we've done to that, that's how you were introduced to these orc characters, that each orc was going to be different. And I remember in my personal playthrough, if I had an orc that killed me and he was like the guy that got coffee, I would watch him level up to be a war chief, and I did not sleep until that head was on a spike. So we've taken that mechanic of the Nemesis system and expanded it to the entire world, and that's what we're going to show you here today. But nobody can talk to that better than you can. So explain to people in a much better way exactly what the Nemesis system is and what we're going to see here with the live demo today.
Oh yeah, so what we're going to see today is really all the ways, or some of the ways, actually a tiny percentage of the ways, in which we've massively upgraded the Nemesis system from the first game, both to extend the variety of all these personal enemies that you're going to face, as well as extending it. So you're now forging your army. You've got followers who can be loyal to you, who you can lead into battle or can perhaps betray you into different ways. You can manipulate the orc society. So I think what Evan's going to do here today, he's going to go out into the open world. We're kind of deep behind enemy lines in the south of Mordor. And he's going to go after an orc captain, an enemy out here in the sandbox, and see if he can bend him to his will, make him join our army, and then start building that and going to conquer the fortress here.
And everybody give a big shout out to Evan. Let him hear you backstage.
Evan.
Cool. Here's what you need to understand. This is not scripted, okay? This is not just a video that we're playing through. This is literally happening in real time. And there is a very, very high likelihood, because I've seen it happen twice today, where Evan could die and we just have a big failure. If that happens, luckily there's a bar right back there, so I'm going to buy Evan a drink. But it just shows you how unique this thing can be and how no 2 experiences are going to be the same. So, okay, we're starting off in the... Also, I want to back up a little bit, because I saw when we started off, we started off with the map, which seemed like a much bigger map than the first game, but that's just one part of the map that we're actually seeing right now, correct?
Yes, so the world is something we've expanded enormously. So we have many more regions. Every one of those regions is larger. Every one of them has one of these epic fortresses that's controlled by these overlords. They also have orc tribes, so depending on which orc culture is in charge of this particular area of Mordor, the society will change, the fortress will change. So as you said, it's taking the Nemesis system and actually applying it to the entire world of the game, as well as just to the orcs and the enemies.
I looked it up on Zillow, and it's not exactly the best time to buy a house, but keep your eye on it. Just kind of pin it and favorite it. All right, so first one we meet here is Krook the Serpent. Now this is one of ours that believe there indicates that he's one of our followers right now, right? And Mozu the Assassin, though.
So now this is interesting. So this is one of the power struggles, the nemesis missions that the orcs are actually going to be pursuing on their own here. So Evan sent our followers into this battle to the death against this enemy, and then if they can wear him down, that's going to give Evan the chance to get in there, use the Ring of Power, bend him to his will, and make him part of our army. But anything can happen. That's the thing with this game. Every single time we're demoing, that's why I've got to just let everyone look at the back of my head constantly, because I have no idea what's happening here.
Just doing this. Okay, so we're going to shame, fight to the death, or recruit. Now, whoever we recruit will join our army and can actually aid us in battle. So is that what we're going to do, recruit? Okay, Evan, let's recruit this guy.
Plenty of time for that
I like
later.
this guy.
Yeah. Okay, so now he's ours, but now again, Evan's got a bunch of choices about what we could do, or you guys can choose, why not? We can shun, we can cast him out. Stay and fight, finish him off with a gear. All right.
Make a spy?
Good choice. All right, so we're going to infiltrate him into the enemy army, where he, at exactly the right moment, can turn and stick a dagger in the back of the war chief for us.
Well done, Evan.
Good job.
I lost some money on that, but good for you. That kind of sucks. Okay, so Norsko the Sneak did not survive his trial. So everyone pour out to your homie for Norsko.
So now, as we've built our army, we've got that spy infiltrated. We can see the war chiefs are up there guarding the fortress. The ultimate goal, which Evan might be able to get to in the 17 minutes, 50 seconds remaining, is to take out Gubu the Skull Crusher. It's pretty cool. Can he do it? And he's already got this spy infiltrated, so he's actually the bodyguard of the Tainted up there. And we might as well get into it and launch this fort assault.
Yeah, so ultimately what we're wanting to do with that we saw that picture of is that entire fort is what we're trying to dominate. Yep. And that's not just one fort that's the ultimate goal of the game, but there's several forts throughout this entire game. So the hierarchy of the gameplay between this is not just we're trying to get to one big boss battle, but there's multiple boss battles that we're trying to get through to dominate Mordor.
Multiple goals happening in parallel. So we're building our army, conquering these fortresses, upgrading the fortresses, installing our war chiefs in there, defending them against Sauron's counterattacks. But at the same time as that, we also have this epic story, which obviously you know because you directed it, but of the battles against the Nazgul, fighting against the Witch King, Sauron pursuing us, all these other characters that we're introducing as well. So we've really pushed both the dynamic world of the Nemesis system and this story to be happening in parallel, and then of course all of the open world we can explore with all of the collectibles and secrets and side missions and upgrades and the gear system. It's really massive open world this time.
Did you guys get all that? Can you play it back to me, because I'm still trying to catch up to speed. All right, so let's see where we're at here. We're outside of the fort. We need to capture Sharkburs.
And we can see the gatehouse there, those massive axes that are above the gate. This is a warmonger fortress. So that's the tribe that's in charge here. They're particularly effective in battle. They're kind of the closest thing the orcs have to Vikings.
And each of these forts are also going to look different based upon the tribes that's currently occupying them, right? So we'll have the warmongers, we'll have the ferals. We can also see there, actually go back, Evan, this will tell us, if anybody played Shadow of Mordor before, you got to kind of go to this screen and see the strengths and the weaknesses of each of the captains or the war chiefs that you were trying to kill or dominate or recruit. With this, we can actually see the same thing happening with the fort, to where now we've seen this guy has upgraded stone walls to repel the attackers. That's going to make it harder. They're not wooden, so they won't catch fire. We also have the iron gate, so it's going to be harder. We can't just necessarily burst right through. If we had the big orc, might be able to do that. Who knows? Savage hosts, these guys with the dual-wielding axes that are just berserkers. They're crazy. They can cause a lot of damage. So we've got kind of and of course we have Cursed Siege Beast just to round off this nice little assault that we're going to do. So we've got it's kind of, way to pick one, Evan. You could have done the one made out of matchsticks and, one guy. So, all right, we got a short time to do this, to see if we can do this. We've got a good, who do we want to make our assault leader? We can choose that. We have an Olog High.
Yeah, so you can select out all of your team. You can upgrade the members of your army through sending them on other missions, but Evan's already got them equipped here. And then for every leader that you're bringing in, you can also bring in upgrades to your army. So defenders, these are going to be shield bearers. They're going to be a good counter against those savages. Poisonous siege beasts, so we're just going to have our enemies just vomiting en masse as we're storming the fortress.
Why do I laugh at that?
Because you're Italian. Drakes. Obviously, it's pretty cool being able to bring a Drake into a battle. The slight challenge with that is they're not aligned. They're wild, so they're actually going to be spreading fire and chaos among both sides.
So friendly fire, so they lay major damage down, but that could also hurt our followers as well. Okay.
But they're also an opportunity because if you can bring them down and dominate them, then suddenly you've got kind of the ability to rain death from above across the whole fortress.
Well, we've chosen who we want to have lead this battle. It's definitely, the cards are not exactly stacked in our favor, but let's begin this assault and see how it goes down. It is a Warmonger stronghold.
Yep.
We're going to get a nice little monologue here as well from the current tenant.
Take down Dawes Guru, and what? You think that means you can take us? Just 10 paces closer, fools. Then we'll unleash a wave of death and fire like you've never seen. All Mordor will shake as we crush you beneath our boots.
Now here's what's cool. I know who that is. I can just tell by the voice. Does anybody know? I'm not going to tell you, but I'm just curious if you know. I like that dude a lot. We had a huge cast of people, not just with our principal characters who, between myself, Celebrimbor, Eltariel, some of the returning characters, but also we have literally the thousands of orcs. And we had not an actor for each one of those, but we had so many actors that made sure that each orc feels as unique as their names.
Yeah, we were recording voice over for those guys for like 2 years.
2 solid
years, multiple studios. The scale's massive. Oh, well done, Evan. So Evan, well, we were talking about that. He's actually taken over this enemy siege beast, and he can now turn that back against the defenders. So he's
raining
got
death from above.
3 shots of these cursed weapons. And that point there, that first victory point, that's the first one we need to capture in order to get into this fortress. And now we want to destroy that siege beast, make sure we're not leaving it there for Sauron to pick up later. And the slow motion in the air, which, oh,
bye-bye push cream.
Boom. Go Zuka. Yeah. So that's the advantage of picking your soldiers and bringing them into battle with you. Meanwhile, Evan's spending some time on this tower. These guys are fighting it out down below.
Dominating the archers is something that I absolutely love to do, because what I hate is when I'm down on the ground and actually doing a lot of, like if I'm trying to get my flurries up and I've got some archer that's picking me up from above. So that's super smart, I think.
So this guy,
Round and
where you
pound.
can see the green icon above his head, that means he's broken. He's taken enough damage, now Evan can dominate him in combat.
We gotta get rid of these other guys first before we can do that.
Ooh. Or you could just kill him. Your choice.
Take this fort. I'm not even going to let you walk away from here without at least maiming you.
Oh, that was kind of him to announce his intentions.
Jumping off his own soldier there. And we've just added so much variety and new abilities to these soldiers. They can lay traps, they can spread fire and chaos, they can be mounted and bring different creatures into the battle now.
Nice,
Okay,
get some life.
Oh, alright. So the thing is, he's dead, but they also, orcs are tough, so there's a chance he'll cheat death and come back. Oh no.
Oh god.
Oh, okay. Okay.
This close.
Nice one.
Well done, Evan.
Good.
Well done. All right, so we've captured this point. We're going to move on to the
One of his
next.
allies is bleeding out there. Okay, get him back into the fight. And those gold icons there, every time one of these orcs dies, whether it's one of your followers or whether it's one of the enemies, they're going to drop loot. And the gear system's completely new in this game. One of the things that's fun is for the rare or epic loot, you can actually see which orc dropped it. You get a little challenge to play, so spreading terror among the enemies. And when you complete that challenge, not only does it get more powerful, it actually gives you a quote to remember that orc and that story you built by. So your gear system's actually like a little cemetery to remember your favorite orcs in. It's really
Amazing.
cool.
Well done.
Okay, on to the second victory point. Look out for that dragon. Oh, it's broken. The drake's actually taken some damage.
Who doesn't want to drive a drake?
All right, there's a few of our guys there, but oh, what's going to happen? Oh, betrayal.
Oh,
so this is
betrayal.
that spy we put in earlier.
Was that the spy that we recruited to?
No, that was
infiltrate-
actually another traitor. I was wrong there. Okay, death from above. Got 8 minutes to go. Take out these inner artillery. We got nearly captured point B. That's ready to go.
And these are all of our guys that are down here doing this themselves autonomously too.
So that building up your army ahead of the fort assault can make it, much easier. But you're also running. Oh,
Way to go, Arjonic, the grog maker. Who doesn't like a good grog? If you're not live here with us in the lounge, we're also taking your questions live on Facebook. We got a question in from Facebook going on. I've always wondered, what's the process like for coming up with the unique character names? Are you the one person that just like wakes up 3 o'clock in the morning and goes,
no.
push creep the goat herder? Got it.
The really fun thing with this game is we can all get into the grog. Oh, snafu.
Snafu the choker.
We've got Fubar as well. So it's quite like. So he's
He's
enraged 'cause
enraged
the other
by
guy's
cowards.
taking off. So he's seen the fear. That's made him angry. He's scared. It's just chaos. But so we get into the grog. No.
Woo.
Okay. Some combat opportunities to use the
Explode
grog
the ground.
barrels to spread some fire. But now a couple of Evans guys are bleeding out there. Sorry, just to go back to that.
There's so much happening on the
No,
screen.
no,
I understand.
I
We're
know.
not worried about names right now. We're trying to stay alive.
Who are these guys? The Vat Keeper. The short version is we just have a massive amount of fun getting in a room and just brainstorming them. But they can come from game systems or features or our favorite villains or good stories we want to create. Or
That's
just
incredible.
from literally everywhere. And we've got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these titles. What's new, they can actually earn titles this time. So someone can kill one of the drakes and become the Dragon Slayer, or kill Talion and become the Tark Slayer, or actually earn different titles as their Scarred or Chief Death.
So it's responding to your exact experience.
Actually evolving and growing through the course of the game. Okay, well done, Evan. So captured all 3 of those victory points, and that opens us up for the final boss fight to actually enter the keep. And the keeps are actually, inside here is personalized as this personal villain's lair, the arena for this boss fight to take place.
We're going to be down to the wire, too. We have 6 minutes to do this. You think we can do it? Evan, you think we can do it? All right.
You've made it all the way here, only to discover that you're outclassed. Frankly, you don't stand a chance against me.
I'll be happy to prove you wrong.
Turn. So, and this time we can do things like he's the Skull Crusher, and he's got this massive berserk hammer, perfectly made for crushing skulls.
As one does.
All the traits. Okay,
So let's take a
vulnerable
look
to
at his
stealth.
strength and his vulnerabilities, too.
Stealth's not going to help us. It's a little hard to sneak in here.
Heavily damaged by poison.
So if we'd brought in the grog maker or someone with poison weapons as our bodyguard, that would be ideal. But we sort of rushed into this.
Which you can do. But it's not advised. You will eventually go back to that menu screen and really pay attention.
Oh, and so he's enraged. So he's probably more enraged now.
Oh boy.
So he's haunted. He's particularly sent into a frenzy by seeing Celebrimbor, you using your rate skills against him.
So that triggers him.
Yeah, he's having none of that. Oh!
Oh no.
And he's got a cursed weapon. Okay, 1 down, 2 chances to go. Oh, that's the new weapon, the glaive that we've added, which you can charge up for combos. Oh, he's down. Okay, cleared out that Olog. Oh!
Cheer him on, guys. Cheer on
Shot.
Evan.
This is it. All right, Curse. Oh, no!
Is that 3?
It's over. That's it. Last chance. All right. So, and he's still cursed as well. And there's another Olog he's called into this fight. This is going to be slightly tough. Okay, so in the middle of this fight, actually using the power of the ring to turn some of these. Oh, this is it. It's all over. Good night, Tally. Oh.
Sauron himself will be pleased with this.
Screw you, Goobu. Give it up for Evan, trying his damnedest. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Now, everyone on October 10th is going to hunt Goobu down.
Oh, we missed it.
You will not rest until his head is on a spike. But if we had turned around and just replayed this exact same mission.
We can't. We can never replay that mission.
What?
Because time's going to move forward. The world's going to evolve. The guys that are dead are going to stay dead. Evan's allies that were in there could get captured. He might need to rescue them. Goobu's going to remember that fight. So the world constantly moves forward and evolves. You never have to replay the same mission twice. It's cool.
I mean, come on. This is what I'm talking about when it's really cracking the open world experience. You can never put a ticking clock on an open world because I want to be able to move at the pace that I want to move. I want to be able to play how I want to play. And even just from an acting standpoint, as a character, I want Talion as a gamer to be my Talion. I want to choose how and when and who I use to help me assault that fort. So that's what I love, is that we're actually giving you guys the ability to craft your own story and craft your own character and choose, will you be the ranger or will you be the wraith? How will you play this? How you want to do this? There's a little tip of the hat to some people who know what I'm talking about. There we go. There it is. This is what we wanted to show you guys. I'm really glad. If you haven't had a chance to go check it out on the show floor at E3, please, we absolutely want you to see, because maybe we get to destroy Goobu and we can all have our vindication.
It'll never be Goobu either.
It'll never be Goobu again.
Yeah.
We're going to find him, though. I need to find Goobu.
I think Evan needs closure.
A little bit of closure. We're gonna have a talk with him. We're in the South Hall at the WB booth. We definitely want you guys to come see us. Thank you guys to Jeff Keighley for having us. Thank you guys for all being with us as well. Thank you to Mike DePlatter, the entire team of Monolith Games for being here as well. Make sure you pre-order, or if not, keep your fingers crossed and be patient for October 10th for Shadow of War game. Thank you guys so much for being here today.
Coming up next, Square presents a look at Life is Strange Before the Storm, followed by director Neil Blomkamp and a performance by Low Roar. The E3 Coliseum continues. Now with a look at Life is Strange Before the Storm. Please welcome your host, Andrea Renee.
Hey everyone, before I come out, we're going to show you an awesome trailer. Stay tuned.
Follow me home, pretend you found somebody to mend you. I feel numb. I feel numb in this kingdom. I feel numb. I feel numb in this kingdom.
Rachel? Hello, everybody. How are you guys doing? Good? How many Life is Strange fans are here? Fantastic. I'd like to bring out some of the development team to talk to you today about the game. First up, we've got Chris Floyd, the game director. Welcome.
Thank you.
You've got a giant couch there all to yourself.
Big old couch.
Next up is Zach Garris, the lead writer on the game. All right, I guess you're sharing the couch. All right, gentlemen, welcome to the stage. We are here to talk about Life is Strange Before the Storm. You guys are from Deck 9, and we're going to talk a little bit more about your studio in just a moment. But before we get there, let's talk about this game. What is this game?
Yeah, so Life is Strange Before the Storm, it's really a direct response to all those fans of Life is Strange out there who really wanted to return to Arcadia Bay and revisit characters that they know and love from that game. So we've created a 3-episode standalone adventure that goes 3 years before the previous game and puts you in the shoes of Chloe Price, at 16 years old.
So we're excited to take a look at Arcadia Bay through Chloe's eyes at this particular chapter in her life. It's 2 years after her father passed away. Max, her best friend, has moved away to Seattle, and Chloe's alone. Her mom's moving on. She's dating this new guy, David, that she doesn't really like, and she's having to figure out how to be 16 and how to navigate high school. And we're looking at this chapter and this moment when she meets this character who is really mythical from the first game, Rachel Amber. And Rachel is in many ways seemingly the opposite of Chloe. She's extremely popular, she's successful, she's a straight-A student. And what we want to explore over the course of the game is sort of unearthing the ways in which the seemingly perfect girl is actually close to breaking. And this very obviously broken girl, Chloe, has an incredible strength. And that these two girls really need each other at this specific moment in their lives.
That is some heavy stuff, but I mean, if you guys played the first Life is Strange, there was a lot of heavy stuff in that game too. Before we continue with the panel, we have some really neat footage that you guys brought, these Zen moments. So we'll go ahead and start our first video, so you guys can take a look at those while we chat. So let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing on stage.
Yeah, well, this is, I think, the first time folks are getting a look at Chloe's room. We're all familiar with Chloe's room from the first game, but at this point, she's really a character in transition now, 3 years before then, right? She isn't the blue-haired Chloe yet. She's she's trying to find her way after the loss of her father, and it's really reflected in this environment.
One of the things we're excited about exploring in the game overall is returning to many different spaces in Arcadia Bay that will feel very familiar to fans of the first game, but simultaneously seeing them through new eyes, through fresh eyes from Chloe at this time in her life.
So you had mentioned that we are going to see some familiar places. Are there any key ones that fans in the audience or watching at home will recognize?
Well, Chloe is still a student at Blackwell Academy, so we'll see her return there. I think we probably shouldn't spoil some of the other places we might be going.
In the trailer, we do see the junkyard, which has a lot of significance from the first game.
That's right, and that is a really important location for Chloe and Rachel's relationship. We know that was kind of their hideaway, so we'll get to see the origins of that space as well.
Do they build the hideaway in the game?
Do we want to?
Maybe we shouldn't jump too far ahead.
Okay. So let's talk about the point in the story which this game exists. Is this a true prequel?
Well, it depends on what you mean by that. Obviously, it comes before the original game, but it's quite a few years before. Obviously, we're using a character that everybody knows. But we've put a lot of distance between those stories. For example, Rachel is a character we know at the outset of the original game that she's disappeared. People know that story. If we were telling the story of how we got there, people would know the ending of that story. We weren't interested in telling a story that people already know the ending of. So we've gone far enough back that we can look at this relationship and really explore some new details of it that people aren't going to be familiar with and take it in a direction people won't be expecting.
Part of what's really exciting about Chloe and Rachel is the way that Chloe talks about Rachel in the first game clearly indicates that she's important to her, but she doesn't share the details, even with Max, because she wanted to keep that private. That allowed an ambiguity for us that we can explore with a lot of complexity in how the player will have choices that will have varying consequences throughout the story.
So we've been talking a lot about Chloe as a character, and in the previous game, if you guys are fans, you'll know that Ashley Birch voiced Chloe. She's working with you in a different capacity on this game.
That's right. So I think with the strike going on, it's a pretty complex situation. Ashley wasn't able to reprise her role in performing Chloe as a voiceover actress. That was really hard for us. We were very sad about that. But we sent her the first episode script just to share what we're working on and what we were so passionate about. She read it cover to cover. She saw our passion, and I think it was infectious, and we invited her to join the team, and she agreed to join us as a story consultant. So Ashley, in addition to being a talented actress, is a wonderful writer. And so everything from individual dialogue lines to high-level story breaks about Before the Storm, Ashley's been involved with the writing team. Every episode, every script. We've flown her out to the studio. She's really become an integral part of shaping the voice of Chloe at this chapter.
That's really exciting. Ashley is fantastic. Every time I've gotten to
Absolutely.
meet her, she's just been lovely.
Yeah.
So an obvious question probably is, Chloe is the hero of this story. Well, hero maybe to be defined later, but she doesn't have the rewind power. So does that mean that we're not going to see that mechanic in this game?
That's right. There isn't a rewind power. In fact, Chloe has no power at all, and there's a number of reasons for that. That was a bold decision I feel like we made early on. And that we've just committed to. Part of it is that we feel that what fans really loved about Life is Strange was not really about those supernatural elements. It was about the real world elements. It was about the relatable characters, their real world situations, their relationships. So we're really focusing on those. But also there were some story inconsistency questions. Chloe's surprised to know about this power that Max has. It wouldn't make any sense for her not to say something in the first game, and we wanted to stay consistent with that. Finally, we felt like the rewind power is really an embodiment of who Max is as a character. She's timid, she's cautious, she doesn't know what the right choices are, and that's really what her story is all about. So the rewind power really complements that in a beautiful way. But for Chloe, who's bold and brash, she's like a wrecking ball. She doesn't care about consequences. She bashes through things, breaks whatever she's going to break on the way to getting to her goal. So to suddenly have her question her choices and rewind and redo them doesn't seem true to her character.
Some of the most memorable moments from the first game for me were those really important choices, those major choices that were so difficult to make a decision about. And with the rewind power, if I didn't like what immediately happened, I could go back and try the other path. And we're really doubling down on that kind of discomfort that the player is going to experience and having to really be Chloe and not have the benefit of that. We think it's gonna do a lot of interesting work for developing Chloe through the story.
It will be interesting to see how that affects play, because I may have rewound many times in my playthrough to change things, particularly to get the photos that I wanted to get to make sure to unlock the achievement or the trophy. I don't know if you guys did that. Am I the only one?
No.
Okay, good. Thanks for not making me feel like I was alone. So speaking of that, actually, you and I spoke yesterday about that photo ability. That was clearly Max's thing. What is Chloe's thing?
That's right. Chloe's thing is making her mark on the world. She carries around a big old marker, and you see graffiti all over the place in the original game. Well, some of that belongs to Chloe in her room and such. She's going to take that out into the world and make that kind of mark in a variety of places. Those are going to be the achievements that you're picking up. And one cool effect of that is that we let you often make a choice of what you want to write. Whatever Chloe's thinking about, what you're interested in, that's what you scrawl up on that wall or on the sign or wherever you're putting it. And if you return to that environment, you're going to see that mark that you left when you get back.
That sounds so awesome. I'm really excited to check out that mechanic. So clearly, you guys are from Deck 9. We talked about that already. Don't Nod was the developer of the original game. They did a fantastic job with it. Obviously, we're all here because we loved Life is Strange. What made you guys decide to want to work on this IP?
Well, about 3 years ago, Deck 9 started to really focus our thoughts on making narrative cinematic games. And that involved building a team of storytellers. We went out into the worlds of film and television as well as video games and found great storytellers, cinematic artists, environment artists, writers, level designers who wanted to make really, really meaningful stories. And then we also built a tool set. We call it StoryForge. It's an amazing way for us to compose stories that are interactive and to create performances for our cinematic characters with a lot of nuance and really take all the technical barriers out from in front of our creators and just let them tell amazing stories. So those were the assets that we had coming in to discussions with Square Enix that made them say, boy, maybe these guys are doing the next Life is Strange game.
No pressure, Zach.
Yeah, right. No, it's in all seriousness, Don't Nod set an astonishingly high bar with Life is Strange. I mean, everyone at Deck 9, we are definitely fans first of what they've accomplished. The game is beautiful, and it's inspired all of us. So yeah, there is a lot of pressure. It's an incredible privilege. We take it really seriously, and we're just so excited to share what we've been working on.
Well, how about we take a look at a little bit more of Life is Strange Before the Storm. We have another video for you guys. You guys ready? We will go ahead and roll that second video for you.
So this is
Firewalk is playing a show at the old mill.
This is a scene from early on in our game.
If she knew I was
in the first episode, Chloe has come to an old abandoned mill on the outskirts of Arcadia Bay. She's talked her way into an illegal concert that's going on, an underground concert. Probably someplace that a 16-year-old girl shouldn't be, but here she is. That's Chloe. This is a brand new environment we've made for Before the Storm. You'll also be, as we saw, going to a lot of other familiar locations. We get to pet the dog.
What's her name?
Delia. Say hello.
No, he's a killer.
So,
she doesn't usually like
the world is full of a lot of things to interact with, of course, like in Life is Strange. We've got tons of people to talk to, things to see. We've got a guy over here who is selling T-shirts.
No. Look, $20, baby.
$20? That's robbery. And don't call me baby.
Fine, $20, thief.
That guy's a dick. If I want a shirt, I'm going to need to get creative.
One of the things that's interesting about Chloe as a protagonist, as opposed to Max, is how she solves problems. Again, Max is very cautious and careful. Chloe is not that. She doesn't mind doing a little
Releasing
damage.
that brake would roll the car right out from under that tool. Do I want a Firewalk shirt that bad? I think I do.
Yeah, Chloe wants a shirt that bad.
It's Chloe, of course she does.
Sorry, dude. Maybe you shouldn't overcharge.
Shit! No, 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 no! Come on!
Thanks for playing, Dick.
So as Zach was saying, you know, without a rewind power,
yeah.
the
Sweet,
consequences
sweet victory.
of your actions, the damage you do, is going to be doubled. And choices and consequences
That's
are
like
so important.
$200.
Now Chloe has an opportunity to maybe take a little more than she intended at first.
What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Steal it?
Yeah, Chloe's going to take the money. But you could decide to leave it there and not risk it. The
Holy
thing about Life is
shit.
Strange is there
I'm
are no
rich.
wrong choices. A lot of the characters in this scene are brand new, including these guys right here.
Sketch Central.
But we've got at least one familiar face here. There's our man Frank.
Frank Bowers. What is he doing here?
I think we all know what he's doing there, right?
Chloe?
I know your name, you idiot. You bought pot for me every month for a year. Look at that getup, studs. You're trying too hard. What are you even doing here?
I'm here to see Firewalk, man. They rock.
How'd you even hear about this little shindig?
Ha, the internet. How else?
Seriously? Fucking kids.
Okay, so.
Yeah.
I could definitely use something to take the edge off.
Of course. As soon as you give me the $175 you owe me.
Luckily, Chloe has some money.
out.
Toss in
So-
a dime bag and we'll call it square.
Hey,
There's many ways to navigate
what are you
this
waving
situation.
around this kind of money here for? You really don't think before you act, do you?
Chloe could also
Nope.
keep the money.
So
She could carry
where's
on
my
into the
pot?
story with a pocket full of cash.
No more loans. Not your fucking piggy bank.
You're a good man, Frank.
No. I'm not. Now beat it, Price. You're cramping my style.
I'll see you later.
Whatever.
Reminds me of the way I make important life choices.
Here's an example of one of those graffiti spots. Chloe's going to make her mark in the world.
Graffiti everywhere. I think they missed a spot.
Again, a choice of what you want to say.
Sit and spit.
Get it? It's the world is full of a lot of rich details that really build on the
dock
story of
workers
Arcadia
laid
Bay.
off, their pensions canceled. God, Prescott's a real tool.
Sean Prescott still ruining Arcadia Bay.
Oh, do we have to deal with those jerks?
What Chloe really wants, though, is to get to the music. Harder than she thought.
Hey, you okay?
I'm fine.
Relax. You bumped into me, remember?
Yep. My bad, dude.
You don't know who I am, do you?
Nope. Don't care either.
Hey, let me know how that works out for you, bitch.
All right. Mosh pit is a no-go. Fine. Maybe I can get a better view of the action from up above.
Once again, Chloe's going to take a lot of risks to get the things that she wants. Those stairs aren't terribly stable. Music is a really, really important part of Life is Strange, of course. So we'll have a number of licensed tracks, maybe bands that you're familiar with, but we're really looking forward to also introducing you to a lot of new tracks and new bands.
I can't believe it.
She's rocking so hard right now.
We really felt like a scene like this shows you a side of Chloe that, again, this is not Max's world, right?
You spilled my beer, bitch!
You should be more careful. It's a rough place.
I don't like your attitude.
Hey, I'm sorry about the beer, okay?
Not good enough.
Then how about I show you how unimpressed I am with limp dick assholes who get butthurt over a spilled beer?
I think she's calling us out, dude. She's gonna regret every word. Every word. Oh, this is gonna be good. I'm gonna teach this little punk some manners.
I'm serious. You want to see me get angry here? Because I'm getting there. And it won't be pretty. It won't.
She thinks she can take you?
Hey, dickhead.
Here's an example of one of the major choices in the game.
Bummer.
You'll have to play the game to see the other brains.
Rachel? Come on.
She's just as cool as I thought she'd be.
Hurry up.
Let me go, Frank.
Frank to the rescue.
Not gonna happen. Calm down. Come on, man. Walk away. Screw this. Bullshit. Get the fuck out of here.
Chloe finally gets to rock out right up there at the stage. What do you think?
Awesome.
So that's the start of that relationship. Obviously, we'll have a long way to go in the course of 3 episodes. We're going to see Chloe really start on that path to becoming the blue-haired, beanie-wearing girl that we all know from the first game. We're going to see the two girls change each other in many, many ways. We're going to explore secrets about each of them. We really think people are going to love being along for the ride.
The real question, does Rachel's flannel shirt make an appearance? Am I the only one? Because, you know, Max wears her outfit, and everyone's like, look, it's Rachel walking around.
Absolutely. You'll see her style. You'll recognize in all of her outfits. It's one of the things about Rachel that really stands out is her sense of style. It's going to be an influence on Chloe over the course of the story.
And we know that Max, you know, is not playable in this game, but does she make an appearance at all in the game?
I think Max's absence is an important part of Chloe's personality at this time in her life. But we do explore ways in which even Max's absence gives Max a presence in Chloe's kind of day-to-day moments. Like a good example is the diary, the journal. In the first game, Max just recorded the events of every scene like she's filling out a diary. And that fulfilled a gameplay purpose of reacquainting the player with whatever might have happened recently in the course of play. With Chloe, this was an opportunity to explore the difference between Chloe and Max. So instead of just writing a diary, Chloe actually writes letters to Max that she never sends. That's our version of a journal. She doesn't send them because she doesn't believe that Max cares about her anymore. It's just another aspect of her alienation the time that our game starts.
So we know that this game is not as many episodes as the original Life is Strange. How long is this game?
So it's 3 episodes long, and we thought really carefully about how many episodes we wanted to have, and we could have done more. What we really did was we looked at our story, and we said, what do we need to tell this story? What are the movements of the story as it develops? And it just really looked like 3 episodes was the right amount of time to show these beginning moments of Chloe and Rachel's relationship.
So if people out there did not play the original Life is Strange, which if you didn't, I can't recommend enough, please go back and play it. Are they going to be able to pick this one up? Should they start with this one first? Does it matter?
So we've deliberately crafted Before the Storm not to spoil any of the story of the first game. I think you can really play either one, and you should play both in either order.
Okay, great. So that makes it easy.
Exactly.
I did want to talk a little bit about this name, Before the Storm. Where did that come from?
Well, of course, it's a reference to really the very first image you see in the original Life is Strange, for one thing. So that there's a giant storm there that Max encounters. Of course, that storm has implications and actually is wrapped up in Chloe and Max's and Chloe's story in that game. And so we think it ties nicely. Of course, communicates, hey, we're a prequel, but it ties nicely into Chloe and shows that she's on a trajectory into that story. And this is going to lock together nicely with what happens in the first game.
You guys, obviously, as a studio, storytelling is a big part of what you do in development. What was so special about the Life is Strange story that really resonated with you?
For me, it was the courage the story had to put a lens on kind of real issues, social issues, personal issues, to talk about depression, to talk about suicide or bullying, and make that that's enough of an interactive experience for a game. And of course, it was an extraordinary experience.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me on stage today.
Thank you.
We got to see some awesome
Thank you so much.
gameplay. When is the game coming out?
The first episode will be out on August 31st. You can get it on Xbox One, PlayStation 4, and PC.
All right, you heard it. Mark your calendars. That'll do it for us. Thank you so much, you guys, for being here with us at
Thanks,
E3.
everybody. Thank you.
Coming up next, a conversation with Neil Blomkamp, the director of District 9, followed by a performance from Low Roar with Hideo Kojima in the house. All right, guys, you ready to wrap up the Coliseum? Awesome. We've had a really awesome 2 days, and 2 more really cool things for you. Right now, I'm going to introduce a guy who's made some films that many of you have seen, been inspired by video games, and he's here to tell you a little bit about how the video game audience is going to play a role in his next project, as you can see, Oats Studios. So please join me in welcoming director Neil Blomkamp. Neil? What's up? Got some fans out there.
I hope so. I'm surprised I have any fans. I'll have to chap you sometimes.
Oh.
I love Chappie.
There you go. So Neil, we got to talking a few weeks ago. Been a huge fan of your work for many years, and I think everyone was curious what you're going to be doing next. There was a lot of talk last year on social media around what you might do with Alien, other things, and people were kind of curious. And then all of a sudden, word started to get out about this Oats Studios that you were putting together.
Mm-hmm.
And what I think is really interesting about this, and as I got to talk to you about it, it's like you obviously still want to make films, but the way you want to get them out there, you have a different approach to it, and Steam, as we're about to hear, and the gaming audience is going to play a part in that role. So first of all, tell me, I guess, this concept of Oats Studios, you've done a lot of, big budget Hollywood films.
Right.
Many of them have, been inspired in some ways by the video game world, and I assume you play games, love games, right?
I do, and I come out of 3D graphics and visual effects, and so I find, three-dimensional environments, virtual environments, are incredibly interesting to me for whatever reason. I just love them. Yeah. One of the Oats pieces that we're doing right now at the moment actually is an entirely computer-generated piece that's being rendered in real time in Unity. And
cool.
So that'll come out later in the year, but. A lot of the sort of, I think the thing that draws me to games is the fact that I used to make three-dimensional environments. I love 3D environments. I love the fact that you can drop the viewer into it. You can start including sound design and create sort of emotions and stuff. And I think that's the primary reason. So I think that I play games just to touch that more than to get into an everlasting sort of combat with somebody else, if that makes sense. Unless it's at Oats Studios on Friday when CSGO is happening.
Have there been games over the years that have particularly inspired you?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Half-Life and Half-Life 2. I mean, the exosuit at the end of District 9 is basically just Half-Life weapons. Yeah. He doesn't have a rebar gun, which I suppose could be included. But, a pig-flinging anti-gravity gun is a good move.
Yeah.
That was a big deal for me. Games like Battlefield and just being in an environment where, living in the 21st century where that many players can be linked together, all bringing down an enemy, is amazing. Weird indie games like Fez, stuff like that. Okay. For some reason, that felt like some weird alternate reality to me that I really loved, and maybe in the soundtrack. I'm trying to think, going back, Metal Gear on PlayStation in 1998 was a huge deal for me. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and that was weird. I told Hideo that today. I moved to Canada at the point that came out from South Africa, and it's if you have a big event in your life like that, there's things that sort of are lodged in, sort of into your psyche. I feel like that game was like that for me.
Wow. Very cool. So when you were deciding on what you wanted to do for your next project, tell us about the gestation of Oats Studios and what the goal of Oats is.
The goal of Oats is pretty simple. I mean, it's to be entirely free to be creative. That's the goal. It's as simple as that. And I just want to, I'm not rallying against Hollywood studios. I'm just trying to figure out if there's a different way to have a one-on-one relationship with the audience that ultimately is watching or, enjoying, hopefully, the work that I'm doing or the work that the people of Oats is doing. And maybe there's a way to do that where they can actually fuel our ability to make more of it. So if you start off small, start with short pieces, see if people like them, treat them like snapshots of these science fiction vistas or horror environments, whatever it may be. And people are like, actually, that's really cool. I like that. I want to see more of it. I'm going to fuel these guys directly. And so the thought process behind that is what platform do you use to do that? How do you even go about doing that? And you think of iTunes and stuff like iTunes, but what you don't get then as readily available as you can on Steam is with the first film that we're going to put out, or any of the films we put out, we'll release all the raw footage. we'll release all of the 3D assets we use to make the visual effects. You know, we'll put out the ability for audience members who feel like they have an idea of where another film in that series could go, where we can sort of curate that inside Oats and be like, oh yeah, that's super interesting. Like I want to actually work with this user to figure out where that stream may go. And as long as I'm the one that feels like I'm being creative and I'm kind of gathering people around me that are, you know, want to do the same thing, that's the point of Oats.
Yeah, and it's so fascinating to hear you say that, because for many years I've believed, and Gabe and a lot of other people have thought of the idea of, you know, allowing users to, you know, play in your universe freely. There's a lot of cool things that can happen, and certainly when I was growing up, you know, the mod scene for games like Doom, Quake, that was incredible, right? And people were you know, building levels.
Right.
You know, I remember like the Star Wars mod for Doom and things, and it was just so fun to be able to sort of play with that world, but you sort of had to do it, you know, using assets that you weren't really supposed to be using, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
And now to have a filmmaker say, hey, by the way, here's all our raw footage, here's all our music, here's all our 3D assets. You know, people are going to go off and, you know, want to make games, other films, other things.
Yeah, I hope so. I
universe.
don't really know actually what's going to happen,
Yeah.
and maybe people will find value in it, and maybe they won't. Like we really don't know. But the point of it is to try to think of filmmaking in something that is maybe a little bit closer to games. You know, like if the way that it looks on Steam at the moment, like the first film that we put out is called Raqqa, and Raqqa's treated like DLC as though it's software. You know, it's like these are the assets you're basically acquiring. So instead of map extensions and skins or whatever it may be, it's like the raw elements of filmmaking. That's just an interesting concept. I know I would have been into that, but I don't know.
Right,
if the
and
audience
no,
would
I think
be.
it's super compelling, but you know, no one has done it yet. So I'm
No.
fascinated about sort of the process you went through of figuring out, hey, Steam is an interesting platform. Could I do this? How do I put this together? Like, how long has that been gestating in your mind?
Well, we've been actively working for 2 years. So, you know, I think the idea on Steam is about 3 years old. And going.
Why was it
Yeah.
like Steam? Were you playing games on Steam? How did you come across?
Why Steam?
Yeah, why Steam?
I was playing games on Steam just because, I mean, I love PCs more than consoles. That's just me. Again, coming back to the 3D graphics thing. It's, I need like 128 gigs of RAM and like 26 GTX 1080 cards. Like I just need massive amounts of processing power. But, so anyway, because it's PC, that leads you to Steam, I suppose, you know. And I don't know, I was just familiar with it. And then there was also this thing where when Valve was starting up a lot of the VR stuff, they invited me down along with, you know, a few other filmmakers and stuff to just look at the VR stuff that they were doing before the Vive came out. And
did you go in the room with all the codes and everything? Yeah,
exactly. And that, you know, it made me feel like that Valve would probably support us, or that Steam would be a venue where we would be looked after to some degree. So I think all of those things combined just ended up in this place where, you know, we now have this project that we're going to launch that could totally fail or work.
Well, some of you guys have you seen any of the little clips on YouTube of some of the stuff that Neil's doing? All right.
What? There's like one dude.
Okay. Need to do it. Don't worry, we may have a little more to show you in a little bit here. So.
Yeah.
But so, you know, I think you mentioned VR, and that's something that I think, you know, a lot of we had a panel this morning talking about VR. Are you bullish on sort of the idea of VR? It doesn't sound like necessarily a part of initially what you're doing, but it's like, where do you see VR going for, you know, a creative storyteller like you?
I mean, VR is very interesting to me, but I think it's interesting in a very different way. Like, I'm not as drawn to telling like narrative, passive viewer experience stories in that medium. I think if you are going to do that, you're going to need like, you know, 8K per eye, kind of totally immersive, no pixel kind of, you're going to need to be put there. And I love VR. I love things as simple as standing in San Francisco in Google Earth in VR, right? Like I have a Vive next to my desk. But I'm not drawn to it in a filmmaking sense. I would rather make traditional films, but disassemble the films and try to see if there's a way to interact with the audience in that sense. There are, however, like I was saying about like the real-time piece that we want to do, we can set up our cameras. We have our own mocap stage at Oats, right? So I filmed the cameras for that piece like a week after we filmed the actors. You treat the actors like a stage performance. You come back a week later, you film the cameras as much as you want, hand all that footage off to the editor, and then let the editor assemble what goes back to a normal piece that the audience can digest two-dimensionally. But we have the option, if we want, of releasing that whole piece now as like something that's ported out for Vive. So you could go and experience it if you want to. That's really interesting to me. But it's piggybacked on top of traditional filmmaking.
So is that going to be something built in Unity, and I mean interactive in the sense of you'll be able to sort of move around the space, but it'll be a story that will play out? Like, are you actually interacting with the environment, or
No.
It's more just it's real?
It's
rendered in
passive.
real time, passive in real time.
You're able to look wherever you want.
Cool.
But you're getting around, other than Lytro. I mean, Lytro as a company is very interesting, but parallax issues and like I'm not really that interested in 360-degree orbs of video, and like it just doesn't interest me as much, So Lytro interests me, and true immersive 3D VR interests me, but this isn't that.
Interesting. Okay, cool. And can you tell us anything about the real-time piece you're doing? Like, what's the setting of it? What kind of story are you trying to tell with that?
It's not as interesting as the pieces that are about to come out soon.
Ooh. Okay. There's a tease.
Yeah.
Yeah. So tell us about what's about to come out here. And I think people have seen some of the teasers online, and this idea that when you release it, you don't want to just put out a film. You want to put out these assets, right, as part of it?
Well, what we want to do, at the end of the day, is make full feature films that are fueled by the audience. So the goal isn't short films. The goal is like large entertainment experiences that are as real as Avatar is in a theater. It's going to either take a really long time to get there, or it's just not going to be possible. But attempting it is really cool. And the best way to do that, I think, initially, like the pieces that we put out now, we'll put out one very soon, and then we'll put out 3 or 4 between now and a month from now. And the audience will basically be able to see these 20-minute sort of windows into potential worlds that I really like and the guys at Oats really like putting together. And if enough people online feel as though this is something I want to watch more of, they can watch everything for free. Everything's on YouTube for free on Oats Studios. Everything's on Steam for free in Oats Studios. But a way to support us is to purchase all of the DLC extra stuff. Right, for like $4.99, get all this extra stuff. I don't want to charge for it, but our business model is to set fire to money right now. So it would be good to try to get something back.
Well, and it just shows how interested people are in that content.
Yeah, exactly.
So the idea is, the 3D models and stuff people will be able to get, gamers will be able to get, and then are you cool if someone wants to, start hacking those into a game or wants to build a game around that, or like what are the restrictions around what people can do?
Well, the only restriction is that like if I created the Terminator and someone takes the Terminator and turns it into like Halo with the Terminator and makes $1 billion, we should get like a few cents or a smoothie or something, right? That seems fair, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're going to make money off of it, you can license it where like we want a percentage of what you make. But it should be clear to everyone that anyone from like, one person in a basement to Ubisoft can have any idea that we have and run with it. But if it's people not monetizing it, you're free to just do whatever you want all day long, 24/7, with everything.
Right, Creative Commons style. That's cool.
Yeah, if it's bigger, I'm sure it's going to get messy and like it'll be hard to track. But like, try to give us some cash. Like,
No, but I could see, someone's going to take a lot of these models and like, create a Steam destination around it or something like that, and like
which I would love.
Right,
I would love that. I mean, the more people that adopt it and just get behind it, it's going to be fueled by whether people like the pieces or not. And if you think of Oats Volume 1 like an album, right? Like I keep saying, like I'm very jealous of musicians and authors because they get to like express themselves for the price of a typewriter, and for us it's like $1 million a minute. Yeah. It's difficult. But if you think of it like an album where you have 8 pieces, these are 8 tracks, these are 8 experiences that Oats put out, and they're, between 2 minutes to 20 minutes each. What we want to do is make more albums like that. And if you have 5 albums, like Oats Volume 5, between 1 to 5, there's going to be some really cool film in there that can be a feature. And if the audience is behind it enough, maybe we don't have to make it traditionally. We can just make it with the users financially. But that's difficult to do. The pieces that we have right now are very much in the sort of like the darker science fiction horror kind of realm. They're darker than District 9 or Elysium. The first piece is really cool. It's about an alien invasion. The second piece that will come out a few weeks from the first one is more surreal. It's kind of like it would be somewhere between Apocalypse Now and The Matrix. Sort of like Vietnam surrealist filmmaking. That's a lot more experimental, I think, than what I could normally get greenlit in Hollywood. But my point is, like, Volume 2, we'll have a whole bunch of other stuff. Volume 3, Volume 4. So if we can just get over the hump of beginning the sort of endeavor of trying to start the company and see if there's a way to monetize it, there could be many other ideas that I think will become quite cool.
And these ideas, you've got to tell us a bit about your team. I mean, you're obviously directing, helping write these things, but I mean, how are these ideas coming to fruition?
Well, they come from, initially a lot of the ideas come from me, and then Thomas Swedilich is a writer that I've been working with for a film that I'm doing at Fox, and he started writing with me. Terry Tatchell, who wrote District 9 with me, wrote one of them with Thomas and I. But the point is to eventually have a situation where we could see a piece of awesome art online that either I found online or maybe one of the users sent to us, and we're like, you can extrapolate a story out of a single image, you know. The fight coordinator for Oates that worked with us in Thailand when we shot one of the pieces, we were in Bangkok, and this dude is just a character like I've never met before. He's a real person, but he's so funny, he's so charismatic, and he also was shot in the arm while he was reading a Hustler in the back of a car eating a chocolate bar. So he has these like really strange other stories that I was like, dude, I want to make a whole series out of you as a character, you know? So he's sort of like that can become its own thing. You can go down that road. And it doesn't need to be a year-long discussion where you have to raise all of the capital and go down all of these strange roads. You can just do it. So
that's so cool. And what you're saying is that, the stuff that you're putting out, if some indie developer comes to you and says, hey, by the way, I want to build, this cool game kind of inspired by your world using your models.
Right.
You'd love it, right?
I would love it, yeah. The more of that, the better. And that obviously hinges on the fact that people like what they're seeing.
Sure.
And hopefully they do. But
or they may also twist it, right? That's where it gets fun, where they sort of iterate.
Or bend it to the way that they want to like it.
Like, well, there's three things I really like from this, and I'm going to create something new, and then that's, will inspire you, and you sort of get into this, hopefully this really, positive circle of sort of everyone contributing to this property.
Right. I mean, that is the goal. It's sort of a mixture of me being able to do what I want and be creative, and hopefully opening it up. And I know that if I was 19, I would have liked to have received the tools that allowed this film to get made.
Like I look at what Valve has done with Source Filmmaker and the Team Fortress shorts that I'm sure we've all seen are like incredible animation. And a lot of those models they released, and then if you look at like the Steam Awards when they all these creators, they use those models and make these like Pixar quality shorts.
Right.
Just using those models, and they're hilarious, but the thing that they don't necessarily always have is like high production value voiceover.
Right.
And all these other types of things. And I've always said to Valve and others, wouldn't it be cool if, you could say, hey, I want some voiceover record. I think what's going to be cool is when someone's going to come to you and say, hey, I love this model, and by the way, that actor that's in your thing, can I get them to record some lines for my thing?
Right.
And that's where it's going to start to be really cool. One person can start to get Hollywood-level production value.
Yeah, it's going to be, there's going to be this sort of uncharted area of where we're going to need to figure out how to do some of that, that is just uncharted. I don't know how that's going to play out.
No, but that's what's fun is like to be open to collaborate with, people in this community who I think, all aspire to create and now to be given these tools and be inspired by you and be willing to sort of, be here at E3, talk to this audience.
Right.
And show them something pretty special, right?
Yes. Are we pretty much getting close to that? So
I think we're getting close to that time.
So this first piece is we shot it just over a year ago, and this is a 20-minute piece in total, but we're going to show you guys about 7 minutes, which is the first third. And it's a very good example of the kind of stuff that we're trying to do, which is the first 7 minutes set up a world. They show a world. The remaining amount of time begins to introduce characters, and it's an awesome way to show you kind of what we want to make, but it still isn't it doesn't fit into any sort of form of traditional media. It's not, beginning, middle, and end, third act kind of structure is not really applicable. It's a window into, it's a snapshot into the world. And the first 7 minutes are very descriptive of that world. The characters get introduced later. So as of right now, it is also the entire 20-minute film is available on Oates Studios on YouTube for free and Oates Studios on Steam for free. And if anyone likes it, buy the DLC package and help us out. But,
and they'll get the models and things like that.
They will.
Concept art.
Yeah. It's an awesome 100-page PDF of concept art, and then we're gonna sort of, I think we're going to release the dailies in about a week. But I mean, as Steam users know, you'll get notified as stuff comes up.
Wow. All right. Well, you guys want to see the world premiere of something new from Neil Blomkamp? Should we just roll it?
Just roll it, yeah.
All right, and check it out tonight, the full thing on Steam and YouTube. Enjoy.
We were once mankind. We were humanity. And now, we're no more than pests. Vermin. They came here to exterminate us. They took our history and culture. They covered our landmarks in dying humanity. The wail of the dying carried for miles. They're building some kind of breeding facility for those that survive. People that have defected say it's worse than hell. Humans becoming some kind of surrogate incubators for the alien young. They killed us in waves when they first arrived. They built these megastructures that spew methane, manufacturing their atmosphere. They've sown their crops, snuffing out our plant life, raising the global temperature, causing our cities to flood. They waged war on Earth. They set fire to our forests. It's already hard to breathe. Impossible to breathe if you are close to the stacks. Rats. Insects. Humans. They hack into our psyche, into our minds, paralyzing us. Taking control of the cerebrum and the limbic system. Rendering us as slaves. We've been able to design a brain barrier that protects us from their influence. They know we can't produce enough of these for everyone. That it's just a matter of time before the entire planet is theirs. But we are survivors. Scrounging enough to eat. Gathering enough morale to fight. Knows we're already dead. I wonder if only one sick primordial instinct keeps marching us forward aimlessly. Every rational thought tells us it's over. Every vile, deceptive, chemical emotion tells us it isn't. We're sold a different story by our politicians.
Come with us. Do not conservatory! Paradise!
I'll go to the new conservatory. Take me with you. Please.
There it is.
Every once in a while, something goes our way. Just one in 1,000. Just enough to keep fighting. A glimmer of hope. People will pay for this. They always do. Even for small victories, it seemed that everything was lost. Humanity would soon cease to exist. Until they arrived. Like angels carried on the rays of the aurora borealis. Like a biblical salvation.
That is up on Steam now. I can't wait to see the game that's going to come out of that, built by hopefully someone in the audience watching online. Well, thank you so much for being a part of the E3 Coliseum, everyone watching online. It's been an awesome 2 days. Get ready because Low Roar is going to be here performing in just a few minutes, which we're excited to close out the Coliseum. Thanks, everyone, for watching, and stay tuned. Low Roar will be right up. Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Low Roar.
We're faintly let go. To take these head on. But soon I'll come around. Lost and never found, waiting for my words, seen but never, buried underground, but I'll keep coming.
Heard you call my name when I'm passing out. The mistake I've made, it can't be turned around. So I took the easy way out. I took the easy way out. I took the easy way out. I went one for one. Before casting out the mistake I've made, it can't be turned around. So I took the easy way out. I took the easy way out. I took the easy way out. And now I wanna feel something again, memorable. I wanna feel something again, memorable. I wanna feel something again, memorable. I wanna feel something again,
I don't know what the fuck to say right now, but thank you. I guess that's it. So thanks.